just in the process of getting March CPI data here, 3.5%. That is, let me get rid of this so we can actually see the number here. Yeah, 3.5% higher than expected on the year-over-year rate there. We were expecting 3.4% for March inflation. The core number, 3.8% versus 3.7% there. 0.4 to the upside is higher than the 0.3 expected on the headline number there for March as well. So across the board, a slight uptick for inflation. A lot of people mentioning this late in the day yesterday and expecting the possibility of higher than expected inflation here. 3.5% against 3.4 expected. Remember the prior 3.2%. So heading in the wrong direction here. 3.8% for core year over year for March. 0.4 versus 0.3 there overall. Market not going to like that. Heading to the downside here as far as the overall futures are concerned. Not a huge miss, but we are heading southbound pretty quick here. Fabian, when you can, let's jump over to the guys.
Yeah, so that's not what everybody wanted. Hot, come on, don't come in hot. It was supposed to come out pie. That would have been nice. 3.14 and then a bunch of other
that would have
numbers.
been real nice.
Well, I joked about it in the chat of the after show while you were on there, but no, now we're down 1% in the NASDAQ. And I think, look, the overwhelming expectation was as expected. So to come out hot, core, hot, CPI, month over month also came a little bit hot as well. I never want to react. I can't even pretend that I wasn't thinking it was going to be flat and maybe that would give us a bit of a bounce. But in this particular situation, I do not want to overreact. If we're headed down, I'm not punching lows. I just don't necessarily feel it. If anything, if I can find something I really, really love, and I was looking at Google and 155, it's kind of thin out here. But I wonder if we don't hold on to some support, at least for a little bit of a mini bounce here. The names that I like to the short side, at least those will set up. Like I'm kind of looking for something we can grab in a Coinbase at some point. But that's down underneath 238. So that one doesn't even feel like it's close enough for a chase. I wanted this bad boy back into 250. So we'll have to be a bit patient this morning as CPI is hot like fire.
Yeah. We got numbers. You know, we saw the jobs number, and now we're seeing this. I'm trying to find some levels. I thought it was going to come the other way, 3.3, not 3.5. It's unbelievable that it's a couple decimal places makes this much difference. But I had an offer on the TQs up here near 62.50, thinking we were going to run up to 18.6 from 18.4. Instead, we went 200 the other way. So just trying to find some base here. If you're going to look at the NASDAQ, I don't think this is too doom and gloom. We were up 0.3 yesterday. You're down 1.2 right now. It's not nice. And we do have some support down here near 18,000 again. So let's see if we can bounce in and around 18.0s. I'm trying to load up the Fed rate tool right now. I don't know if you got it over there, Brendan, or a better source, but it's not loading at all right now. So we'll have to wait to see if and when that starts to update. I'll keep refreshing it. But for right now, yeah, I guess, can we take those hikes off and push them down a little bit further now? This number is not the greatest. Tomorrow we have PPI. And then we'll see. But there's a bounce. We've been down here before, seen these kind of moves. I actually just put a bid on Apple. I thought we would get it at 168.50. I was actually debating 169. I've done a couple notes on the sticky note, but wanted to see what this number was. I was going to talk about Apple 169, and we just came into that level. But 168.50 looks pretty sweet as well. And then NVIDIA, this is what we expected today, honestly. The market's been pretty overheated. We've talked about that for quite a while. And NVIDIA is now down 100 and...
Correction territory.
60... Yeah, what is it? At 840. Is it down 20%? That's what I was trying to figure out.
Well,
970.
Oh, sorry.
So more than that. So you're down about 15% on NVIDIA from the highs.
10-year just got to 4.5 on the yield on the 10-year. Obviously, that's going to spike up when the market spikes down on this. So 4 or 5 up there. And look, at some point, I'm expecting that Fed fund rate, it's going to change, whatever it was yesterday. Because I think we were, June was 50-ish.
It has to change.
I don't think it was exactly, but I can't see any way that doesn't move to the downside. So, rates are going to be up in a situation like this. I was looking for things that are obvious fades. The thing about NVIDIA is that 850 level is only a $10 bounce away. And maybe we get there. I have no idea if it's something like today, but the 50 period's at 815. So I do feel as if that is pretty reasonable. If we have a red day that turns into a 2%er kind of day and it does get nasty, this is a stock that when it flushed the 850, it's like hindsight being 2020, 850 breakdown would have been pretty sweet. But yeah, if it gets back anywhere near into that 850, I would look for resistance. Possibly look at that close price as like your line in the sand. It'd be hard to imagine going green on a day like today on NVIDIA. But I was looking at Coinbase already for the short, and BOVESPA's already pulling back. There's some things that might be immune, by the way. Like Tilray is a day 2 SSR play. That one's going to be in play for me. Alibaba because of the Chinese ADRs and Jack Ma being back in the fold. Jack Ma being back in the fold, I think can do its own thing. But I like 73.5, the 50 period on the daily for Alibaba. Closing above. It's been a while since it's done this, but I do kind of like that 50 period. Going to have to give it some room. So many big spreads out here right now as well. So be very, very careful. Most stocks are going to have wider spread than normal. Like I just looked at Intel, and that for a second had a 3-cent spread.
Yeah, we're already in Alibaba right now. We're just going to massage these plays. This is going to be probably play number 1 or so on the sticky note, as we've been really watching Alibaba for a while. Taking it off of $72, nice upside move. We'll talk about that as we get the stories. But so far, so good, man. But watch out if we break 18,000. You are 100% right, Joe Schmo. I mean, this is, I just showed you the chart. You know, this could get real nasty. I mean, this is what we look like breaking back down below there. If we're going to go into a 60-minute chart, then it's going to probably look even worse because you do have a gap fill, right? So there it is, right? So here's 18,000, and then we can gap down to 17,850 after. Here it comes, 17,850 after that, and then we can go all the way back. I mean, are we going back to? I mean, this is only February, but that's 17,400.
Wow.
So watch out now. I mean, some of these markets are getting a little spicy here to start the day. But you're in the right spot, man. We're going to break the news for you. We're going to find some plays. We're going to get some. I mean, it's definitely a nice move in the NASDAQ. That's 400, 18.4 to 18. So you're taking it out right now. It's been more than 1 year since the ES has had a minus 2% day. Maybe we're in store for that here today. All right, let's go back over to the desk.
3%.
Yeah.
We were just looking at, the inflation has broken the CME website there for a second, but it seems to be updating now, but I don't think it's actually been updated. It's still lagging a little bit here. That was what it was at the end of the week last week. So we'll come back to that again. Here's the 30-year taking out highs right now. So we're back to 4.6 on the 30-year, 10 years at highs, 2 years at highs. The dollar bouncing massively on this as well. So a lot to consider here. If anyone's just joining a little bit late, let's do a little recap here real quick. Yeah, it's not good. 0.4. I mean, a miss to the upside right across the board here. 0.4 versus 0.3. 3.8 on the core number versus 3.7 for March. The headline number 3.5 versus 3.4%. Again, across the board, missing to the upside. So the market's a long way to go potentially here. We're right back to this support on a daily time frame.
And the short end of the curve, Brendo, really taking a hit here. And by hit, I mean up. Look at the 2-year yield at, let's call it 2-year highs, more. This is the daily. I haven't even looked at the weekly. 4.820. It's at highs right now, up 2 3/4, Brendo. I mean, we were talking about possibility of seasonality really leaking into that January number and maybe even February. How can you make the case for the March number? So a bit of a tough look here.
Yeah, they don't have to. It's the economy is still way too strong. Yeah. I'm looking at, I can't show this unfortunately, but I'm looking at a live quote of Fed funds futures. The June quote right now, June and July are both still at 5.5. So basically expecting no change. Again, I can't show this unfortunately, but 5.5% for both June and July, guys, on the Fed fund futures right now.
Yeah, you know what? It was working for a second for me too, and I saw the same thing. But that's you're gonna get some real adjustment on that. But I'm going to go back to a couple of things here. Like I actually had some flat bottom break setups I tweeted out this morning. One which we mentioned yesterday on Micron, which was 121. And I feel like going back to a level like this, let's just go to the higher time frame. If you're going to break a level like this, then if it pops back in, then I'm looking to short that pop. So I want to get out into the 120. We have an hour to go. Almost an hour to go until the open. So there is plenty of time to get some kind of a bounce here. And I feel like the names that broke the major support are the ones that I'm going to want to fade back into. Was this, and then another one was Amazon breaking down through 184. So a couple of recent support, like local support levels that lined up really well on the week, and also including the last week on Amazon, now down 2% in itself. Any kind of a bounce that gets me back into like the 183 half, or I could work into 184 here, or Micron 121 are going to set up. So this is one of the things you got to do, right? Like when you have, the number can go either direction, but if you find yourself kind of most of your ideas lined up that the market might have gone up or been flat, when it goes to the downside, you got to flip. So support levels that got taken out in a big way, that were big ones, I want to jump back into them and look for them to be resistance. Again, not going to trap myself shorting any bottoms on a move like this. I pretty much never, ever want to do that. Like if it's 835 on an 830 number, and we go from like a flat to 1% on the futures, I'm not trying to hit that low. Or even, sometimes that high a couple of years ago was okay, but that was a different market then.
Yeah, we're just starting a small little position here in Alibaba. You just reviewed those numbers, Brendan. They're not great. I do feel like it's been, I think it's February of 2023, so it's been about a year and 2 months since the last time we saw the ES go down 2%. So we're in a raging bull market right now. This could be the first time in 2 years, potentially, that we've seen the ES down 2%. It has to close there, so let's see if that does happen. It looks like it wants to get there, and I think it probably does. There comes the NASDAQ breaking 18,000. That seems inevitable at this point right now. it still has a minute to go. It's at 1850, sorry. So once we get into those levels, then I do think there's going to be something to worry about. But yeah, it's not even that bad. It's pushing out the rate cuts. So that sucks because now all of a sudden cost of capital just becomes so much more and for so much longer. We had some report also about mortgage demand this morning. It's not, as those rates ticked above 7% again, we're not getting that relief as soon as we thought that we possibly could get it. So, but okay, again, I still feel like a lot of this is expected. It's not like it was a dramatically different number, but still a number nevertheless that we're going to have to deal with. And I just want to buy the best names. I want to short AMD, probably short NVIDIA as they've been going through some rough times. Buy some Apple if we get down to some of these levels that we're looking at right now. Neil mentioned Google and Amazon. We like that. I'm on the sticky note there. We had TSM. We got a big number from them on a pre-release, and then AMD for a nice short. So yeah, there's a couple ideas that we have, and I'm going to get them out to you soon, including Intel.
Oh, an interesting angle in the sense that as far as stocks that are interest rate sensitive, this one, you just nailed this, as far as being exposed to this. Yeah. It was the first one to pop up to the downside here this morning significantly. As far as individual names are concerned, down almost 3% at the low there initially for Tesla.
Yeah, it's a tough look here, Brendo. Just gave back the entire move that we made up yesterday. But Elon made no bones about this on 2 calls ago when the deliveries really went down. He said elevated interest rates are really hurting his customers. Most people are either leasing or financing these cars. And with higher rates, being 5 some odd as the neutral, you're probably borrowing at 7 or 8%. That puts the car out of the reach for a lot of people, seeing that they're already expensive as it is. So a bit of a tougher look here. We'll have to see how it does the rest of the day.
Yeah, a few other things moving around here. Here's the dollar. First off, DXY right back through 104.80 right now, on its way towards 105 potentially. That's a 15-minute chart. For the US dollar, I want to mention this real quick. SoundHound, a few people talking about this early on this morning. SoundHound with an offering, so it's down large this morning as well. There's a note on Macy's I saw. It wasn't really moving. This is more with the market now, I think, but Macy's was down before the number after the company ends proxy contest with Arc House Management. So a little bit of a volume spike there on that 830 number. Some of the retail names, again, in that same boat.
Yeah, SoundHound, really interesting here, Brendo. They're looking to file about $150 million, what they call a distribution, an equity distribution agreement. It's not all going to be at the same time, guys. It allows them to raise money from time to time. So we'll have to see how they do. They're down, though, on that news.
It has updated. Here's 74% now for June.
That makes sense.
On a hold. So we're down to 25% chance. Call it 26 and change percent chance for a cut now, guys, in June.
Yeah, I mean, you knew that was going to change, like as if it was going to stay anywhere near 50-50 in light of that. I'd be pretty cautious with that SOU. And a lot of times I'd look at a stock like this down 10% and be thinking SSR bounce, but on a day where it's going to have its own bad news and where we have this sort of surprise, and then throw in the fact that, I mean, like, remember, like, this is like that NVIDIA adjacent, that deal. So if NVIDIA has a rough day, then these guys could be under a lot of pressure. This was at $3 or $2.50 when it broke out, and it's seemingly hunting for at least the $3.50 to $4 level today. So I'd be really cautious with this. Probably have to pay for locates, and there's so much out there that if it pops, I might want to take a shot going back at them. But, the 450 level would be in play. I'm not thinking SSR for this. If anything, maybe a Tilray. I did look at, like, Rivian didn't break. I thought on this move, maybe didn't remember that Rivian was all the way up at like $10.70. But now that $10 level on Rivian might come right back into play that we've been looking for the breakdown on. And I'm a little bit surprised by this one that maybe it's because DXYZ has already dropped like 70% from the highs or 60% from its top, but I'm surprised that this thing didn't move. Like, it's all a bunch of startups and got inflated. I would have thought you'd be breaking down underneath $50 and heading back into the 30s. There's some, in theory, there should be support, you would think, at the $30 level. So I think you'd watch that. If this gets a move to the downside, when it came to market, it topped out at 30, pulled back to 8, and then double topped at 30. There was some accumulation in there as well. I just feel like it's a logical price if this thing is going to calm itself down. Somewhere around there or the $10 level would be the two places I'd watch for DXYZ. Little surprised it didn't break down, but I mean, it had already gapped down 22% from last night. So sometimes that's the case. Like, I expect DXYZ to move, but the simple fact is when at the open yesterday, it was $107, and it closed at 64, and it was already at 50, regardless of that CPI number. But this should be on watch, probably DJT as well. If we do end up flushing lower, this is something which probably doesn't hold on to the support.
All right, we don't have any offers out, but we can start taking some profit if you guys want to on Alibaba. I mean, we're already starting it out right here. We'll hit a little bit of a siren. It's a nice trade. To that downside, I'm just putting the sticky note out. Should be out in about in a minute or so. And just, taking the best names, like we said, and just trying to make a little bit of profit here to start. So we're long at 74.25. The level that's on the sticky note is 74. It came in, so we took it ahead of or in front of that number. So the number came out, we took it, and we're just hoping for a continuation here. But we could start to punch out if we really were a little bit nervous. Good start to the day here with Alibaba. There will be many longs to get here today, as well as many shorts. But, so far so good. Let's see where we go. Alibaba, nice win so far.
All right, I wanted to show this kind of an interesting graphic to highlight what has happened as far as the CME Fed Funds tool is concerned. This is now, this is the current rate, obviously. So May, June, May over here, May, June, July. So going out to July, still 51% chance that we stay where we are currently. So September and then November is the first time you start seeing the percentages get towards a quarter percent cut. So they've pushed that June expectation of a cut now all the way out to potentially November here.
Yeah, and you know what's surprising to me here, Brendo, is that housing and rent are not the biggest contributors to this inflation. So housing was only up 0.4%, while owner's equivalent rent was only up 0.4%. And as well, if you had looked at the previous two prints, shelter inflation in general had been keeping that print artificially high. It's not contributing this time around. Energy up 1.1% by comparison. So we'll have to dig in a little deeper, see what's keeping these numbers up.
It's been a while since we've had an overall market move off of an inflation print or a non-farm payrolls number that has sustained, typically we get that flush and then a bit of a recovery. If it does turn into one of those days where, you know, the move continues in one direction, it's worth mentioning, I think, guys, for anyone who's going through this maybe for the first time, that you have to, any ideas you had before the number, you kind of have to put them in the, you know, in your back pocket on the back burner for the time being, and just watch price action, watch the overall market move. For example, Delta downside ever so slightly here, positive news for Delta. It's still positive on the day, very much so, but one of those days where the overall market move becomes more important.
Yeah, I think it is important. I think, but what you can do is, you know, there might be like the levels that you have, like if it gets broken, well, then a big support level can turn to resistance and vice versa. And some of the levels that you might have had when you get an extended move, that from a day ago, a week ago, those can become very important. That's why you don't throw those out. If you even just look at the NASDAQ, I mean, last week we essentially had this move when the bad Neil opened his mouth. And, well, okay, there was geopolitical news as well. I just like characterizing it that way. And we essentially bounced off that level. So you'd almost like expect you could have that happen. Then you look back to where support was before. And if we can't crack above like an 18.2, I was mentioning Amazon that 184 and then Micron 121, like little things like that where you just go back to some levels that matter. And you can be fine. Like Rivian, $10. This is one of the first things that came into my mind is Rivian breaking 10? Do I need to have a stop order in? I mean, the answer is not yet because it's only at 1020, but that's what you have to do. You just rewind a couple of days or zoom back out your chart, and you should be good to go. Or an example would be Alibaba. You find something that, okay, shouldn't have as much of a reaction with the market in a typical sense where it can do its own thing, and then you can, you know, Chinese ADRs, maybe like a low float runner that just doesn't care, like a squeeze name sometimes if the market had been going up. And there are places that you can go to with a little bit more confidence. I'm looking at some of the spreads are starting to be a little bit more reasonable as things are calming down, which is definitely a good sign.
Yeah, we took out 25% up there at 60 or 58, whatever that fill was there on Alibaba as we did bump up. We got as high as, I think, 60 or so, but we were sitting there and just got filled. So, yeah, I mean, to Brendan's point, the major market move is the story. And all I think we have to do really is just pull back charts. I don't even think it's super. I mean, we were just here 2 days ago. You know, like 2 trading days ago. This is not really, to me, anything overly dramatic yet. So I think you just stay the course. That move does hurt, obviously, if you're long in the moment. But if you're long everywhere else, I feel like you're fine right now. This is kind of par for the course. It's an economic release. We've seen much more dramatic than this. We've seen, and much calmer than this. So for right now, I think you just stay the course. It's 18,000. We'll hover around there. We'll buy the best names. The sticky note is now out, so you can trade with me and hopefully have a successful day. And I don't know what's going to happen. Bitcoin 68,000 should be interesting as well. But let's go find out what Adara's up to at the screen.
Yeah, some interesting upgrades and downgrades here to talk about. Cava getting an upgrade here from Argus. Albemarle trading up about 2.5% at least at this point. Getting this upgrade from BofA Securities. Chevron getting an upgrade here from Barclays, and BofA also upgrading CN here. For downgrades, Tesla kicking off the list here. Piper Sandler lowering its price target from 225 to 205 amidst those lower, weaker than expected Q1 deliveries, and also seeing lower EV demand in 2024 and 2025. So a bit of a negative note there on TSLA. Decker is getting downgraded here by Truist. Adient getting downgraded here by Barclays, and BofA Securities downgrading CF Industries to end the list here today, guys.
Yeah, Chevron catching an upgrade. I mean, I think they might be back on with that Permian Basin deal. XOM doesn't seem to want a piece of. Actually, almost exactly flat on the day. XOM, though, like I know Chevron has the upgrade, but it's XOM that's still hovering on that massive level on the daily. Let me just throw up my trade ideas if XOM's going to do that for me. XOM, there you go. Let's pull up the weekly. And this is still in the attempt, and like obviously on a weekly chart, it has a very good shot of closing above this 120, although it is Wednesday, a lot can happen in a couple of days here. And if you pop this over from that to, let's go with a daily. I love this picture-in-picture. Like it's kind of a lot of fun. But then on the daily chart, it is actually holding the consolidation above 120. So I think this is still one that's on the radar. I only traded it the 1 day on the breakout off that 120 level. But any kind of weakness that comes into this particular name, like you've got a decent range. I'd put this on the trading radar more than Chevron because it just moves better. It's just a better day trading stock. I don't think we've ever day traded Chevron ever on the show, but XOM for sure. So the 120 level looks good. I just don't know if it's going to have the weakness to be able to get there. It's got a nice consolidation breakout if it can make a fresh high on this 15-minute, but it's been a couple of inside days in a row. So this would be an example of a name that has a chance to allow you to trade it based off of what it was already doing in the last couple of days. So volume, pretty light so far.
Yeah, we've really liked to trade XLE. I still have Alibaba up. This is the energy name for me. I still haven't gotten anything out of this, but I feel like we might as well start to raise a little bit here. As oil has been on quite the amazing run, the bull market run of 2024 in energy and gold right there. So anyways, both outperforming the S&P 500. There it is, XLE straight to the upside. Some of these names just continue to be amazing for diversification. You just nailed XOM, USO. We can check what that's happening today. On the real trading platform, we have nat gas futures, oil futures, everything. USO would just be an equity that you'd be looking to trade, and there it goes upside as well. So yeah, nice movements abound here. I like the story in energy. We still have some unsettledness in the world, unfortunately, politically, and that's going to keep oil, I feel like, high for now. And then plus some of these numbers that are coming out. I mean, if air comes out of some of the stock market, maybe people start to continue to put their money. I mean, gold is up 14%. Year to date. So that's beating the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 and continues to march higher. So all-time highs for gold should be another interesting play, especially if Bitcoin starts to fade out as well, as some of these asset classes start to get rearranged a little bit here. I mean, is Bitcoin an asset class? We'll find out as those ETFs start to think, add some validity to some of that. But 67, 68, we're still all in the mix here. I mean, we get super excited when Bitcoin goes to like 72, 73. We get super worried when it gets down to like 63. So being in the middle is kind of where I feel like right now, and stuck in the middle with coffee is Randy. So thank you, Randy. I'm pretty sure we can turn those.
Don't change. Both yesterday you changed it to a bull without me noticing, and I was like, no. Thank you very much, sir, Randy. I was close to messaging, but then there we go.
I messaged.
Just so you guys can tell we're actually drinking coffee, although it could be something else.
Yep. All right, so yeah, a couple different things to look at there. Tech, gold, energy, all coming into play. Again, we're still okay with this Alibaba. It doesn't seem to be moving, but you know what is moving, and we're gonna go over to the desk. We do not have a guest today or anything, okay? So was just Apple. Apple is pulling back in and making lows right now on the day. So despite the futures kind of holding up a little bit, like 20, 30 handles from the lows, Apple is trying to make the lows as well. And I think the major tech players were kind of following suit here as well. Yeah, so Google's all the way down. Someone said Meta was making a move. We just talked to energy. Let me just run over some tech names. Yeah, so Meta was the one that's been making the move back up to the upside. And then I think, we've been talking about a bubble and all this kind of stuff. I sold NVIDIA at 7, at 8, at 9, like all a mistake apparently, except for the last one, I guess. But any sort of a major dip, I really still think we should be buying more NVIDIA. So, and we talked about where we're getting close to doing that. So 810, 815, 820. We might even get there today on a crazy flush. Yesterday we had that monster move down. That was really well done from 850 all the way down to 830. That's $20 right there in about 20 minutes. And that started at the beginning of the day at 870. So yesterday at 9:45, let's just do from the open. I mean, that's the more dramatic play. So 875 open yesterday, NVIDIA. By the time, we were finished our second coffee probably, 10:55 down there. So about in an hour and a half, less than an hour and a half, you were down $45 on NVIDIA. And that was with no economic, nothing.
Exactly, yeah.
So today, this move kind of seems pretty muted, which is what I'm trying to tell everybody. Like, let's not throw everything to the floor here. This isn't like that dramatic of a move, but we are going to get some good trading opportunities today in every single name. You're going to get the banks moving because they have, like, we have bank earnings in 2 days coming through. Shout out to the recap show. Hey, it's me. We're going to be covering all these banks, and you're finally starting to fade out on this. So watch out when you lose this. Mr. Diamond, when's that hurricane coming, my guy? Your stock only went up like 40% since that comment. All right, let's go back over to the desk. It's 9 o'clock, and we can start doing the rundown.
You know, we were just reading a crazy story. Somebody bought apparently 70,000 Fed funds futures betting on the long side last night at the close ahead of this number this morning. So, ouch. Yeah, let's get into everything else we need to know here heading towards the open. Sharif's going to have a look at the market.
52.60, guys. That's where we closed off yesterday, but we are in a completely different area now that we've really retraced. We're below 5,200, 51.88 trading right now. The low this morning, 51.76. Unless we reclaim 200 before the bell, I'm going to say 5,200 as a level of resistance. Support a little bit hard to find here because we haven't been down here in a while. I'm going to go ahead and say that 51.25. That takes us all the way back to early March.
If you have not done so yet, make sure you sign up for the watch list. Super easy. Go to the website, tradertv.live. That pop-up will appear. All you have to do is enter your email address, and then you get that every single morning in your inbox. Let's talk about TSM. Was having a nice morning, minding its own business, higher after a better than expected earnings report. But yeah, the overall market going to be the theme here. Now back to basically flat.
So there are two good data points here, Brendo. One was the first quarter revenue, which they're projecting to be a lot higher than expected, about a 16.5% year-over-year increase, but there was specific to March. March was a monster month for them, apparently. 34.3% they're expecting with respect to comparing to last year. So that was TSMC. Also, Intel was in the headlines yesterday with their Gaudi 3 chip. It's supposed to be based on a 5 nanometer platform, which by default means they're not making it. We don't know who's making it, but somebody other than Intel is making this Gaudi 3 chip.
Yeah, trying to bounce right now a little bit, but overall the market looking like I might want to roll over here again. But now negative, guys, for TSM.
That like if you're in the chip space right now when you're flat, which TSM is, then it's still technically having a good day. So I came in today thinking TSM would probably be along. I don't think you marry yourself to ideas like that. Obviously, it was in the midst of a bit of a mini breakout. And then yesterday it actually held out some of those highs, like 43 looked really good. And you came back in looking at the previous close, it gapped up, and I would have been thinking on a strong number. Well, I guess on as expected number in this particular case it would be. I'd be looking at a higher low. I just feel like today with the positive catalyst for TSM, if I'm looking to short back into the previous levels that I would have considered long, then I don't need it to be in this name. You know, like I'm going to let sleeping dogs lie. If the market reverses it all, then TSM is probably a place that I want to go to. If we get back above 18.2 in the NASDAQ and start climbing and looking really strong, then this is going to be one of the things that I want to be involved in. You already went over NVIDIA. The chances that we get the 850 from yesterday it's not impossible because NVIDIA can move $10 if it wants to, but I do feel as if Micron was the one. Like it broke that 121 that I wanted for a flat bottom break. If that happened intraday, I'd probably take this trade and would be in it. But on the 830 number, I don't like getting wicked into like a technical level that I just like because it's been support or resistance for a couple of days. And then all of a sudden a number comes out. I don't want to be taking trades just based on a blind technical indicator on an 830 number. But after it's settled down, that support can turn into resistance for me. I'm already seeing 120.5 crest off here. So I'm going to get in for a shot in front of 120.5 to the short side on Micron. As far as Intel goes, had we gotten an update, I'd probably have bought. I would have been buying dips into 38 had the market stayed strong. But like everything else, like support turns into resistance, that 38 hold, that 38.5 up here that I would have been looking for strength to base off of, suddenly turns into resistance on this stock. Though the trend bottom on Intel for the last year and change sets up at about $36 on the daily chart. just underneath 36. And this trend line is held since February of 2023. It's been holding this trend line. That actually sets up, actually it's right at 36. I don't think we get to 36 today, but if we do, I'd be looking for a buy on Intel at 36 bucks. That's another $2 down from here. Seems unlikely though.
What's up to, what's his name in here? Altank? Is that what it was? Altank? Shout out to France. There he's shouting out Toronto. Shout out to Paris.
Hello.
And everybody out in there as well. The number one trade today, I've got Epic Pen over here. TSM is going to be right there on the sticky note right here. So we got that running through. We're pretty excited for it. 145 long. We wrote down all these levels, of course, before we had the number come out, so we'll have to readjust all of this. But I just feel like it's, you know, a nice pre-report there coming out today. We really, really like this name. I feel like we want to be long. We should probably already be long here. But the problem is the volume, pretty good, 700,000 shares, but the NASDAQ is not giving me much reason to go in there and buy at this time. So it looks like we're going to be almost dead right about this 145 level. Seems like we get there, then it bounces. Now we're really holding this 145. Feel like this could be a really, really big trade. Just, it's the number one idea on there. Part of me wants to take it now. We're already into Alibaba. We're already trading with a little bit of house money here. We only got out of a quarter up there so far. Wish it kept going, would have got out of more and would have put me into a little bit more confidence here with TSM. But I like it. And this is what I mean. Like, you know, it's 04 by 45 right now. So that's to get 100 shares. So you can close the gap and try to get filled on a dark pool or something like that. But ultimately, even to take 100 shares and lose 40 bucks just on the gap right now, on the spread, seems a little silly. So we'll just wait for it to settle down. Hopefully we'll be able to catch this name here at some of these levels as the market opens up. But TSM is sticky note idea number one. So we'll be on that today. Alibaba should be probably number one, but I didn't get to it till after. So we'll talk about Alibaba. That's why I'm in that one. I do feel more confident about it. But TSM right now, because it's a chip name, and because we've been nailing some of these chip names lately, AMD was stock 2 for me yesterday, and we'll see if we can do that. I know NVIDIA was obviously a great trade yesterday as well. We talk about that every day. Intel was a great trade yesterday, even after the meeting or the
event, whatever the heck it's called.
So yeah, TSM definitely on radar. My eye's going to be there for sure.
Just reading through some comments here. Fed's Bowman speaking right now apparently does not comment on monetary policy, though, so just heads up on that. There's a note that came out as well. I'll just read the title. Inflation poses risk of interest rate increase.
Really? Okay.
Anyway, let's talk Apple here. We were discussing a few angles surrounding India last week. Here's a couple more positive notes. First off from Apple, 14 billion worth of iPhones being produced in India so far this year. New report this morning from Bloomberg suggesting they continue, as they laid out and said they were going to move more and more production over to India.
What do we call this, Brendo? It's not nearshoring.
No.
It's India's far as hell. But we'll call it friendshoring here. So, yeah, look, 1 in 7 iPhones now is being made in India. This is by design. They're trying to not divest, but, look for other opportunities other than China with respect to who's making these iPhones for Apple in India. Foxconn, Pegatron, and now a newly added group. This one owns Jaguar, Tata. Tata is getting in on the action as well. It's creating about 150,000 jobs, and they're receiving a lot of financial incentives from the Indian government. So we'll see how they do.
Yeah, not a huge news story today. We were expecting this to come at some point, but Apple now negative, as it was with the rest of these gapping to the upside this morning.
The good news for Apple is it hasn't broken its major support level. Right? So, obviously almost everything's going to be down in a situation like this. You have the early March low was just underneath 168. The October low was 66. We're right down into that 68 level. So looking for some kind of a turnaround play that isn't a short to pop, a support till it ain't. And if we get down another like 50 cents, we got 20 minutes to the open, but I'd like to think that's pretty reasonable that you could be retesting that support on Apple just for like a nice little bounce play. And Apple's the kind of stock that it's typically not the most volatile. Like it's not usually going to go 4 or 5% if the market goes 2. If the market goes 2 and Apple's having a bad day, it might go 3 or 2.5. So I think it'll stay in the pocket, which means if we do get any kind of a bounce outside of that level, I mean, trading Apple anything but at 68 or 170 up here for a fade doesn't make any sense to me. So when you're down at this price, would you like a flat bottom break through that low? I mean, it's very, very tight around the 68 level. So I'd rather look for some kind of a long there. If we get it, we'll take a shot at it. I don't want to be catching falling knives. My style of trade at the open is ideally doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes you get that FOMO and just get in because you get in too early. No, but I'd like to see it do a wick, show me a little bit of a bounce, come back to the chart. Like, show me this where I can either get back in on a level like that or look for a long off a higher low. But that's what I would be playing off 168 on Apple. If we see those highs, 170, 170.5, yeah, it could be worth a fade. But I promise you, if Apple gets up to 170, I'm already short Amazon, I'm already short Micron, and possibly a couple of others.
Yeah, we've been really. Apple's been probably my top stock all week, just as a consistent basis. I think we've made more money on individual names, other than Apple, just on random sort of trading and stuff like that. But as you can see here, no, we want that. As you can see here, this little, here, let me get rid of this. This is my pen that I'm going to be using to draw with. But down here at 168, I feel like there is some support there, but on today's market, there's no way I'm stepping in. I don't know why my chart's not going back any more than this, but Apple is very, very tipsy here, could break, and when we do, I think we see 160. I see Hamster in the chat saying, you know, possible issues with the headset, things like that. I'm not, honestly, for Apple here today, if we're just gonna look at this, a move back up to, they're just obvious things, like what Neil was mentioning there, just these levels that I think we want to short if we get that opportunity. So 170, 169.70, just in this area, yesterday's close. I mean, the market's going to be red today, right? I mean, if we really bounce back, then we bounce back. But for right now, I'm pretty bearish on some of this. You know, we have TSM, we have BABA, we'll get to some of these. We have Tesla, we have Apple India, Tesla India. So we have a lot of India action coming on soon. Tesla could be another one of these plays that has had good news lately that you could find some bouncing spots here as well. So let's go back over to the desk, find out some news about Tesla, and see if maybe this is a name that we can get long in and around that 170.
Bounce right now, in fact, off that support from early on yesterday morning. I mean, the overall market about to make a low, it would appear. Oil taking out the highs. There's not much. I mean, Elon going to be in India coming up before the end of the month. Just, I guess, finalizing these plans as far as the manufacturing facility is concerned. More than $2 billion going into India. If you missed it last week, we touched on it. For a new plant there, there's been discussions going back to, I think, the middle of last year is when this actually started. So another company here moving in that direction.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, Brendo, I mean, it really started when Prime Minister Modi was in New York, met with Elon separately away from the White House. Look, Elon's going there to meet India's richest man. He goes by the name of Mukesh Ambani. I hope I didn't butcher that name. They're going out there. Elon is sending a team of Tesla reps. They're going to scope out different areas for the plant that they want to build. They're looking at places in Gujarat as well as Tamil Nadu for that particular plant. But they said this is still very early in the stages and nothing has been decided with respect to teaming up with this company, Brendo.
Yeah, we heard from Dara there pointing out that Jeffrey's note this morning with the downgrade. Piper Sandler actually maintaining overweight, I just see here. On Tesla, they did lower their price target, but still at overweight for Piper on Tesla.
Yeah, so I think when you have analysts that have very differing opinions on Tesla, you have to remember, and this is the unfortunate thing about analysts, is like you only get like, oh, you upgrade, downgrade, and a price target, and you don't hear their thoughts always. Some of them are just going to compare Tesla and be grading them as if they were like a legacy, like just any other car company. And then you're going to have some analysts that are like, no, this is not a car company. It's like a tech, AI play, and they're just going to have a whole set of different expectations, and it's not going to be apples to apples. So unless you know what you're dealing with there, it gets a little bit tricky to care about the analyst expectations with regard to Tesla. What we can care about, however, is this has been in a channel. I know it's volatile within the channel. It's a $20 channel, 160 to 180. I kind of thought the test to get to 180 was going to continue today with the 174. Like, it's kind of easy to see. Like 2 days ago, we had the rebound day. 171 was the long into 174.5. 174.5 was like the breakout to dip price. I thought we'd take another stair step to the upside or potentially on the number. We didn't. So this needs to get back above 174.5 or 175 to look good. It does have a potential breakdown underneath 171 as well. I do feel like if that happens, I'm probably shorting Rivian through 10. Rivian now within that quarter. I kind of wavered on whether I was going to put the order in. I just decided, look, it's already dropped 3.5% here. I'm going to get the order in now and just take it for like a third of the amount of shares that I would normally because of how big the drop is if it gets to that level. I just don't need to be all in on a break when it's already moved down 6%. So that's the order I'm going to have at the open. I'm not going to have orders on Tesla at the open. I want to see how it plays out in this $3 range. If the market just breaks lower and it breaks lower, then there's a decent chance I will be looking shorts underneath this 71. Prove to me that it wants to trade outside of this range. And the good news is if it trades out higher, I'd be looking for longs. If it trades out lower, I'd be looking for shorts. In the middle in Tesla, I'm looking to do nothing inside of this void. Let's call it like the void zone for me on Tesla.
So yesterday we absolutely gave probably the best trade for me off the open, and we didn't even take it, was this break here on Tesla. We talked about breaking the top there. We took Google, which turned out to be a banger. But also Tesla right here as well yesterday, breaking that high of 74 and then or 75, whatever it was in the pre-market there, and then just straight up. So again, today, if this market rebounds, I feel like it's very, very similar play as possible right here, like a 174.50 long break, something like that, 174.50, yeah. Like, I don't mind that as a break spot right there as well. So I feel like that's something that we could eventually take here today. 174.50 and change right there on Tesla. So let's see if that's going to be a possibility for us to grab that long. I mean, I'm close to putting that trade in. We only have 17, well, it's 9:17, it's only 13 minutes left until the open. The imbalance locator, I would say it's sell side here. Again, not very many names. Carnival's going to be there. They had a little bit of a move down on some negative press, yeah. So moves down here on Carnival from 16 down to 15 right now. Other than that, we're not really getting too many big names doing one way or the other. GM 80,000. There's Baba with a buy, so that's good for me. A Chevron with a buy. But other than that, pretty muted. There's Barrick right there with a neutral, so not much going on there. But for right now, we'll have to wait to see about this market. I do like Tesla getting long and getting excited through that 174.50. So again, probably a trade that will miss right off the open, but let's look at that level today, 174.50.
Well, giving back some of this gap now with the overall market move, but if you missed it early on this morning, Jack Ma coming out putting his support, I guess, behind the transition of company leadership. There's also a few positive notes from analysts as well. Benchmark with one. JP Morgan, I guess, was yesterday. I saw another one. I'll go find it. But anyways, nicely positive to start. However, things have obviously changed again.
Yeah, nice to hear from Jack Ma. We haven't heard from him since he really, disparaged the company last year and actually praised their competitor, PDD Holdings, who has obviously done quite well versus Alibaba. It's nice to say that his memo this time had a much more upbeat tone and he was praising some of the new leadership. So we'll have to see how they do. Up nicely this morning, Brenda.
Where is the trade, Sean? You're already looking at this.
I have it as, thanks, Brendo. I have it listed as the number one, well, I'll call it my number one. It's the number 3 idea. I've really liked Alibaba coming from this level here. They were up 5.5% yesterday. They're in China. Let me just move this down. Let's put this down here until we need it. We were up 5.5% yesterday, though, in Hong Kong. This bottom at 71, 72. I was talking with my guy Mateo in the back as well. We really like this play. Buying down here in and around 71, 72 bucks. Now you bounce above the 50-period moving average. That's down there at 73.50. So yeah, we're going to take advantage of this. I like the long as I was sitting here before CPI. And I was like, I really like the long. Where did we like it? We had the 200 period at that time was in and around 74 bucks. If you're going to look at a 20-period moving average, or it's 20-period chart, sorry, you're going to have this move, gap fill into 74. I think that's a good spot to start the bidding. So that's exactly what we did. And then down into here, I think this 73.50 is an awesome, awesome level. So we've written that down there. You can go find it on the sticky note. I just, gapping up, that's the play that I like. I like the gap up. If we could fill it, then let's see what happens. Breaking 73 would be a problem. And honestly, if that happens today, it happens today. I'm going to lose on a position that I believe in because this month it's been absolutely hot fire, and we're going to keep trusting what we're doing, man. And yeah, 73.50 would be a great spot to get long on this one. I probably won't buy any more 74s. We're already kind of long in this area. But, you know, on a dip down off the open, we are a huge buyer of Alibaba.
Yeah, the thing about that one, like it was the first one. It was actually the first name that I put down on the iPad. And it's not the first name that's on my note when I threw it, but it's the first thing that was there. And I put it fourth on the note, and it was the same thing. It's a 50-period moving average on the daily. And you're finally, like you're gapping above it. The last couple of times that this has tried to test it, it's essentially, like, it was above and pulling back in and trying to hold. This time, it's gapping above that level. So if resistance turns into support, I'm on the bid in the 60s here, looking for it to get down into the 73.5. So I want to be playing off of that. And then you look at yesterday's highs. Yesterday's high, 73.20 something, and then you go back a couple of days, that's like 73.20. I think that gives you an area to be buying into. That's 73.25. And the thing about BABA is it's entirely possible for the Chinese ADRs to go a little bit askew to what the market does, only because we're not likely to get, because Roblox had some news. I also want to mention NEO today. This is one that was going to be a 480 break for me. I'm thinking that's pretty unlikely with the number being what it is and it not being great for EVs in general. So I'll stick that one on the back burner. However, the short at 480 was good yesterday, so I would suppose can always go back to that well if there is a bump. But you know, when I sat down this morning, this was it was screaming to me a 480 breakout on NIO, and things have very clearly changed at this point. So you have to make that adjustment.
Just seeing an alert on Rivian, back to 1025, so down 3.5 already for Rivian this morning as well. Let's talk Roblox here, teaming up with PubMatic for immersive video ads on their platform. So this thing's actually holding up quite well here, considering the overall market moves to almost 3%.
Yeah, as you were telling me off camera, 71 million active users per day, looking to monetize some of that, obviously. They're going to restrict all their ads to individuals 13 years of age or older. I don't know what the demographic is on that platform, but the PubMatic Incorporated, which is doing their ads for them, trades under ticker PUBM, if you guys want to have a look. And also, Roblox will report on May 9th, and it's widely expected for them to post a quarterly loss of 53 pennies.
Just noting, 10 is actually the bigger level. I couldn't remember if it was 10.25, but 10 actually the bigger level on Rivian.
Oh, you really threw me there when you said 10 is a bigger level and you're just talking about Roblox. I'm like, I would hope 10's a big level on Roblox. If Roblox even sniffs $10, I think a lot of people will be backing up some trucks. The volume might be a problem early on because I'm not seeing crazy pre-market volume and a bit of a spread on Roblox. But I'd watch if 40 can hold on a day where the market's weak, that's the 50 period. There's no bid offer here at all. Like, you know, couple of hundred shares, I think, at each level, starting at 40.10. You can see that there has been a good consolidation. It didn't really do much damage when the number hit at 830, which is a good sign for Roblox. So if this holds 10 at the open, it would look like something that can be a long. You know how I feel about Rivian. I think you've got a chance that you see that $10 level. It's already bounced once. Actually, check that. That's not true. It's bounced. It bounced once recently, and then the second time, but it also bounced in February. So it's bounced a couple of times off that $10 level. If it gets there again today, I'm still looking for that breakdown through 10 even. If we see it, we'll try to hit it. It won't be SSR or anything like that. So when it breaks, I think there's a reasonable chance. Like you're getting 98 or 99 when that thing breaks. I think that's like 98 is probably in a worst case scenario for something like Rivian. Plenty of liquidity. It's done well over 1 million shares already in the pre-market here as well.
Yeah, we've talked about Rivian at that $10 level. Definitely something that we'll want to look at. Look, Roblox. I mean, let's go. This is again, we really like this stock. It's trying to break back above the 50-period moving average. We've been talking about some of these bases down into here. You know, again, it's been holding this $35, $36 level. We came right back in. There wasn't too many names that have come in to some of these levels. I mean, now, after today, maybe, we're getting some names that are coming into some of these levels from the fall. But Roblox did, and now it's taking this out. Again, I feel like the big concern here is the age restrictions and privacy issues and things like that. So if they can try to address that, get more ad space going. I like Roblox. My kids are all over it. I continue to support the company, both financially and in the stock. So let's wait to see what happens here. $36, $37, a great long for Roblox. If we get a dip buy opportunity, even into yesterday's close, I kind of like that as well. $39. It's now $9.25. So let's take a quick look to see if there is anything on these imbalances right now, moving the market one way or the other. We're still nicely in Alibaba right now, which is 30 cents in the money. So we'll take that for now. Pfizer with a sell. There's TSM with a buy. Already $1 in the money. But again, we didn't want to sit there and take it. Like if this comes to sell, then it goes $1 the other way. So watch out for 145 on TSM coming through. Alibaba was just there somewhere. Intel with a buy. So that's another name that's on watch a little bit. But other than that, man, Lucid a buy. Yeah. So far so good. Oh, we get a lot of talk about SoFi sometimes. That's only at 760, which is pretty good. I know it's down today, but we had a nice move up to $8 yesterday. Watch out for SoFi possibly getting some love today.
Yeah, SoFi could be an interesting one, and we've been talking about that for a while. It just doesn't seem to want to get going. We didn't really mention crypto much. I mean, a little bit. Down, IBIT's down 2%, but remember, crypto is a 24-hour market. But if we do get back and retest this consolidation we're at the close, that would be one thing. Would be hard to imagine it gets back above those levels. And if that were the case, that it gets anywhere near there, I got Coinbase on the radar here. Like that 240. It's about 242 was the bottom, and then in here to like 45, 46. Like that's where I'd be looking to grab a little bit short. I see Intel. I mean, 200,000 buy and bounce on Intel isn't huge when it's done 1.2 million, but buy and bounce nonetheless. It's starting to creep back above afternoon support. This is a name that had the good news yesterday. It went from like a short and more of a short to a sort of a screaming long, and then when it got to that 38.5, where it fell from, right back to short. So it was a good trading vehicle yesterday in either direction, just as long as you had it with the momentum either way. So I feel as if with the good news, if it can hold this range at the open, I'll be looking first longs. I think Intel's in the bucket with TSM, where they had some good news going for it, and it's not nearly as weak as some of the other names I'm looking at. So I want to at least initially look for longs above 38, but it has to hold. You got 2 minutes until the open. We're going to see a wath of volume come in that isn't reacting that hasn't reacted yet to the numbers. Ooh, I just got Micron, so we wanted Micron back into the 121. This was a name that I thought was a flat bottom break, but I didn't put the order in to take a flat bottom break at 8:30 because I don't like doing that on an 8:30 number. So Micron coming in here, I want to be short back into yesterday's. Well, technically, yeah, yesterday's lows, but also last week you had multiple bottoms here off of 121.
69.50. Yeah, we'll put in, I mean, I don't think we're going to get anywhere near AMD. I was just looking at 169, as a possible move to the upside here. It's at 167. Well, now it's at 166.50. So we could have moved up there $2 for sure. NVIDIA, again, with a monster move the other day. Every day it seems like it has a big move in it. Yesterday's bottom looks like it's going to get broken, potentially off the open, but that's 830. So that could be, is that another smash level? 850 was awesome because it's a option level. Everyone looks at these, 850, 900, 825. It's just, is 830 one of those levels? It seemed to be that yesterday. So that could be another one right there. But again, a move back to 850 is not out of the cards either if they want to buy this market back. So just, it's about being patient right now. We have some Tesla trades that we like. If we can get back in a little bit on this one as well into the 170 area, although that seems like a little bit of a rush as well to get to there. So only 30 seconds to go until the U.S. market opens. Apple dancing around that 169 level as well. So that could be another trade. There's so many things that could possibly happen in just a few minutes. The only name I'm in is Alibaba.
Seconds. As we get the countdown on, it's a Wednesday, it's hump day, it's CPI day. Let's go, Adara, in 5, 4, 3, 2, and there's the ring. Subdued ring. I guess when it's a down market, we get more of a subdued ring out there. I want to check NVIDIA first because we're in that Micron. Okay, I wanted to short a pop. If we get 850, if it goes to 850, it goes to 850. We'll be kind of calm with that. Intel can't hold 38, so not an early look there. Amazon, I was looking for a short back into 184. That's a possibility as it comes into 183 and a half here. So that's a possibility it could come into that 184 for Amazon. Getting pretty close.
All right, we're buying a couple dips. We just got a little bit of TSM, but we are going to wait. We don't want to be, weak hands at all right now. I feel like if we have this, we have this. Alibaba's not open yet. Is it? No, not open yet. So it's just dancing around. When this opens, you're going to see hopefully a monster winner on this trade right here for Alibaba as the market's trying to figure itself out. So far, so good. Not doing a whole heck of a lot. Just checking in on AMD. So the temperature right now feels kind of muted to me. Any kind of bumps up would be nice. Maybe 167.50. Let's just check out on NVIDIA quickly to see what's going on there. 838. Again, watch out for a monster flush in this name if it gets going there. I don't know. Alibaba still not open yet for Alibaba. So they're going to figure out how high to open this one up, and then we'll deal from it from there. So far, so good, man. 30-cent winner in Alibaba, 30 cents in TSM. It's 2 for 2 to start, but that's about it.
Yeah, we just got in and out of Micron. Same price, though, but we didn't. It never broke 121. And I just saw it, 121 and a half, and I saw it go above that 50. I'm like, okay, we probably just put the wrong stop order in. So I'm going to get right back into it. Amazon has not hit. NVIDIA is getting into the 840 range, so it's starting to scream up. But Intel is still holding underneath 38. So nothing doing over here in terms of that strength. You check back in on a TSM, and I'm not really seeing anything going on too crazy there. It's actually pulling right back in. So you're getting some strength in the chip names that I wouldn't have expected. I would have expected to be in Intel and TSM. You're seeing it in like the Microns and the AMDs and the NVIDIAs. Let's see what's going on with that. Oh, is Neo's the other name that I wanted, but nothing up there in the 480 range. So we're going to have to play the patience game with NIO. 480 was yesterday. We'll go 48 again today.
All right. I mean, you guys can see we've completely switched up our style. We'll go 2 for 2 so far. There it is, an early dollar winner. So that's it right there for TSM. The number one name on the sticky note is $1 to start with. Alibaba as well still does not appear to be open. So yeah, so far so good. Let's let TSM sort of do its own thing here, and yeah, that's that. So let's check out on AMD right now, trying to get back up to the upside. Let's go TSM, man. We are really, this is what we do. I don't know, I mean, you guys have noticed this, I hope. But right now, AMD, nice move to the upside. We'll have to settle that down. We're waiting at 169.50. I might even cancel that. I'm gonna cancel all my offers right now and just let these things sort of cruise around. We're gonna go 2 for 2 so far here. Very early days, man. It's 9:33 right now. Intel, if that can move upside, we'll do that as well. I know Neil had that Micron, so we'll look about getting back inside of that, and I know you're in Amazon right now. So 2 for 2 over here. Let's go find out about Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon just came in at 184. Micron took out that 121.5, so that was the one we wanted. We'll go red on it. We'll give up yesterday's Micron today, but here comes Amazon into that flat, the other flat bottom break into 184. Are you sure Bob is not open?
Neil, man, I have a man of integrity.
No, I'm looking at the level 2. It's just it's 3 minutes in. It's a bit weird. I looked over at it. I have the level 2 up now. I'm not thinking we're getting that 74 anytime soon. Tesla was the other name that we had a nice level on, but it doesn't hold above the 174.5. But a higher low, I said I want to be a buyer above that price,
There we go, it's
which
tanking.
sets up a 75 break. So it's open now. It's not really tanking. It went 20 cents. But Tesla, if it holds above 174.5, that now sets up a 175 potential breakout trade. So I'm only in Amazon as we speak. Nvidia never came in to 850, so nowhere close. NEO never came to 480. It's still at 462. And as you were saying there, Alibaba holding 74.
Yeah,
I'm at 73.5. So, I mean, it made a move down at the open, but they held that open for quite some time, which is a little bit, it probably doesn't mean anything, actually.
We got out at 56 there of another piece, so we only have half of our Alibaba right now. Just as it was opened up. Shout out to my friend Nimit. What's up, Nimit? Yeah, no, man, energy's fine. I told you, this is completely different. You know, we are now just chilling. We are letting the results speak for themselves every single day here on the show. So, yeah, we don't need to get too excited. We'll stay level-headed, and we're doing our thing here. So, let's just see what happens with Alibaba. Hopefully, it goes back up to the upside. And we got another reload position, but we didn't get out the first time. So here comes TSM back into these levels. We want to get a little bit more, if we can, of course, as we mentioned, down into that 145 area. So right now it's good. Temporarily, it's only 935. We heard from, and again, this is part of me changing, right? On the market recap show, we had Brian Shannon on, and we talked about waiting for a little bit, you know, when you're into your trades and being very, very patient with them. And again, we also talked about believing in what you're doing. So we're just going to keep doing that. And if we're wrong on something, we're wrong on something. But that just really hasn't happened lately. So let's be confident. And if today's the day that everything sort of hits the fan, that's the day that hits the fan. But we're 40 cents, 50 cents in the money on Alibaba. We're 30 cents in the money on a reload of TSM. And as I said, the numbers, the positions, and everything will hopefully speak for themselves. And Adara will speak right now.
We're here, Delta Airlines, DAL now up again about 3.5%, so recovering pretty nicely with nice volume here off of the open. They did report an earnings beat, and they are set to have their conference call from what I'm seeing at 10 a.m. So keep an eye on DAL as we're about 25 minutes from that call, guys.
DL, we didn't mention, obviously the only earnings name out there. Nice move, but $50 is your breakout. If it can get through 50, I think that gets a little bit more exciting. Intel's now in the range. It just held that 38 level for the first time, so you're now seeing a consolidation and a breakout above. So I'm going for the long
Don't worry
above.
about that.
And
there it is.
Tesla as well. Amazon just came
$1,
out, but Tesla is holding, no break, never mind. Tesla was right there, it was about to break. I had the order in to go, but I feel like every time I have a breakout trade and then mention it, it doesn't actually break the 75 level.
And it seems like every stock that we seem to mention these days produces something. I don't know, man. There's $1 for Alibaba right there. We'll take that. There's $1 for, we're 2 for 2, both dollar winners. So again, guys, trade however many shares you want to. It's 937. If you put, you know, numbers on these, then you're probably done right now. You know, you don't, like I keep saying, you do not have to sit here and punch keys, millions and millions of trades just to put up L's, okay? Find your levels, do your research. This is what it's all about, man. These are the two names here. It's 937, both names dollars. So let's just keep doing the grind, man. Keep putting in the work. That's what we're doing, man. We're not getting sleep, but we're putting in work. Here we go. TSM, nice move one more time here. That's $1. Baba's $1. Let's go do some more work on Apple right now and see what's happening with Apple. So Apple down there, down into 168. Notice how we left this alone. You know, we're getting into some levels now where potentially I could get interested here in and around 168. Moderna's a nice little mover here today again as well. We'll look at some levels there for Moderna. 108 and change right now, pulling back in for Moderna. Down that 3% right now. Okay, maybe TSM is really, I mean, that's now, let's go. Now we're $1.50 in the money on your number one trade idea, as discussed here live this morning at 8:30. As soon as it got thrown over to your boy, TSM, that's what we're talking about. And there it is right now, $1.50, $1.80 now, going 70 cents in the money right now for Baba, $1.50 in the money for TSM. All things seem to be well today. And I said to you guys, don't panic. You know, I sound like some Aaron Rodgers action over here. You know, stay in your pocket there, man. We said this was not a huge move. And there it is, man. Nice move there for TSM. Let's get a piece out at 147.15 and then just move off of it. Good trade so far here today. Market could still do absolutely anything, as we all know. So, yeah.
Speaking of moves,
So far, so good.
NVIDIA tagged 860.
Boom.
$860. See, like yesterday it was
Let's go.
875. Apple just came into evens. I got 11s in front of 168 even. Intel at 38, so we're into that. I didn't think you would get above 850, but there was zero trade there. It saw the level, it broke the level. By the time I even saw it was at 850, it was at 855. So the next level up is like 870, where everything started from yesterday morning. So 24 hours ago, if we get back to that price, this is a screaming opportunity, I would think, but I got to get over, it's not there yet. We'll get over to Apple. We like the dip buy off 168 in Apple. We waited for it to get there. It's relatively weak to the market, so if it gets to VWAP, I have to keep that in mind here for Apple. So I'm going to get some offers in front of 168.5. Wow, that's insane on NVIDIA. The other one that's going, AMD back up at 169. I like 170. I like 170 and a 171 for that stock, so that could actually come into play any second now. So gonna be patient with those two. I'm still looking for a dip off support in BABA, although it's not really giving it to me just yet. Intel, we mentioned already holding right about that consolidation level. So it held 37.75, started at 38 even. I'll be adding here at 37.75, but watch out. It's the chip names that are going ham. I'm going to make an assumption. Yeah, SMCI went $60 to the upside. That feels a little bit heavy as well. Just double checking the levels. 931's resist. It's actually $20 away still from resistance on SMCI though.
Another one.
I mean, there it is right here. We're trying to get another one going here. We're in SMH. Let's just see what happens here for this. We're in this short. We just shorted it at 40s. It went all the way down to O's. We now have a bid there to see if we can get something out at O's exactly. So here it comes in right here. We'll put another 40 cents on the damn board. What? Whoa, almost dropped the mic. What exactly is happening here? 3 for 3 on this side over here. And we get pretty excited once again because, hey, guys, you know, we're here to make money. We're here to put on a show. This is exactly, hopefully, what we're doing for you. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I hope you've got some great trade ideas from Neil and I so far here today, man. 3 for 3 on the board. SMH now 40 cents. TSM $1. Take it if you want. Alibaba 50 cents right now as well. So, I mean, let's go. You can see the numbers. You can see what we're putting up. I just hope you guys are having a good time and taking advantage of some of these trades here today. 147.25 for TSM. Because we're short, actually, I already put an offer there, didn't I? Because we're already short here on the SMH and really starting to, oh my God, Neil, we're going to have 3 trades and all 3 might give everybody that club right there. We'll see if we can go 3 for 3 here as SMH coming back in. Good look, hopefully on NVIDIA. We'll see what we're doing over there, but how's the trading on your side?
I'm not in NVIDIA. I said NVIDIA 870 was the level I was looking at for NVIDIA. It's actually ARM, which might be on the radar. NVIDIA is looking a lot stronger. And then someone in the chat, and I didn't catch who because I was going through all of the names that I liked, ARM already rejected underneath the resistance level that I like, which is underneath 128. So I'm going to put it on under 127. Apple's still bouncing off. It's gone 15 cents in the money. I'm not taking it there, but it's holding that 168 level nicely. But it's a big breakout on NVIDIA, and maybe we do see 70s, but I'd rather look at something which did not break out those tops. Still want to stay relatively patient here. Intel's holding on. Now you're starting to see NVIDIA come back in. I feel like ARM is just a better bet because it did not break out that top. It actually rejected it. You have the ES and the NASDAQ still down a point. Well, the NASDAQ still down a point. And I never got into Alibaba, but it's starting to, like, it just held 75. If it bounces off 74, then I will change my tone about 73.5 being the entry spot. Apple still holding here. Okay, ARM just came in. Apple still holding here off 168. We're going to take some out at 40s. We're going to get that. We're going to get out in front of 194. And Intel starting to make a bit of a dance higher. With Intel, I want it stair step up. So if it's getting higher lows, I want to get 38. And if it can hold above VWAP, then I want to be adding off of VWAP. If it's going to do that pattern, I think there's a lot of ways it can get to 38.70, and that's about 70 cents. That's 2% move on Intel, and there should be multiple longs if it can do something like that.
All right, we're going to go down to 22.50 here. I didn't even, was looking for other opportunities, and we should have put a bid on SMH there. I didn't even realize it was coming into the 200 period, so we'll put a bid there now and see if it will fade back into that level. So this was another dollar, as we just mentioned to you guys, in the money right there. There goes TSM. By the damn way. Sheesh. Sheesh is right here. It is, so far, so good. We'll put the trophy over here, keep it here for now, and see what we can do with that. But so far, so good. SMH could take this trophy away, but we'll see. Nice move here. We're going to get out if this breaks the high of 224. So in and around there, the market is starting to go back to the upside right now. That was an absolute monster on TSM, your #1 trade of the day. And this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to speak confidently when I speak to you guys every single morning about what's on here and what I'm doing and what the trades we're trying to do. So there it is. What's up, Yoda, my guy there? This shout out right here, as this always reminds me of Obi as we go. But there it is right here. TSM 145, the #1 trade. I said probably Alibaba could have been the #1 trade. Have confidence in what you're doing, and then you'll be able to put up numbers. And that's really what it is. Get confident. Bank of Canada interest rate, I think, coming
in right
now. So we'll have that dropping for you immediately because, of course, the U.S. market will care a lot about that.
Unless
overnight,
you're trading something dual listed, you don't care.
Right. So nobody cares here, anyways. So right now, TSM, it looks like it's unchanged. The overnight rate there in Canada, unchanged. So we're not getting any movement there. That's no surprise. There it is, though. What a good out there for TSM. Fire off the hot dog cannon. I mean, I hope you guys can see what's good, man. Here goes SMH back down to the downside. Now, again, give it to us. Geez, shout out to Nimit. Mad appreciation for you as well, Nimit. And there it goes. Wow, we are really on one. And just thanks for watching. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Man, I really like the new Sean.
I love it. I like to see it. And this is what I love talking about too. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I'm about 1 for 3 today. That said, it's actually not that bad. If I had fought Micron, I got to pull up the Micron chart for you guys. If I fought Micron, here's the deal. It would have eventually worked. I could short it all the way back. I could load up into it, but I'm short here. I'm out if it holds above that. And you just got to be able to do that. Now, I just got back of a reload into Apple, which took out 168. So we scalped Apple for 35 cents, and then it took out the low. So stay disciplined. That's what it's all about. I don't feel I need to change anything if you already have like internal discipline. But I'm back into Intel as well as the market comes back in here. I did miss a chance. Look, I wanted ARM at 127. You can obviously see that ARM did not get to 127. So I'm looking for the place. I thought I was patiently waiting for an ad, but it looks as if I'm going to have to try to get it inside of the range as opposed to getting those tops. So I'm going to stay with it on ARM. It might be the wrong call, but I prefer in a move like that to short something that never broke out, because to me that means it wasn't as strong as everything else. So that to me is going to be ARM. Just double check. Tesla, I've canceled my order. Tesla's not breaking that 147 or 175 level, it looks like. I do want to have it if it gets back, but once you travel a good $2, $3 away from a breakout price, the last thing I ever want to do is leave that order in, because I feel as if then you'll get it as a surprise, and that's not the way you want it. If it goes up $4 in a row, I don't want to be punching the top in that move. Suddenly you're looking at that bottom of 171 on Tesla. Orders in for Rivian, it's not there yet at $10. But this is exactly the range I did not want to trade Tesla in. I wanted to trade it outside of this 171 to 175 range. Once it breaks out, I'm taking it, and I don't care which direction. It's feeling like it could be that short.
All right, it's 9:48. That's pretty good. So far, so good here. All right, what do you guys want to look at? You're welcome, Rob. I mean, thank you to everybody, honestly. Thank you to Nimit. Thank you to Rob. Thank you to everybody there in the chat. I mean, like we said, you know, trading is not easy, as you guys can clearly see here. It's just sometimes when you're doing stuff, it's making sense to you, and you got to just keep on doing it. Like that TSM out. You know, right there it's just levels, just playing levels. So it's the #1 trade idea, it's playing levels. Alibaba, the same thing again. You know, it's just taking that 74, getting up to 75 again. We still have a piece of this one, but it's just giving those opportunities every day in this market, which is why it's just such, honestly, a blessing to be able to be here every day for you. I tell that to you, and it sounds like a joke, but I'm serious. Like being able to be here, to be able to trade, provide, do all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's really nice, but it's also nice to see a different market every day. And today, we're getting one that's pulling back in. And we are bounced off that 18,000. That's why we did a little bit of a higher look earlier about what to expect with this market. Down to 18,000, up to 18.4. That's been the range. We've actually pulled back for you guys. There it is. What's up, Sebastian? Thank you so much again for that. Yeah, that's what it's about. That's why we're doing this. We have a more Trader TV live station there as well. You could see our positions. You could ask us at any minute what's up with anything that we've been trading. So I just want to thank everybody for all their continued support, man. And we're just going to keep on doing it every single day. SMH dealing with itself right here. AMD probably a short. We did put down AMD here that we wanted 170 short. It does go up to that 169. We left it alone. We probably should not have. So mistake number one, not shorting AMD. But we don't have any other mistakes, man. We're 3 for 3, and they're all absolute monsters. So again, congratulations to everybody. Stay with us. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's just keep doing our best.
That's all you can ever do as a trader. I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like whatever is a good day for you, bad day for you, in between. You're absolutely right, Timon. I might get Rivian at 10. But the thing about that trade is a breakdown doesn't happen until it's actually at $10. So, like I said, the order's in. I'm probably going to get 99s. Fading into it actually isn't completely ridiculous. And if I did, it would be a VWAP trade at this point because it's 950. That's when I start to think about range bound. And if it's trend down, then it sets up for me perfectly. 1030 would be VWAP, and then you got a high here of like 1040, so you're risking not a heck of a lot to play it back in. So it's either a 10 break or I can find that trend. By the way, Tilray's day 2 SSR, it's back through $2. I am looking for an SSR bounce there, but I hadn't looked at it till 2 minutes ago. Adara?
Marin Software here trying to break out of this earlier range. This one announcing that they're upgrading their integration with Microsoft Advertising, so they're getting a move up over 100% today, MRIN, guys.
Yeah, we were just saying there's so many good trades at the open.
Something else.
Oh, something else. No, I'm just saying in general. I mean, no matter what you're trading, man, you had so many good opportunities at the open. And that's what we're talking about. Trading is also about getting the right opportunities at the right time and being able to execute against them. 100%. Like, that's so important, guys. All right, so AMD 169. We could try that. It is making that move back to the upside right now. We did already, like a boss, get in and out of. We have the top and the bottom for TSM today. I mean, we have the top and the bottoms. Let's call it right. Bottoms and then the tops there for this. So that's been pretty good. I'm going to wait for 169.50 or so. Oops, sorry, I'm on the wrong stock. For AMD to come in. Okay, so it just did right there. I'm not trying to play too much around with this, man. We are short right here, right now. We'll take something out if it dips in. We're short. All right. Oh, wow. I mean, right there, nice little move. We're short at 169.40. We'll take something out in the teens there as it just drops in again for us. So maybe this is some kind of a top. But again, we wrote down 170. So let's try to be a little bit patient and see if we can get something up there and then get stopped out if we get real aggressive in and above that 170 marker. So just a little bit of a level there. We'll see if we can respect it on AMD. So that's also probably doing something with NVIDIA, right?
100% it's doing something to NVIDIA. NVIDIA's now at 68. Now remember, it was 875 where NVIDIA was 24 hours ago at the open, 23 and a half hours ago. So this is pretty much it. Like the Alamo to me is at 875 level. If it breaks 870, I'm not looking for a long break. I'm looking for a failed breakout at this high. If I see I should probably take multiple shots at this and be willing to take multiple shots. So maybe like a smaller position in front of 70 would be one way to go about it. And then if it breaks, do a little something else. I'm going to go with that one. I got into Tilray as well. So remember Tilray, day 2 SSR play. If it gets underneath 70, it's like 97. I'm jumping out of that one.
Oh man. I mean, let's see if AMD can get down again. We just got another fill on AMD in the teens. So it's happening again here today. We did reshort SMH, but let's just wait to see if this one is the one that really wants to get going. I'll put SMH up on another screen here just to see. So we just shorted that again. It came back into our level. We got out of 2/3 of that, so we'll put another piece back on, 222.50 and change. I mean, we can just sort of scalp this out. Like I said, we're just trying to put up something here, see if we can like get a little carried away with some of these shorts. I'm not 100% sure if this is the short today or not. It seems like we're trying to battle back. That 18.2 has been a sticky point for us as we've discussed this. Here it comes. So here comes SMH. Our target out is still 224. So we are starting to get up to the upside right now in all of these markets. So just watch out. We've still got Alibaba long. We do have SMH short. But here we go. That's 18.2 coming in like crazy right now. These are some good levels. 18.226. Maybe you want to hold out for, but the market is starting to get to the upside. We have more SMH shares now. Our average price is 76. So right now we are flat on SMH. Let's just take, we just took out a 69 there. Let's put something in the 50s. If we do get a push down on SMH, we'll be pretty happy with that. But right now, it is starting to get up to the highs. There it is. So look, there it is. Okay, so it'll break. So SMH breaks right there through that high as the market gets going a little bit. Okay, it's coming back in. I'm already on AMD right now.
Here comes
so,
NVIDIA.
Yeah, here comes everything just roaring right back. Wow, you cannot keep this market down for very long, as it seems like. So SMH will turn that around, get out there at 224. I'm still thinking about getting back in, but AMD is the one that's here near 50 and having a little bit of a problem. So let's put on another little piece here in the mid 40s, and then still wait for that 170. Oh no, so SMH.
Oh, no way.
All the way back in just a little bit. Let's take this against 224.25 or so. It just got a little extended there. We're back in SMH. And what a win that is.
NVIDIA just tagged it. I was sitting there. I didn't order above for the breakout, and it just tagged 50s and came right back in. So
50s again.
So no, 69.50.
Oh, 69.50.
No.
Okay, I was gonna say, if that
69.50.
tagged. Okay.
So it was right there. It was for sure. I mean, I say for sure, but it didn't break. So it hasn't broken 870 just yet. I'm going to go for a small position in front of it. Although with the resistance, now it's not even giving it to you. Probably the only chance is to get something in the 20s or even at the evens just to be able to get into this. Because this could, like I said, 875 is the Alamo on NVIDIA. So I want to give it some kind of a chance for a failed breakdown. VWAP is now at 850 is one way to think about it. You got $15 to VWAP on NVIDIA. Intel's still holding flat.
Yeah,
ARM is now at that resistance level from yesterday in the afternoon, so I have both of these off of pretty big levels. Tilray hasn't moved. I'm still long at, I have 02s to the long, and it's at 02, so as long as it can hold on to that $2 level, I think we're going to be okay there. Amazon, I want to go back to that. Yeah, Amazon actually held 185. So I probably got away from this a little bit early. It's a lower high. This does make some sense. I should be back to this well. Let's see it maybe retest 185 up here, and I'll look for a short off the 185 level. But obviously, NVIDIA, when you're in NVIDIA, your first concern is NVIDIA. So we saw this 875 yesterday. We're going to give it some room. I was looking for a failed breakout above 870 to pull back in with VWAP being so far away here. We totally forgot about Roblox, but I'm not going to be looking at that. So shout out to you, Classy Kent. Roblox is relatively strong. They had that advertising news. I'm going to assume it's going to continue to go with the rest of the market as well.
Wholesale inventory is coming up at 10 a.m., so we're going to get that in just a couple minutes here as we just continue to sort of watch out what's going on. SMH does, guys, take out that high. So SMH goes one more time through that level of 224. So completely not the right play to be short this market. We thought it was. Now we have numbers coming. I mean, you just talked about NVIDIA, so to talk about all this. And we are getting closer. We're just short on AMD right now. We're trying to work this up. I want it to get up into 170, but it doesn't seem to want to do that. That was like my next area to really start to load some shares in on. So that's a little bit of a level there for me. Let's see if it hits at some point here with AMD, but here it comes back in. I still want to get into SMH, man. The damage isn't that much because we had this early win, but we are going to turn red on that name, so we will slap a red name on the board. So yes, human is what we are, and today that is going to be a red name, but look what's happening right now. Let's see if we can get a little bit of revenge in the semis right now with AMD short right now with a nice play. Did you say you were short NVIDIA? It's starting to now pull back, so far so good here.
It's still right here,
Right.
still at 70-ish, so like 69 bottom, 71 top. I'm short ARM at 26 and a half. It's at 27, so it's still holding the high end of the range. So we are short a couple of chip names in here. And the NASDAQ, you've been able to see SMH with Sean. So the NASDAQ is right at pretty much afternoon support, like 18.2. So if we're going to turn, I mean, this would be the spot. Because if the NASDAQ doesn't hold here, the next stop up is like 120 points. And I can promise you this, if it goes 120 points up, we're not still in these two shorts. I see absolutely no path to success there. So, I mean, NVIDIA never even, I think 71's a high. Sorry about this wick. But 71 in here is about that high. So it didn't get close to that 74, 75. If it pops down in, I got to be thinking VWAP to 60s. We never really got any other shares in there because it never got to 875. Intel's going to probably test the lows. If it does, I'm going to jump out of it. But we're about 2 in the money on NVIDIA and looking for a little more than that. I got to think this should be an 860 play. If anything. If we're going to pull back here, I think it should be 860. Amazon was the other name I promised you guys if it got back to 85, or I promised myself. If it fails 85, I want to be short back in. It's just too big of a flat bottom to not look for that opportunity on Amazon as we're going to Adara. It hasn't disconnected yet.
Did get that those inflation numbers out today with regards to CPI. Now we're waiting on wholesale inventories month over month, expected to come in at 10 a.m. Previous number for this negative 0.2%. Consensus and forecast both coming in positive 0.5%. So let's see what number we get here for these wholesale inventories month over month. For now, quickly, we'll just take a look. Oh, I think we just got the number in there. Perfect. 0.5 is coming exactly in line here with the consensus and the forecast. Earlier today, we did get that higher than expected CPI print. Right now, though, the SPY trying to recover a little bit from that fall we had right at 830, seeing some higher highs and higher lows here for the S&P 500. Names to keep an eye on today include Roblox, RBLX. This one announcing that it's tapped this ad technology firm in order to help work on its video ads for its platform. We also have Boeing here on watch, down about 1.5% here, getting some price target downgrades today after yesterday hearing that there might be some investigations into it, 787. So more bad news for Boeing brings this one to the downside. Lots of names to keep an eye on, guys.
All right, so by the way, if we just never got stopped out of SMH, what are you supposed to do? There's another dollar club member right there for AMD, and just another monster here. It's too bad because we do have one red mark on our day, and that's SMH, and that sucks, but so far so good. Oh, Alibaba's actually just pulled back in. We just got a fill down there on Alibaba. So Alibaba coming into 74. What's up with that?
Is it?
Nice move down inside for Alibaba. We are now long at 10s. So we'll see if we can get something out if it does want to climb back up to the upside here for Alibaba. I mean, okay. All right, so this is the level that we wanted, so let's see if Alibaba can hold. I mean, where is the problem? I thought 73.50, so we've already sort of got this. We only were holding 20%, or 25%, sorry, out 3 times. Now we'll put that back on, and again, not a huge position. I was still looking at 73.50. We did like Alibaba down here at 74, so let's try that. But this fall back in is a little bit strange for me on that one. But honestly, guys, this is what it is today. I don't know if you got back in there with NVIDIA or not.
I'm still in it.
You're still in it, okay. So
it's at 66. Oh, I have a stuck word. Okay, no, it's at 66.5. There I just had, just slow printing NASDAQ sometimes. So it's looking like it's trending back into that 60. It's very strong relatively. I just got some out on ARM. ARM's back down to 126, but even that, like it's an upward trend, and you're seeing some bids pop in there. The NASDAQ's clearly at resistance. You'd think we'd be able to get a better move. If it cracks 165, I put a trailing stop on in here. So if it gets through 65, I don't want it back up through $865. Oh yeah, Tilray. Not to forget about stay off the weed. Well, okay, in this case, stay on the weed. Tilray holding the $2 level. I just got filled at 6. I got filled at 6 without my midpoint getting filled. Well, that's an idiot, whoever filled me there. I want to get 8s, 10s, 11s, and if it breaks 15s, I want something in front of 20. Now NVIDIA has cracked that 850 level, so I'm just going to adjust my order and trail it back through 865, looking for that 860 print.
all right.
Thank you, Randy, for the reload.
Yes, thank you. You keep missing the guy. I keep calling him. I called him. He comes like Batman there. He put the signal out. The guy comes. Thank you so much, Randy. You the man right there for sure. So.
I needed it. I'll say it later, but it was a rough night in the Roberts household. My daughter had a big fall at the pool yesterday, and she's tough. She's tough, but it was a rough night. I was kind of emotional about it. Oh, didn't you hear me just say this didn't just disconnect all morning?
Well, that's good. I'm glad that she's feeling better. Yeah, I got
No,
about.
she's good. It was just, she banged up her shoulder and her elbow and her hip and all that stuff. But she's good. 7-year-olds are tough, man.
She has the Neil swimming ability, or no?
No, she slipped on the.
She's actually good at swimming.
No, she slipped. No, she actually slipped. She wasn't even running. She slipped.
Oh no.
On the
Well,
deck.
that's the problem.
It's like, she was not running. I couldn't even be mad. She was not running on the deck.
Yeah, that happens. I got about 4 or 5 hours of sleep. I'm not getting much sleep these days either, so I don't know. We'll have to see.
Get down.
With that, yeah, let's get down is damn right. Wow, right.
Except for Tilray.
About that one. Look at this, man. Alibaba. We just got a nice little fill down there, so we are now long at 73.80s on Alibaba. Let's see if that can do something here back in. So Alibaba, nice little trade so far, as we did get a little bit of a reload back down there right now. So far so good here as we continue to go. So all good on this market. But what a good trade there for AMD. It's too bad about SMH because that is really, really tanking back in. P&L number one here today will be, for the show, will be AMD maybe. I know you're in NVIDIA. We'll see if I can overtake that. TSM right now as well is a big stock for us here, as is Alibaba.
Or I just jumped out, and maybe it's a trap, or a trick in this case. But NVIDIA flashed right at this level, 863. It sort of flashed a buyer in there. So I jumped out, and sometimes I ask the question, if I was flat, what would I do? If I was flat and thinking long, I'd be considering dips into the higher low. So we'll see if we're right about it. ARM is the other one that we're in. Wanted to give that a bit more breadth, but we took the L on the consolidation short in ARM. And this is what happened. We had Micron on the upside, took the L on that one. We had Amazon, we took the L on, not back into Amazon yet. But we waited for ARM to get up in here. It never really tested that high. We grabbed the 27 area in front. Now it's getting back into VWAP. So I want to see 125 and then lower. I just feel like the way that ARM reversed yesterday, yesterday it did a breakout at the open and then dropped $10. So I feel like ARM, to be able to get to 123 is only $4, and we should be able to capture that. Just checking back in for you guys with Tilray. I feel like this has a chance, if it can just do the range. All I want is yesterday's range. You give me back into yesterday's range, and I'm a happy camper. Hold 2 and get to $2.25, and that'll be enough for me.
So I'm kind of surprised that nobody sort of recognized this here today, but I'm going to give a big shout out to the International Day of Pink. I'm wearing this. So right here, this is a day. This means a lot to me because we have kids in school, obviously, and I think it's pretty important. Against bullying, discrimination, all of that. It's the International Day of Pink. So from me to you guys and from everybody here at Trader TV Live and Real Trading, we're representing, we're showing up for everybody here today. International Day of Pink. So there it is, man. Again, against all of that diversity. So let's just support International Day of Pink. Shout out to everybody out there. So we've got you. We've also got you right here as well as far as Alibaba is concerned, because there it is again. It's another 40 cents back in for Alibaba. So good trading here for that one. Again, we really like this trade. We've liked it for a hot minute here on Alibaba. We bought that dip. We talked about wanting to get long at 73.50. So of course we're going to take a 75 fill, right? So that's a good little level there. And there goes Alibaba right back up into some of these levels that we like one more time. So again, there it is, man, as we go. So nice trading so far. And yeah, thanks for everybody there. Yeah, it's kind of like salmonish, salmon pinkish right there. But a big shout out. Thanks for all the recognition there. And we'll just keep on being what we're being around here, man. And well, there it is. Okay, so here it is. A nice move up there for Alibaba as we continue to do damage on this name. Let's take something out at 25. This has been one of these days, man. Like we said, good karma follows you around. And right now, we've got a little bit of that mojo happening here for us. So good so far. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. We are really starting to put some damage in these boards up. $1.25 in the money on AMD and another 50 cents in the money for Alibaba.
Yeah, so look, I mentioned I got out of, I'm holding it, look, I'm going to hold on to ARM for reasons stated, but we did jump out of NVIDIA, and there's still some buying going on at that 863. I saw someone in the chat saying, get out, I'm going long NVIDIA, and I think it's not, if you look at the pattern, it actually isn't ridiculous. Sorry about that wick, it never got to 940. If you're long, for your sake, I hope it gets there, but I'm not taking it. Amazon was the one, and it's right here retesting the 185. So I need to see it fail this price because suddenly it's looking a little bit stronger than it was. But if it fails out here at 185, I would be jumping into a short underneath. Tilray just gave another fill, holding out. I'm long at 2s. It's at 7. My next offer, I think, is 9s and then 11s. We'll see what happens there. CompuCare team, good luck to you. Pfizer's a long. That's not the one I was going to talk about. It was actually going to be the pullback that's happening in Moderna. Boo to you, Moderna. But this was a big, big rally yesterday. 105. I mean, if it was a level yesterday, it could be one here today. But we didn't mention this at all. I did mention XOM. I'm probably about to go cancel my bids now on XOM. XOM's taking out the high. So I was bidding in front of 120. It looks like in all of that mess, I might have missed getting filled by about 30 cents or so on XOM on the dip buy. But I was clearly preoccupied with a bunch of chip names at the time. I wasn't even looking at a level 2 of XOM. But if you got this one to the long side, congratulations. Now it just looks like it's going to break out 122. And I'm sitting here waiting for fills at 120.50.
So yeah, part of what we do around here is plan our trades, be risk managers. And shout out to Brian Shannon, who was on the show yesterday. We talked all about exactly that. And I mean, look, you want to talk about planning trades. I mean, TSM, like I was going to say, Alibaba, and AMD. These are, right now, I'll check, I think NVIDIA might be in there as well, 3 of the top 4 names, and these are the only names I've traded. And then I also have what I'll have to look again, but SMH could be the biggest loser as well. So we do have a couple of the biggest winners, and then we have SMH. And that's what's going to happen. You know, like I said, be confident in your trading. I was confident in SMH, but it did take out those levels. It got right back into that pre-market. We should have done a little bit better on that level there, but unfortunately, we just wind up getting out a little bit too early there at 224. We could have held it to 224.50, but like I said, that's been something that I have to deal with, is like trying to figure out what the right amount of share size is so that I'm not going to punch out. But again, punching out saves a lot of money. And it's done that for me very, very frequently. All right, so here comes AMD. I am bidding right here at that bottom one more time to see if we can get a 168.30, I think I'm at. Yeah, so 168.30. We're there right now. We'll see if, well, it already is. We might as well hit this because we like it to, and why not? There it is. So there's the dollar, and there it is again right there. Face slap it out. So there it is now officially. AMD, Alibaba, and Taiwan Semi. Right there, 3 trades. We have 3 trades on. They're all sticky notes. You can find it at Trader TV. Sean, go back and look over the last couple days for them as well and do some work on that one. Shout out to CompuCare team. Shout out to Mr. Long Shorts there. Yeah, so again, yeah, anybody that's, I mean, that's why we're doing this. That's why we're wearing, it's not why we're wearing it. I like the shirt too, but we are wearing it today for that. So again, a big shout out to all the dads, parents, everybody out there celebrating today. That's very, very important. So
yeah, you get that laid out the night before, like we did the same thing in our household. Well, she picks her pink shirt now because she has a couple of them. I think it's important. When we were in high school, we had a really cool club called Students for Students, which was all about that. And you know, I was like, it's just one of those things where, you know, ultimately, I've even seen it on the trading floor. But supporting each other is what it's all about in the bigger sense. But when we're supporting each other, that means we got to be listening to some other ideas that are out there. And it came by. I don't even think I was looking at Roblox. It was on the watch list, but there are a few people that have even now just said, "Hey man, what's going on with Roblox? I don't think we should be ignoring this one." That $40 level, it's now held. So like this is, look at the open, like look at the heartbeat on this thing. I mean, it's up at 40.80, it's back down to 30.96 after the number, and then it's back and forth. Now suddenly you have some stability above the $40 level on Roblox. It's the 50 period on the daily is also $40. So you have a lot of confluence. I feel like I'm just using that word way too much, and thank you, Obi, and everybody for that. But it's true. No, but it's true. Like, you're looking for multiple reasons to like a level. It's also the 50 period. So $40 is starting to hold. I want the long off of this. I am short still in ARM. My next bid is at 125, probably in the 20s. Let me just double check that. Yeah, and it's at 50. So one more push and we get our second fill there. But I want this long on Roblox. So good news from them in the ad with respect to ads. Tilray is very slowly gliding higher, which is what it does. It's a $2 stock. Like, it's just going station to station here. Now it's consolidating at $5. I have one offer at, I said 9, but it looks like it's at 8. And then I'm offering here at 11, which is the afternoon high yesterday on Tilray. This is a day 2. They reported earnings with a big miss, actually. They were down like 20-something%.
Yeah, they were down. I think
was
20,
nasty.
yeah, 20 exactly or something like that. Yeah, not a
Well,
nice,
actually, I think it was
not a
more
nice
than that,
day
to be honest
for, I don't know. Not a nice day for Tilray yesterday for sure. Not a nice day any day for cannabis names, really. We did have a nice run in them, but again, very, very news-based stuff there in Can I Bus.
Yes, you can.
All right. Yes, you can. Right now. All right, so there it is right now. Nice move back up to the upside. I'm here all day, ladies and gentlemen. Besides the morning, or besides the afternoon, when you will have both Adara and Sharif, who's around here somewhere. He will be here this afternoon. Okay, so there it is, $1.70 now in the money as we have a bunch of fun here one more time with you. Alibaba now 70 cents in the, I mean, Travolta's like, hey man, what exactly is going on here right now? Are these even real fills? But you guys can see that that's exactly what's up right here on the day. One more time. It's been a good one, nevertheless. SMH, though, has been the bad one for me. But let's move off of that and go to something else. We've been looking at Meta for a minute recently. We had that great 519 call yesterday. We did not take it. That's kind of been the high today, 520 or so there for Meta. Nice movement up and down here today. 505, wow, okay. We got real low on a lot of these names, man.
505?
Yep, and now you're right back into 520, a possible short area. What is the market? So the market's trying to fall down in. We almost have $1 and $2 right now on AMD. We are taking some more out on Alibaba potentially right here as the market is getting a little weaker now. Let's take one more piece out on Alibaba if we can get it, and then we'll just kind of do the magic that, there it is, we'll just kind of do the magic that we've been doing, looking for good levels to trade off of. So, yeah, super chat. I didn't see what your super chat was.
I just found it. I scrolled for it. Thank you for putting it back in there. And shout out to Bears versus Bulls, who's actually constantly making sure we don't miss these. Shout out to you, T-Money, and blessings to you as well. Appreciate that. We don't ask for the super chats. As a matter of fact, the only thing that we do ask from time to time is if you're enjoying this bad boy. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. And I'm not going to say what you said that gave me the idea for the next one I'm going to shoot, but in the last 20 minutes, 100%, you said something, and I'm going to shoot a new one based on that theme, but you guys won't figure it out, but I'm going to get Fabian. Fabian's on the 1s and 2s by himself, so once Ramin is back, probably needs a little more time. We're going to shoot some more new ones for those. Mr. T's getting kind of played.
Yeah, I don't think we use it that much, but I do pity that GIF. That is for sure. Okay, so what's up, Nicola? Yeah, the #1. Shout out to what we talked about yesterday. The #1 EV name. Check this out. We brought this to you guys yesterday. We're still just, I mean, we are stone cold chilling right here today, guys. So we'll just continue to do that. But we do have an update, man. The trophy has been taken away, and I'm just going to hit this and leave it at that for now. All right, so right here, there's us leaving yesterday. We thought we were pretty cool there. And then this is what I was looking for right here. The EV performance right now of the year is our friend Nicola. So Nicola, congratulations, man. You are the EV champion that we all thought you were. Up 25% year to date there for Nicola. Everything else is red. So there's not another green EV name this year. The worst, of course, is Fisker. We've already talked about that to death. Rivian, maybe. Neo, maybe. Xpeng, Lucid, Polestar. Any of these names could be following some of these names, or they could maybe be really producing like Nicola and get back up to 25%. I think it's just, I say this all tongue-in-cheek because a lot of it is obviously where the stock has come from and where it is. Yeah. But it's just sad state more about the status and the state of some of these EV names. And we've really ignored them the last couple of days, I feel like, trading. But Tesla, I can go back. I should probably do this.
Rivian.
We give you guys like useless things all the time. We should probably actually tell you names that we're positive and negative on. And I actually think that Tesla has been a pretty good stock. I get the feeling like NVIDIA and Amazon might be my #1 stock over the last little while, but Tesla's really been traded well as well. We just haven't gotten it in the last couple of days. I was waiting for 170. That didn't really come in there. If we're going to look at a longer time frame here and maybe zoom this in or out a little bit more. So there's the bounce. I guess 170 was probably a little bit too shallow. We could have taken the 200 period there at 170.75. But I was really thinking that 170, just psychologically, we've talked about sort of being in the middle here with Tesla and not much actually going on. So 169-ish, 170 or so there for Tesla would still be my area. And then I don't really want to short this name. I actually want to break through 180 and take that trade. But I think if we can get anywhere near, maybe even this 50 period at 175 right now, we do have a little bit of resistance up here in 175, 174, and that was proven a little bit there. I don't know if we actually spiked up to that. Yeah, I guess we did. So 174, 175, yeah. I think we like that short. So if the market gets going, I think I like that level there on Tesla.
I was about to say I still like the short on Rivian, but that's at 1030 into 1035, which it's about to get to right now. So it's kind of an interesting coincidence that you mentioned that at the exact moment I wanted to get it. I took a tighter stop short trade on Amazon. We took one shot at it here for about 50 cents. This time we risk a little bit less than that, but it's a stronger stock in the moment. So I feel okay with a tighter stop in that situation. It's a much stronger stock going into that level, as it's about 1020. But if we do wick this, I want to be able to take a couple of shots here underneath, like that whole red to green moment, which would be at 186. But as far as Rivian goes, as I just mentioned, yeah, I'd rather be into here. So if it breaks 30 and holds above VWAP, I think VWAP doesn't matter to me as much as the consolidation underneath 1040 and wanting to short the top end of it. ARM is holding at 125.50, so it's about $1 in the money. Tilray's still at like that 6-7 range. NVIDIA, which we got out of, is right back. So the buying was relentless at $863 on NVIDIA. And sorry, this chart would look much more impressive to the upside if not for this wick here. But that's $40 that NVIDIA moved. So the fact that it even pulled back $5 or $6 at this point looks pretty good. It's about to retake that top. If it breaks out the high, I'd wait for 75 before I think about shorting this again.
Very much to the downside here is the IWM Russell 2000 trying to curl back up here, but still down more than 2% on the day as of right now. Lots of small cap runners, though, on the horizon today, including Marin Software, one of the strongest here, up over 150%, with a strong catalyst, too, announcing some upgrades to its Microsoft advertising integration. So nice mega cap connection here, sending MRIN to the upside. We also have here a nice look here for ADIL Pharmaceuticals, ADIL. This one now up about 70%, and now it's some positive data for its alcohol use disorder treatment. Last but not least, no catalyst on this one that I could find, but Infobird, IFBD, some decent attention on social media, and a float of about 1.34 million shares. This one has run in the past, and today, IFBD running again, guys.
All right. We are now almost $2. The chip names are really coming in a little bit here for sure. Oh, sorry. We're on ACB. By the way, Aurora Cannabis is ripping right now, up to 720. But we are now almost $2 in again on here. Let's come on, AMD. Almost $2 in as we just touched that bottom again at 167.50. So watch out now, as we say here for AMD potentially breaking this damn bottom. I'm not going to let this one go. I want to get this back. It's not. I really like trading SMH and TQs. You guys saw me hit those futures yesterday. It was absolutely monstrous. I think we want to do this again. CGC and ACB both really popping right now as we get the Weed Batman back into the building here. And you could spark one up if you're long these names because it is worth celebrating today. Up 5%. Up right now, 5% for CGC. Up, I think it was 11% or so for ACB. 12 now, starting to go through that $4. Through that $7 mark now goes Aurora Cannabis. Yeah, nice movement again on this spot. So watch out for MSOS. We've talked about some of the weed space names here. Hard to trade. I don't know if they're hard to trade or not, but this is a little more steady if you're looking for investments. But if you're looking MSOS, not X. Right there. So MSOS is the name you're looking for. A little more steady on the daily chart, as you're going to see. But again, not the movement that you're going to experience in those actual equity names that have huge short floats.
That plays both ways, though.
Yep, and definitely plays both ways. And what doesn't play both ways is AMD. It's only playing one way, short right now. Look at this trade. You want to talk about an execution like Bret Hart over here. I mean, up at 170, this is the level that we wanted. We have it. We're holding on to it. We do only have that 10% left, but still, we're putting up numbers. AMD will go P&L 1. So that's it, man. We waited for that. Look, my best stock and the best stock on the show today, 169. We waited for it till 953. So this is part of what it's about. You know, making those trades, being able to hit them when they're there, and I don't know. I mean, you can also get blown out if you hold too many shares for a long time. We talked about that with the SMH. So things got to go your way, but when they do, it's good. And, you know, ride the wave. Like we say, man, if you've got that hot hand, just keep doing it. Keep seeing the charts the way you are, and hopefully you'll be able to continuously print. I'm thinking about a 168 out, maybe here on AMD. But the problem with me is, as we all know, we have these trades, and then we get out, and then they just rip up like the rest of the day, and I'm like, wah, wah. So, you know, we got out of TSM for $1.50. At the time, we had the bottom and the top, but we got out of it, and now we don't have this long anymore. So I'm thinking about the same type of feels here for AMD. If this market really does crack lower, I mean, we may not get a reload. Like, I want this to get down into 166.50, 166. So if I just get out now and then we tank, I'm just not sure where I'm going to get short again, unless we get back up into this VWAP, which if we do that, then that's enough reason just for me to get out and then possibly reload anyways. So
This is identical chart here.
just holding a small little thing there.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering if you could have gone
You
exactly.
can overlay on this.
I
by
know.
the way.
So
I
here's
just
the
don't
thing.
know how.
No, you can overlay in
hit
Pro 8,
this.
but if you do the overlay,
Yeah.
it goes to a percentage chart, not the prices. So then it's not really going to look how
Wait a
I know
second,
how
shape
you.
type candlestick.
When I did it, I couldn't make. Okay, well, go for it. But basically, all I wanted to say was it's doing the same thing in VWAP, where if it breaks, I think we get the low of the day. But if it doesn't, I don't have a re-entry that sets up the way I like. Now, for me on ARM, I like both shorts. I like the short off of the consolidation bottom, and it did this move to consolidate. It broke out the high, get out, and then shorted again off of this level. I get lazy drawing these resistance lines, but you can kind of clearly see this is a little bit under 128. So just imagine that line's a little bit tighter to that low, or at 128 even. But yeah, I like that resistance level. I tend to take like a couple of swings at it, get to stop out and wait for the next level up. But I do think we have an opportunity. So thank you to ACB and CGC for being good. And thank you to Tilray for being SSR. Because it's short sell restricted, all I wanted to see was it regain the $2 level. Once it did so, I took the first available dip, which was 1s and 2s. It's filled at 12. I have another offer in here in front of 15s. If it gets to 225, I will be out of everything. Although I just realized I don't even have an offer out there in front of 225. I'm going to get one out in front of 217 as well. So stay on the. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. I was going to hit this one. Or possibly this one as well. Although I don't really, in the old age, not so much anymore. But yeah, big moves to the upside. Tilray was down 20 some odd percent. It is SSR. I think that's the reason why it's getting some carry to the upside. Just means you can't hit the bid to go short when it's short sell restricted unless the last print was an uptick. Sometimes that means you get a relief rally, and that's what you're seeing here.
All right, cooking up trades is what we're doing today. So what's up to Chef Joe and everybody that's here with us today on a day where we're going to be 4 for 5, I guess. No, TSM, BABA, AMD, 3 for 4. Again, loser on SMH. So we'll lose pretty much the same on SMH that we'll wind up making on Alibaba, giving us AMD and TSM as our positive names. Yeah, so I did overlay it. I think it's fine. It does show both of them as percentages, but there's the chart. So yeah, nice move up, nice move back down. I could change these into lines, which might look a little bit better.
I think the line might be easier.
But
it doesn't matter.
How
That's
the hell
you
do
get
I?
the point.
The problem is now how the heck do I get out of this? All right, so maybe if I just switch.
I didn't want to do it on my show chart because I was like, if I screw,
yeah, I just have to get rid of it. No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm
No, it's all good.
all right, so AMD still $1.50 and BOBA 50 cents. I'm just going to clean this up.
I wanted to just quickly jump over
There it
to
is. Remember,
NVIDIA.
pretty easy.
Like it's very tempting when you hit something to want to go back and go back into the same well, but it's not really setting. And this is the good thing about trading. You're not forced into a trailer. Just because it went well doesn't mean I need to go back into this well. It's gliding higher low, no test of the good price up there at 870 and above, no real retest down at the 850 level. So let it do its thing and just be calm about it. If it does get back up and break those highs, fair enough. And we'll get back over to that. We did not, I don't think we even looked at Google in that 155 level. So Google actually looks pretty weak. And this is the concern for me with Alphabet would be if we just got this hot number and Alphabet just yesterday tagged the 52-week high and turned around, like, is this a name that like, could it really even have enough strength to retest that high? And it's already relatively weak. And I'm over here on Amazon. Did I get back in Amazon? No, I did not. And Amazon looks okay, but Google,
Oh my God, why didn't we?
Google's weaker than Amazon. Down 0.7 versus 0.5. Amazon retraced all the way back into yesterday's bottoms. I mean, Alphabet, when it pulled back, it did not pull back even close to as much, and it's putting in lower highs. Lower highs, to me, means a trend to the downside. So I'm kind of favoring Google over Amazon. And let's find out what's going on in the world of crypto, as we should, with Adara.
Yeah, this interesting note yesterday here. A couple Bitcoin ETF issuers, including most notably Jan van Eck of Van Eck, so the HODL or HODL Bitcoin ETF, saying that they think that SEC is likely to reject Ethereum-related ETFs. So just some interesting notes there. A little bit of bearishness with regards to the prospect of those Ethereum spot ETFs. In terms of Bitcoin itself here, down now below 69,000. So this is could be the second red day in a row if we continue this move to the downside. Yesterday, basically erasing any of the gains that we did make on Monday. So bit of weakness with BTC continuing to see a little bit of rejection or resistance here at that 70,000 plus level. Right now here, Bitcoin at 68.5, down almost 2%. Ethereum a little bit weaker here, down 2 2/3%. And below that 3,500 level. BNB up about 1% right now here. Solana down about 3%. Ripple down about 3%. A lot of these crypto names weaker rather than stronger, with Cardano notably down about 5.5% right now. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
Oh, I just saw, well, as it was on that page, I saw the inflation thing, so it's got to be real. But Roku and Palantir, Kathy Wood picked up. I hadn't noted that story, but when the market goes down, she picks something up, to be sure. So we just got that 17 print. Thank you very much, Tilray. You're not going to go to the moon, but you can go a little bit back to where you were yesterday. A small fraction of what this stock was able to do to the downside, but that's all it takes. Long two. I had 201.5 as an average price with a stop underneath 98. So we're going to get 97s out. It's about 4.5 cents worth of risk plus the fees for punching out. Once it got to that 5 to 8 range, we start taking out, and then we're going to hold in for this high. So it can't go red for me, but we're very close to 225. And once it gets there, I'm out of this stock. Like, this is like go here to here and get the you-know-what out of Dodge, take the money, and run for Tilray. And at that point, like, maybe look at if I want a continuation in the weed names, it would probably be in the ones that were stronger, which is like your ACBs and your canopies of the world.
All right, I'm going to Traderverse symbol. I mean, it would be kind of cool if we were able to, we'll talk about this in our meetings, but like provide to you guys like what our top symbols are for the month or for the week, P&L wise. That might be cool. So I'm going to try to do that and figure that out for all of you right there. Okay, so look at Uber right now. So we just shorted this. So it's good so far. I don't know if it's going to be good for very long here, but Uber right now, we did take out a dime. It did go 20 cents into the money for us. I'm waiting out for 75. I think would be a pretty cool little level there to see, but that's something to look into. Uber right there, 75 with a little bit of a drop off there. Underneath VWAP, under the market. Although the market's battled back, Uber kind of having a little bit of a hard time. But I'm just trying to play it against that 75. So worst case scenario, that would be what that is. The market's going up now. So we're holding VWAP. It looks like we want to break higher. I mean, the long for Alibaba seems fine. But the shorts now are definitely in question. So AMD just made that move basically into... I mean, if you take away that first move off the open, we really got into like days low there at 167.30. We're short at 169.50. So that was $2 and change in the money. So let me just put something down there. If we can get that, let's just grab that at 167.40 right into here. Call it a trade and then just find something infinitely better than that. So we'll see if that can come in right now. But so far...
NVIDIA's breaking the high.
Like I said, NVIDIA's breaking the high. Okay, so that's good to know. AMD, again, starting to get back to the upside. I still want to short more of it. But like I said, it's in here for a reason. We wanted the 170 short. It came up to that level. We shorted it, and it's, like I said, the number one symbol. So, what else are we supposed to do? Just to put on more shares, I guess. But, we're still happy with it. Let's just wait to see what happens now. Uber is really my latest entry into the building. What's TSM doing? 148 at day's high. I mean, damn, you want to talk about a trade. That was sticky note number one today was TSM. First of all, the podcast. We're going to change the podcast up a little bit, I feel like, so we're going to get ready for that. And then we're also going to keep on acknowledging that if you're looking for trade ideas, watch list. Neil has his morning note. And then we also have out right now the sticky note that comes for you every single day. And look at the trades on here. TSM long. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? Intel short didn't come up to 40. I'll look at that again maybe in a minute. BABA long and AMD short. So it's bang, 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 no trade on Intel. So 3 for 3 here. And really...
Should have been 39 on Intel.
Shout out, it should have been 40, but yeah, we can look at it at 39 again. But yeah, so that's what we're doing right now. Maybe Disney. I know you're looking at ARM. ARM's been a really good name as well.
Oh, shoot, Disney. There was a trade I was going to...
117 bottom. Yeah, 116.40. So, again, even on this name, we had sold this name. Not all of it, but we got out at 120, 150. Remember, we were feeling kind of bad about that. We did get some out at 115 that one time when it ticked up to here, and then it ripped. So we did get something out up here, but we're still in this name. Disney, I still like it. Now, there goes AMD. Okay, boom, there it is, your $2 winner right there. John Travolta saying, what's exactly going on over here? So let's just floss that off right there. Grab another $2 winner for us. And we talked about the chip names, man. Number one stocks, weed names, chip names. Trade the names that are actively moving, and that's what we've been doing, and allowed us to have, like we mentioned already, a pretty good month around here.
I wanted to say something about Disney, but it looks like there was no missed opportunity. But on the daily chart, this is a long consolidation here off of the 116 at the bottom, 119. You can call it 120, but I think it's more interesting if it can even break that 19. So. Doesn't seem like it has to go another full percentage point. Go green and then go 1% from here to get to 129, but it's worth it. So, sometimes you get sort of caught up when there's so many things to look at, and an idea you might have had comes into play a little bit later. Big reversal on Coinbase. Obviously, it's a little bit different at 250 than it was when we sat down this morning. The nature of how it got here, I think, is completely changed. And if I'm going to be patient about this, maybe I should be waiting for the 54 level or the 60 level, or at least play it by ear. It's 10:40. This is not the time of day that I want to be rushing back into or rushing into anything at this particular point. Like either it's an A+.
The Russians.
It's like an A+ level if I'm going against the grain, or I want to be joining the trend. And I don't think 250 is not an A+ level. I think 260 is the A+ level and has been on Coinbase for a while, as we were mentioning Kathy Wood selling some shares, and it coincidentally double topped at 260 when it was noted to sell some shares. Like the reason I like Amazon is its resistance at support, and that's one And much like Google or anything in this round, when you're at those highs, are we really going to be able to punch through those tops? For any of the big cap tech names, it's been an impressive rally, but as long as you're in the pocket underneath some of this resistance, which we still are, technically speaking now, on Amazon at 85, I want to give it that shot. If it breaks out from here, I'd have to wait to 187. So we're going to stick to the 3 names that we're in, although Tilray, I don't necessarily see an obvious place to add. I had said NVIDIA made a fresh high. You know what? Maybe it might have missed by a couple of cents, but it did break 871 again, and it looks like it wants to break it back out into the upside. If it gets to 875, I'd wait for that. But even Amazon just sort of came out. I've taken 3 shots at Amazon and have not hit on any of them. But thankfully, like Tilray will be able to make up for it, NVIDIA will be able to make up for it. You just want to make sure that your losing trades are not as big as your winning trades. Because you would have seen me go like 0 for 3 or something, but then all 3 wins have been enough to get you back into that sort of Greenville. And it's not always going to be the way. Sometimes you get like an A+ trade like in NVIDIA, the 850 breakdown. That's a better trade than the short today was. Because the breakdown trade just goes instantly in the money. You're not worried. You're not going against the grain. You are with the trend because the trend was down. The against the grain trades are a little bit trickier. That said, sometimes that's what you're going to be doing. Sometimes your levels are going to line up and you might have to go the other way. You have to give me a hand signal when we're ready for a dare, guys. My earpiece isn't working. But until we get there, the NASDAQ just took out 18.2. So you're now trend to the upside in the overall market. Just want to quickly show you. You're now trend to the upside on a 60-minute, but same thing with my 15-minute in here. Like you're now breaking out these tops. Let's go over to Adara for Sector Watch.
Some notable weakness here across the board, of course, after that CPI print, but a couple names, a couple sectors sort of keep an eye out in terms of positivity. Mainly going to be here energy minerals. We do have a little bit of strength in this one. We did just get those oil change numbers. XOM here leading this group to the upside. It's also a little bit more flat here in distributor services. So given overall weakness, even a couple flat names here or flat sectors are worth pointing out. Industrial services also slightly stronger on the day, but lots of weakness here across the board. Utilities notably red, consumer durables as well, process industries, transportation, health technologies with the exception of Eli Lilly, pretty much all of these to the downside. Finance also continuing this weakness as we head up to bank earnings, kicking off the Q1 earnings season. We're going to get those starting on Friday, so certainly a sector to continue to keep an eye on. Also worth noting NVIDIA, relative strength here in electronic technology and otherwise red sectors, so contrasting what we were seeing earlier today before that CPI number. Also weakness across the board here for tech services, so pretty mixed bag here, guys.
All right, 10:40 right now, and if you guys were wondering what was for lunch, let's do it. All right, we did cover that AMD, obviously, down there. It's still hovering around the same spot. Alibaba's 40 cents in the money, and Uber back in. You know, you grab some Uber Eats. Maybe there, a nice little short there for Uber. Okay, wow, how appropriate. On the day that we are wearing pink, happy International Pink Day, as we've already talked about that over and over and over again. Shout out to everybody celebrating that today. No. Okay, and Siblings Day, according to the professor. But you did not know it was International Pink Day. I did not know it was Siblings Day. So here we go. Right now, herb-crusted salmon fillet. So there it is. With basil lemon compote, which is nice. Steamed new potatoes and green beans. So I'd say it's a pretty good one. We will slap a chef on that herb-crusted salmon fillet. Not bad. We'll take that. Nice little move there. We'll take that. I like that. As long as it's not a cold piece of salmon on top of the salad, I'll be happy with it. Alibaba still trying to go upside right there. Absolutely took care of business there on AMD. And again, we keep saying it, another green day, good day over here, nothing to complain about, and you guys can see the trades that we're throwing down. I just hope that you're able to put some trades on your board as well.
Absolutely. Look, they're not going to put a salmon. If we get salmon on the salad, it'll be tomorrow, not today. That's how, I'm not making it up. That's literally how it goes. Although yesterday, I thought the salad was pretty good. Like they had, whatever.
The rice was the nastiest.
No, the rice was bad.
Had.
The salad was actually good, you know. But there was some kale in it. I'm a big kale. I love raw kale. I know that's weird for some people. I get it. Some people really don't like. I love raw kale. I could just eat that crap up. And it's good for you too, man.
Correct.
Vegemite's better for you. Oh, you weren't here, Sharif, but actually that Vegemite, we should probably not have that on the desk anymore. Because I don't think anybody's going to be eating that anytime soon. And I promised somebody,
Not I.
actually in the chat today, and this got overlooked, I made a comment when we were at the lows. I said, if NVIDIA goes green today, I'd be very shocked. And then someone said, you should say, suffering succotash, I was wrong. So I can't do it that way, Fabian. Maybe you can. Suffering succotash, I was wrong about NVIDIA. NVIDIA is at 871, so it most certainly went green, and it went even further green. I only went short, and it managed to work out on NVIDIA, and I finally got rid of that wick. So now my chart is not ridiculous on NVIDIA. It looks like it wants to break the top. Remember, it was 875 where everything started to fall apart yesterday's trade, just 24 hours ago. It was 875 down to 830. We were back down at 830. Everything was doom and gloom. And look at this thing. Now it's hunting for 875 once again at 1045. I'm in ARM right now. So as this gets back into that 127 level, got a decision to make. If it gets up here and tests that 28, like these highs, then do I want to reload it? If the market's too screaming to the upside, NVIDIA is continuing to break higher, I might not reload this. There's just no need to at that particular point. But I would wager you can sort of see the difference between ARM and NVIDIA. ARM was at 135 yesterday at the open, and it's making a lower high. So clearly ARM is a little bit weak relative to the leader of the pack when it comes to the chips.
All right, we're going to go short if we can on the leader of the pack. If we can get this up here at 875, I like that trade. So we're going to try to get that in for us right now on NVIDIA. I'm going to start it in and around here, but that is a target for me, 875, to sort of have our average position in and around there. If we can get it for NVIDIA up that 2 and a bit. Let's just see if it does want to pull back. I think it's worth the shot. We've put up some big numbers on NVIDIA, and we're going to see if we can do it again right here, right now. So that's what we're going to wait for. It's going to be patient. We have to wait for it. So that's the first thing. So let's do that and wait for NVIDIA to actually fill out. But needs to get back up to the upside if we're going to do that. Our only trade, and like I said, it's already been done, AMD. If we can get a short up there, we like that. Our Uber trade is now, again, another one. So let's just keep on hitting those chicken dinner winners. I know it's salmon again today, but there's another one. So AMD 1 for 1, Alibaba 2 for 2, SMH 2 for 3 because we lost on that one. TSM 3 for 4 right there. And then boom, right back in. 4 for 5 with Uber, waiting to see if we can get a little bit more of a move back down in. So it's been a very tough day, man. Not that many traders. Some traders green, but no real big numbers here again today. So just stay with it. There's been some really good trades. You've had to be there. For right now, kind of tough going counter trend despite, this huge move down. A little sour there. We did talk about not to panic, so I'm glad we said that. We even gave that Aaron Rodgers, don't panic, stay calm, and that was really the answer. So there it is, man, just like that, right up to the upside. Basically, off of that talk, we're up about 200 handles. So now you're starting to fade back in about 180, 170 or so from that bottom of, well, actually, the bottom's only 1840, so we're at 18180. Yeah, so 140 handles right now from that bottom. Could definitely fade it back in. That's why we tried to get NVIDIA short, but we did miss that trade. And the reason why we looked, rats. You know where we're sitting? 874.50. That got as high as 874.25. So 50 cents away from $5, but that's the way it works sometimes. Uber's making the move down, which is really, for me, all that matters right now. This is my newest position. It's Uber making more lows. We'll go 4 for 5, hit the like.
Just trying to get, I just got into Roblox, but I just also missed ARM on that curl. So I don't want to get down too far to chase it. I'll wait for the 27s. And then a similar thing going on here with Rivian. Rivian did double top that 1035. Now you're trying to make a lower high. I'm going to wet the beak here in the mid-20s to the south side into that potential $10 level break. So it would be a different trade. Like it'd be short here into 1035 top, and then get out in front of 10 even. If 10 breaks, that would be its own trade. We talked about Roblox in that $40 level, so I wanted to be, Roblox on the New York, I wanted to be into it back into 40. I understand, obviously, you're gonna have this level here, 39.40 is support, But the reason I like the trade had more to do with, hit enter again. Oh, come on. Hit enter twice. There you go. It's a 50 period is at that $40 level. I just liked that one. It didn't really do much of a hold at the open, but that's where I wanted to support it. So if it can't hang on to this, I'm gonna give it a few cents underneath so don't have a 99 stop, but not too much. We're gonna risk about 20 cents on that trade. NVIDIA, oh, it's at 69 now, so I guess it did not get to 875 yet. So there's still a chance. I mean, if NVIDIA makes one more push higher, I could still get that arm fill if the chips can hold on for a little bit more strength to get me that short. But the Rivian should be the new position that we're able to get here in the 20s, giving it to that high. Oh yeah, Tesla. We haven't really looked too much at Tesla. Still in the no-fly zone for me on Tesla. You're not breaking down underneath 171. You're not breaking out above 174.5. So I guess we're still sticking to our guns and not trading Tesla until it breaks away from this inside range.
Yeah, 1048. Put some, yo, what's up, Derek Thompson? Sorry about that, but congratulations, you're getting married on Friday. All right, it's not too late. What day is it right now? It's Wednesday. No, congratulations. Big one there for you. You know, that's it. It's a green day today. Is it a green day on Friday? We'll see. No matter what for you, it will be a celebratory one. So congratulations right there. Oh my God, you're getting married. It is Derek Thompson. Congrats. All righty then. That's it. If there's any symbols, Mr. Derek Thompson, you want me to look at for your birthday, I will do that for sure. So let me know if there's anything that's in there right now. You know, we'll keep everything where it is, man. The trophy will stay here today. There's 10 minutes left. We'll wait to see what does wind up happening back in on the day. 50 cents in the money on Alibaba, looking for more. And again, the newest trade idea coming through is Uber, 35 cents right now in the money on Uber. Honestly, looking for it. Tesla, Neil just looked at Tesla, so I'll do something else. Yeah, congrats. There it is. Thanks, guys. No, you're welcome, Derek. Again, good for you there. Make that move and go for it. So 224 right there coming in for SMH. So just definitely watch out for that level. That would be a short for me. Maybe against the 50 period as well. 223.27. I actually kind of like this play as well. So yeah, getting married, it's not too late. That was pretty funny, eh, Brad? Yeah, it's all good. All right, let's go over, and then we only have 10 minutes left in this show. Then the midday show is topic range trading. So trading strategies while range trading. And then, of course, the professor throws in the word advanced trading strategies. So get ready for that and level up your game during the midday show. Get that education on point. What's up, Adara?
Wow.
So I hear trying to break up above this previous area of resistance above 105 is getting a nice move up on that hotter than expected here. CPI data. 0.1% here to the upside for all of these numbers. So CPI month over month, 0.4 versus 0.3 expected year over year, 3.5 versus 3.4 expected. Core CPI month over month, 0.4 versus 0.3 expected, and core CPI year over year, 3.8 versus 3.7 expected. So all of these going to be about 0.1 higher than expected here. We also had wholesale inventories month over month. Those came in flat compared to expectations. So 0.5 for February versus 0.5 expected. Also worth noting, we did have Fed's Bowman speaking at 8:45, did not say anything with regards to monetary policy, but we have Fed's Goolsbee to keep an eye on here coming up at 12:45. We also have PPI tomorrow morning, which could be impacting the DXY. And it is worth noting as well, here's the CAD to USD chart. So Canadian dollar taking a big hit here compared to the DXY. Well, we had that hotter than expected CPI number. We had the Canadian rates coming in flat, but the Canadian Bank of Canada Governor Macklem saying that there is a possibility for rate cuts in June. So a little bit of dovish sentiment sending the CAD to the downside compared to the DXY, guys.
That's good for Canada.
Well, everyone around here, like it's, let's just say there's some pressure. I mean, there's pressure on lots of governments to have rates lower, I think, for mortgage rate purposes. And if you think you're getting it in the United States, on the government, you're definitely getting it here in Canada. I just got XOM, but I wanted to go first to the oil futures chart because we did have inventories at 10:30, and we held, well, I'm not trading oil futures, 885 just held. So you came into support, It was able to hold on. XOM did make that breakout. I did miss the dip buy this morning on XOM at that 120-ish level. I mean, I was sitting at 128 like and a half underneath here. Didn't really get that fill, unfortunately. But I did buy the dip back into previous support, which also happens to be VWAP. So on a trend to the upside, we're looking for that dip and then go. So bounce off of VWAP here. I just grabbed 85s. It just cracked to 30 cents in the money, which is, I mean, I guess that's better than 1-to-1 because I'd be giving it to 70, that's a 65 down here. And then if it can get to the high of the day, great. So the good news is you just saw oil futures trying to bounce off the lows, and XOM is actually holding the highs. That's great for XOM. Can it hold on is going to be the big question. Roblox, Brad, I did mention I'm in it, but this is not, I keep typing NASDAQ for, I don't even know why I keep thinking Roblox on the NASDAQ, but I only gave it to 39.90 I should say, not 09s. So it actually just came out as you were mentioning, but I did like the dip buy into 40. I just didn't want to give it a wide berth all the way to the low. Not necessarily a time of day thing. There was no, the significance of the level was the 50-period moving average. So really, there was no support that formed, so giving it a wider range doesn't make sense. If it pulls all the way back into yesterday's highs, I think that's a reasonable trade to look back if you want to strengthen Roblox, but I'm out of it. Oscar is mentioning that Boeing is at the day's low. Can they even have a strong day these days? Like, seriously? Oh, Boeing gave up 175. Uh-oh. So Boeing is now within $1 of, I guess, the Alamo. I said I called it the Alamo yesterday. So that March bottom, 173 on Boeing. That could get tested. If this market continues down, I think Boeing is going to break this. Look for that 173. I might take a flat bottom break there.
New position right here. I'm going to get that super chat in a second. Shout out to Donnie Zimbabwe. We put on, I mean, we're already made back 25% of what we've lost on SMH just with this one trade. We talked about getting it. We should have put it back on. It's now 30 cents in the money for SMH and starting to go down. I feel already, I mean, I feel fine, but we already nailed this AMD trade, and look where we got out. Like, talk about an absolute destruction there for AMD to the downside. And again, absolutely. So we're getting excited here. All right, let's go over to SMH and just see where we could get the bottom. So we just went there. I was at 222, basically flat. We just touched down there to 30. So let's put another bid there. Again, just because it's following NVIDIA and stuff, it's like, do I really want to mess too much with it? Do we just get that, Phil? Oh, damn. Okay. Here we go. So we are starting to make that money back on SMH. There it is right there. I mean, sometimes we try all day for 50 cents, and sometimes it comes in less than 1 minute. So right there, 50 cents, and then that gets Travolta wondering what's up with that. So nice move to the downside there for SMH. And this is another example, Alibaba, like just chilling out. Like, we're waiting for this trade to do something. Meanwhile, we just flip over. And this is the thing. We got this yesterday from Anthony Kerr and somebody else. They were just saying have the ability, and because we did this yesterday, we lost on Apple, then we went over to the TQQs and then did a little bit of this with it, gave it a couple slaps back and forth. But the idea behind that trade last night was switching gears. So I feel like that's ultimately what you're going to try to do here when you see plays like this. So, get into something, understand where the weakness or the strength is, and try to play off of that. So we were there for NVIDIA. We missed NVIDIA by 25 cents, which would have been a $10 winner. So we did miss that one. So again, we don't have to get them all. We should have had that. We did have AMD, but I can't complain with it. We put those numbers on the board. With only 10.56, and here's what's up to Donnie Zimbabwe. We said we would talk about this, so let's do it right now. Thank you for resubscribing, man. That means a lot. $5 a month just for the subscription. We get some new chairs around here and some new milk jugs. So we'll hit the money. Thank you so much. NVIDIA longs were mint. So congratulations, Mr. Zimbabwe. I love that name, and I just hope that your longs continue to print despite me being short on SMH. So congratulations, Mr. Zimbabwe, and I will see everybody again soon, but not until 2 o'clock.
The best thing about trading is both things can be true. Like if you're long and you're like, you could have a swing trade, you could have a different horizon, like you could easily love that, but there could be a $10 move down in NVIDIA and then it breaks $25 higher and the short wins and the long wins. It's just a matter of what's your entry, what's your reason for getting out, or or also your reason for taking profit. Because truthfully, NVIDIA was a monster long, but twice it's given you, whether it's $5 or $10-ish pullbacks, in an upward trend. And the market is going to do that. So you've got to have your own plan of action when it comes to that. I'm going to move my stop on Tilray and then explain to you why here. So Tilray, it's just bouncing here off of VWAP. So if it can retake those highs, I'll still get some out, maybe one leg in front of the top, and then wait for the next one to get all out in front of 225. But if this cannot hold on to VWAP, I'm out. So I'm not giving this to $2 anymore. The SSR bounce already happened. There's no new trade for me. This either holds on to VWAP and gives me the top, or it breaks VWAP and I just get out of it. I missed that arm reload, but it's still somewhat in the pocket for a chance to get refilled up here at 127. So gonna be patient. If we get it, we get it. Otherwise, do not have to be forced into a trade. And then the last one that we're in right now, XOM, just sort of chilling after bouncing off VWAP. It's at 122. Gooby saying, can you want me to check the 30-year bond? I don't know. I have the 10 up on. I mean, I suppose I could. Let's just go US 30. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Whatever. This will be good enough. Where's that going? The downside, I guess that'll be the actual bond. So the rates must be still going up. I like looking at the 10 much better. I find the 10-year Treasury as a trader is usually the one that you want to be following. And you can see rates are actually holding up at that 4.5, pretty much exactly where we were when that hot print came out. So not a lot has changed. Though the market did make a bit of a bounce, it's worth mentioning here, if you look at the NASDAQ, it's about to, it looks like it's giving it back up. And so we did not break out through that previous resistance level. I wouldn't be surprised if we couldn't take out those levels. That's why I wanted that reload in ARM.
All right, guys, we are almost done. Donnie Zimbabwe, yeah, Neil just talked a little bit about there with NVIDIA. A big congratulations again to Joseph and Josh for getting on that on the podium as well. Good afternoon, good morning so far. We'll see if we can get an even better afternoon. We just did take it out right there. We'll props up for Uber. We are now out of Uber as we go. And Mr. Zimbabwe, look, I'll do it quickly for you because we do got to go over to the midday. You can ask questions on the midday too, to get these guys going. Look, I think VWAP. I always think that. I think NVIDIA maybe is going to the downside. I am biased, though, Mr. Zimbabwe, because I'm short right now, the SMH, and we nailed that AMD trade to the wall, basically. Like, honestly, like, what else? But that one right here, I like the SMH. And if we're going to talk about NVIDIA right there for a long, I would say you wait for these kind of pullbacks. Right now, it just happened. 862 was a nice little bottom there. 860 into VWAP again. So there it is, man. Thank you so much. If you like the market today, congratulations. There's always money to be made or lost. And that's what we're here to do, is entertain, show you guys some opportunities, and share some amusement with you guys. And happy International Pink Day.
Exactly. And get some advanced range trading, not just range trading.
I got to pay attention to this. I need some advanced strategies
range
here.
Trading knowledge with Learn to Trade. You've got the professor and Adara.
That's how you want to start the show, getting trolled by the big kahunas. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That lovely lady right there in the baby blue is your girl Adara. I am Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to migrate on over from the other stream. We already have a couple of early birds. We got Big Kevin Mendoza. What's up, my friend? We got the OG Darwin. We got Bears versus Bulls gracing us with his presence there in the chat. We're going to wait for everyone to come on over, taking a little bit longer today. We even have Adara in the chat, believe it or not. I've been keeping my eye on the future as well as some small cap gappers. We'll get to all that in a second. There we go. We got Charon. We got Wrathkid, Native Gamers in the house. Yo, 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 yo to you too, my friend. What's up, Kevin? Once again, it's all good. We'll wait for everyone to come on over. Come on, YouTube. You can do it, baby. You can bring everyone over. There we go. We got Just Brad. We got Bristol. Good morning to you, my friend. Here they come. Yes, they do. Says Bears versus Bulls. We got Saul G, Andrew Chow, Mateus Lane, Big Bob Dub, Fiddleback, Oscar, JC Finance, as well as Market Sniper, baby. He'd be sniping those markets. Ponzi, Fonzie, no Lambo trade for you. Ox Long, Easy Trader. We got everybody, man. We got Aaron and Joanna Brewster, Vanessa Arnold, as well as Don Mika. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'd be okay. You know, happy hump day. Happy International Siblings Day, Sean. Everything else is good over here. What's that, Chilean Nightmare? It's also Eid, yes. Happy Eid al-Fitr to all my Muslim friends out there. Shout out to you guys, and shout out to everybody else. What do you got looking at?
Yeah, happy Eid. I thought it was usually later, so that's why I was surprised. I was like, oh. But yeah, so good times there. Happy Eid, a happy International Day of Pink, happy Siblings Day. Lots of days apparently happening this one, April 10th, 2024. I was looking at Apple. That Apple dipped below VWAP. Sharif and I were calling this one the perma-dead one. Literally this morning, one of the first things Sharif says to me is, why is the dead one up? And I immediately knew which stock he was talking about. So that says a lot about Apple's life choices. But no, all jokes aside, I'm happy it didn't get involved in this long. I wanted to wait for us to test VWAP a little bit more. I did not like that giant topping tail candle right around VWAP. I said, So happy that I was patient. That's going to be the theme of the day for me, patience, in terms of my level of entries, but I'm not going to overstay my welcome in stocks. If I want to leave, I will leave, but I will make sure my entries are a little bit better so we can hopefully get a little bit more bang for our buck in some of these trades. The main thing I'm looking at right now is this gorgeous little range on Roblox, which is pretty apt given the theme of the week and the theme du jour.
Very true.
Look at this Roblox range.
What is happening with this stock?
It's rangy. I mean, it's not a perfect range, mind you. There's like slightly lower highs here, but I do like that we have this more or less bottom here around this 39.50, more or less a top around 40.60. That gives you about $1. I'll take it. So Roblox, hopefully we're going to be able to play, game pun intended here, with this Roblox today. Also, shout out to Jeff Henry saying welcome to Trader TV Live, because just joining as a member here. So shout out to you, Jeff Henry. Hopefully you're going to have a good day today with these lessons.
Yes, ma'am. All right, let's get to the lesson of the day, the lesson du jour, as it's called. We're talking about advanced trading strategies for range trading today. And the reason it's termed advanced, I mean, I didn't choose this word, is because we're talking about something other than support and resistance, believe it or not. So let's get right to the lesson today. So we're going to dive into advanced entry and exit strategies to help you elevate your range trading game, AKA on this desk known as the Adara Panera range trade. We'll move beyond the basic support and resistance levels to pinpoint what we call high probability trade opportunities. So let's get right to it. So beyond the static levels of just your run-of-the-mill support and resistance, let's talk about these price action entries. So first amongst the list are what we're going to call pin bars, right? And I'm going to show you a picture of these in a second, but they're quite telling. Some people call them pin bars. I call them topping tail and bottoming tail candles. And essentially all I'm talking about here is huge, big candles with very small bodies and either long upper wicks or long lower wicks, depending on where they show up on the chart. So these single wick candles with tiny bodies signal potential reversals at support or resistance. A long wick extending below support, suggests a failed bearish attempt, while hinting at a possible buy signal. They're not the same thing, but it hints at a possible buy signal. Could consolidate, right? That's why I'm saying that. Conversely, a long wick above resistance indicates a rejected selling pressure, right? Potentially foreshadowing a long trade. All right, so I'll show you pictures of those in a second. The other thing that I want to talk about are these engulfing bars, right? We've talked about engulfing candlestick patterns in the past. What I'm talking about today is a bullish engulfing bar that completely engulfs the previous bearish bar at support. Again, key where these candlesticks show up, right? We're talking about an engulfing candle at support, suggesting a strong reversal. Conversely, a bearish engulfing bar at resistance signals potential downside continuation. And here's exactly what I'm talking about. These are the pin bars. So you'll see that they have these lower wicks below a key support level, and then what usually precipitates after the wick below the support level is a reversal to the high side. Conversely, when you try to break key areas of resistance and you end up with these type of pin bars, it essentially shows the seller saying, no, you don't. And then they push you right back down, right? And then there is a number of different reasons that could be the case. It could be long-term support. I mean, it could be an intraday short level by bears, whatever the reason, okay? The whole point is to look for these types of candles to manifest at support and resistance levels. I mean, they do have value elsewhere on the chart, but I feel they personally have better value when they show up at key areas of support and resistance. Now, with respect to the engulfing bars, top left over here is the bullish engulfing bar. So when we talked about candlestick patterns, we showed these. So basically what happens is for the bullish engulfing bar, what you're looking for is a downtrend to precede the making of these two candlestick bars, okay? So you need to look at what trend there was prior to the actual bullish engulfing bars forming. Same thing with the bearish engulfing bar. You need to be on an uptrend and then have the right candle red, the left candle green, and what you typically look for is a new candle to make a new low on a closing basis. So I'm talking about specifically this candle over here to make a new low on a closing basis than the one that the previous candle put in. So we're talking about in the first, we're talking about pin bars, these ones, and we're talking about engulfing bars. All right, so those are two key areas to help you kind of figure out whether the break of the range was fugazi or it was legit, okay? Now, we can also talk about order flow analysis for the dynamic entry. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about examining the level 2. We're talking about examining the time and sales. We're talking about really keeping an eye on volume bars, right? So order flow analysis examines the buy and sell orders placed in the market. Tools like level 2 order books or time and sales and even volume bar analysis software can help reveal hidden support and resistance levels. A lot easier to describe than to actually do in real life. But essentially what you're looking for here is if you don't see a key area of resistance reflected on the chart, it may be reflected on the book. So if we go up, again, I keep using this example, but I'm going to use it again, I don't care. Apple 200 resistance. We know that it's reflected on the chart, but it may, you know, if it wasn't, what we could know is once the price action moves up to 200, we're going to see a whole lot of lots, sell orders coming in on the right side of the book, which is the ask side, right? Because people are going to be looking to either take profit or short at that level. Conversely, same thing with the 165 level on Apple as support. If we make our way, and we could make our way today to 165 on Apple, look for a whole lot of buy orders coming in on the left side of the book, the bid, to see if, you know, there is that key area of support. Bless you, Neil. Yeah, that was deep, brother. All right, and then you can also look for areas with a significant imbalance between buy and sell orders near support and resistance. The imbalance might signal a potential breakout or reversal. Now, how about the exit strategy? Once we've gotten in the trade, how do we weasel our way out? So, first things first, we need to have trailing stops. You see Neil use trailing stops all the time. So if you don't know what it is, excuse me, a trailing stop automatically adjusts the price, adjusts as the price moves in your favor. So if it moves up, your stop will trail up with that as well. And in theory, it's supposed to lock in your profits while limiting your potential losses on any future reversal. So consider adjusting the trailing percentage based on your risk tolerance and market volatility. Now, I happen to believe that you should place your trailing stop below key areas of support. So, in an upward channel, when we're making higher highs and higher lows, if you're placing your stop random willy-nilly, you could get stopped out. But I would rather place it on the previous low, right below the previous low, because if we make a new low, then the trend is no longer intact and the trade is no longer valid. So in an upward channel, for example, place it below the previous low. In a downward channel, place it above the previous high for a short. And there are also volatility-based exits. And the one I'm specifically talking about today is ATR, otherwise known as the average true range. There are other volatility indicators that can help you estimate targets within the range. Look to exit near the range. I'm not going to go into a dissertation about what ATR is on the day, but all you need to do, Google it, learn how to use it, or go on the Trader TV live YouTube channel and type in ATR or average true range. Multiple videos will come up explaining how it's used and what exactly it is. Okay. I had one more thing to say about that. My bad. So with respect to average true range, look to exit near the range highs on a short or range lows on longs based on ATR reading to capture a reasonable portion of the expected price movement. But be aware of any potential support on the short or resistance on the long areas within the range that could provide early profit-taking opportunity if the move doesn't fall through. So what you're looking for here are intermediary areas of support and resistance, right? Ones that may not be standing out like the one that you've earmarked, but ones that potentially could cause problems along the way. And combining these strategies for signals, this is a really good one. So here's an example. So identify a potential short entry with a bearish engulfing candle near resistance. So that you would basically look to the previous picture that we put at resistance, and the confirmation in this particular case would be you be using your order flow analysis to confirm a sell order imbalance that exists at resistance. So you'd be looking at the book to see, okay, I see it on the chart. Does the book show me the same thing that I think I'm seeing on the chart? And so you're looking for confluence between those two things. And then the exit here, you'd be setting a trailing stop loss and consider an additional profit target based on ATR. Again, average true range. And remember, guys, back test these strategies before you employ them in real life and use real money to make sure that you understand their effectiveness and to fine-tune your approach. Right? And always consider risk management. We didn't go too much into risk management today other than the trailing stops, but you have to make sure that you're always balancing your potential reward with the risks involved in every trade.
Yeah, no, I think range trading is, I might shock people to know that this is something I'm definitely a fan of, right? This is one of my kind of favorite styles. And I think one thing too, and why I kind of wanted, I was really excited about these lessons as well, is there are different ways you can kind of do it, right? Depending on what you're kind of looking for, what type of trader you find yourself to be. And sometimes too, it's like looking for areas within the range that could serve as intermediary resistance, right? So I ended up getting out of this a little bit early, part of this NVIDIA range right now, because I'm playing this range off the 1 minute. Wanted to get out around 30s because look at where we had there's a little bit of resistance on this 1 minute because I do trade NVIDIA for ranges off the 1 minute. It was around this 30 area. So I said, Adara, de-risk, go a little around here. So that's what we ended up doing. It's kind of like finding little areas within your range that are little baby ranges. And I'll talk about this a lot. I'll draw an incessant amount of lines on my chart because sometimes these are levels that I want to play within. That's not always going to be the case, right? But if you see these levels sometimes, there's that old adage, if you see something, say something. And, maybe we're going to make that if you see something, trade something, right? So trading within your little baby ranges to find opportunities there. Microsoft 420?
Yeah, I know. I'm getting in here because we keep defending that 420 area. So I'm long MSFT. There's been multiple bounces off that 420. Technically, the low on the day is at 419. I already had a profitable trade on it, seeing if we can get another one, but there's just all this action down here. I am a little hesitant to get in just because we're kind of in no man's land on the future. We're below the volume weighted average price. We're doing the dance with no pants with that 50-point level. So we'll see exactly what we get here, but I kind of feel like maybe we're moving more to the beat of NVIDIA's drum than we are softies.
Oh yeah, NVIDIA's that's a nice little drum to live on the beat of. That's for, maybe I'm a little bit biased, because I'm in the trade. But no, all jokes aside, there are some little opportunities. I got in a little bit too early. I should have waited to have a few more shares to add at the 863. Basically, the impetus for this trade was as long as we stay above this 863 area, I'm pleased as punch. And this is what I mean by patience, right? Just having clear levels that as long as we are above them, I'm good to go and I'm good to stay in the trade. I do have a scintilla of shares remaining here in this trade. I would like to have a few more. I'm going to be really honest with you. I do have a resting order if we get below that, just below that 865 area to add, because this position is a little bit too small to have enough wiggle room that I really want to do. I'm happy I'm in NVIDIA. I would like to have a little bit more to really secure the win NVIDIA. So, you know, it's not like it's a sin video right now. I'm happy with the amount that I have, but it would be nice if we had just a few more shares to really sweeten the deal, I think, for this trade. Also, the final profit-taking area, should we exceed it, will be this 867. And honestly, if we get above 867 and I still have the amount of shares I have, that's fine. I'll get out. It'd be nice if we had a few more shares, because it's a pretty small position. That's
a great trade
very
so
honest.
far,
Thank you so much. I'm really proud. I decided to stay here as we got into the 863, because I was like, Adara, as long as we're bouncing, you don't want to hop off the trampoline right now, right? There's still some oomph in that trampoline, so best to stay involved in there. Tesla actually getting a little spicy for me as well. Let me switch to the 5 minute though, because I just used the 1 minute for my NVIDIA. So yeah, so Tesla, we do have this slightly higher low here, but generally what I'm noticing is we'll get around this 90 MA area, we'll have these little spikes up, and then we're curl to the downside. Right now, it looks like we're in the earlier portion of this pattern, but we were just talking about candles signifying reversals here in ranges. Look at these little wicks above where we have sellers overwhelming buyers just a skosh. If we keep seeing that, Tesla's giving me a signal to go short. Also, I am involved in another range trade, and that is Roblox, which is not the dead one by any means, but right now kind of doing a whole lot of nothing. I do want to add to this. If we get to the bottom of this range, 39.50, same impetus as NVIDIA. If we break decisively below, I'm outie. So that's my RBLX. Also, we had a super chat from Donnie Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat from myself and my twin brother in spirit. This emoji and then a waving emoji. Hello and wet your beak all the way from South Africa. Thank you so much for that lovely super chat. That's very sweet. And, you know, we always get a kick out of beak wetting over here. So hope you have a great International Siblings Day from you and your twin brother in spirit in South Africa. Also, shout out to TL joining and becoming a member here at Trader TV Live. I mean, we're always happy to have people over here having great times. I see you've exited my...
I have, but I'm looking possibly at getting back in. It did break 420, so it took a small paper cut, but looking to defend the level. But I want to look at Google as well. And there's a reason for that, because we are right at that key area of support from earlier. Look at these two bars here. The IB low, as Dan the Man Emmons would say, 154 and 2/3. We're at 154.75 now, and it's not a random area. So it's based on price action, but there's also a technical indicator at that area, and that's support level 1 on pivots, and that's based upon starting pivots with 4 a.m. price action. But I don't want to just take the entry willy-nilly here. I'd rather see a 5 minute candle form. We'll see. This is another interesting area here on Google. I feel a little silly trying to take these longs, but I'm looking at NVIDIA curling up. And if NVIDIA is going to lead these markets, then, you know, we should probably get involved. All right, Softy right back up again. So it looks like I got weaseled out of my Softy trade a little bit early here. That's all right. We're still positive on the name. We'll look to get in possibly at a better level, but I also want to load up my friend Google. But it's not going to be on this screen because I want NVDL for that NVDA trade. We'll get to MDIA in a second because we haven't covered these small cap gappers yet. But this is an interesting area here on Google. So let's go ahead and punch long on Google here. I'm looking for something around the area of 155.50. I'd ideally like a VWAP touch here. First things first, though, let's get through that whole dollar level at 155. We'll see what we get here on these names. Wow, Softy's going. So I got weasel out of that trade. That would have been a nice little winner there. 75 pennies in the money. I had the right idea, just got forced out of the trade. That's all right. We'll figure a different trade out for this one. The other one I wanted to talk about was some of these small cap gappers here. All right, let's bring it in. Now, there's not a whole lot. There's MRIN, which I do like, I think. Let me just make sure this thing is still trading.
That was a nice one earlier.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes these charts don't update, sadly. So I don't know if it's still good or not. That's the thing. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's still trading above the volume weighted average price. So I do like that because it's a small cap gapper and it's got to be above VWAP. This one has a lot of good check marks beside its name. This one started moving in the pre-market yesterday, on the aftermarket, excuse me, at around 420, which either means it's an earnings winner or it was a later catalyst that got printed there. Let me just have a look. Okay, software announcement with Microsoft. So this is the Marin Software announces upgrades to his integration with Microsoft Advertising. So that was later. And then the beautiful thing about this is on that move back down, it defended the aftermarket high from yesterday. I like that, around 70 pennies or so. That's a good look there for MRIN, so we'll keep eyes on that one. ADIL, I also had eyes on that one, but that one's now broken below VWAP and that $2 area, so that's not going to be tradable for me based upon my rules for these small cap gappers, until it gets above that $2.25 area above the volume weighted average price. MDIA, you guys remember this one from yesterday? Had a great day yesterday. We traded this one. We called it, the wide-ranging candle kind of ticker. It continued today right at the bell. It started going, broke yesterday's high, got to that $5.49 area, but this one huadunked off that 5.5 touch and got halted actually at 4 2/3. It's trading right now below 4.5 and below the volume weighted average price. Not tradable for me. Based upon my rules for small cap gappers. IFBD, another small cap gapper du jour, started its life this morning at 9:30. It doesn't have a discernible pre-market high that we can base a break off of, so I was hesitant to get into that. It's also retraced somewhat, but $1.25 off the high there, got to $6.95, and now it's trading below the volume weighted average price. So a lot of these small cap gappers, they started off well, but typical, true to form, they're fading off a little bit here. So we're gonna have to keep eyes on these bad boys. But let's go back to our Google trade now. What are we doing here? So we did move up a little bit into 155, but the move is still a little anemic. So we're gonna have to pack our patience, see what we can get about maybe, I wanted that 155.50, but I think that might be ambitious based upon today's price action.
Hopefully a beak will be wet there. Someone was asking how the position board is accurate. Mine is, I guess, because you're in Google, I guess yours is not.
It's not, Fabian, yeah.
So yes, thank you 1320 Wolf for addressing that.
Thank you.
So I did get out of the NVIDIA. I was really happy with that. We just got reloaded in Roblox, so very happy about that as well. But for now, we have 2 super chats. Donnie Zimbabwe, thank you again so much for this $4.99 super chat. Thoughts on longs on the cues with the dancing around and indecision going on here? Yeah, so yeah, I have a few thoughts on this. This is actually kind of a similar look to the SPY, which is of the futures, the one I tend to trade a little bit more, and I would say they look pretty similar right now. We had this massive move down, a little bit of chop and turn, push back up here. Then we were seeing this kind of move back above VWAP, then we fall below here. So now we have, I would say, a lower low from some of these earlier this earlier move up. We have not, however, moved below what I think is a pretty interesting area here, and that's going to be that 436.70. Now, why do I think this area is interesting? Let me explain. Go. We had this little double bottom here. I don't know why I prefaced it with that, but we had this double bottom around 945. But look where that was, this earlier area of resistance around 850 after the CPI print that sent the market to the downside. So to me, So to me, the fact that we had this little bounce here off that earlier resistance area, I like this. I think this is an interesting area. I think if we go back down here, what we do there will be interesting. Right now, we are rejecting off the 9 EMA, but like I said, I find, and I'm trying to work towards this, I am by no means perfect at it, trying to rely a little bit less on the chart, a little bit more on what's happening in the book for some of these ETFs. That being said, I think we would really need to stay above this 9 EMA and then above VWAP. And also, I think the fact that we bounced off that 436.70 earlier is interesting. If we bounce again, nice confluence there, nice for a continued move to the upside. So thank you so much, Donnie Zimbabwe. Another one here. Thank you so much, Zach Lowe, for the $4.99 super chat. Thoughts on IZM? Check it out. I will look into IZM because this is not one that I am familiar with. Right now, volume below, it's at 526,000 shares from what I'm seeing. So this is IXZOM Group. Not seeing too much on this here. Let me see if we have what the float is going to be on this guy. I want to make sure I do my due diligence for this IZM. So this one has a is Exum Group. So, okay, so pretty small float here, below 6 million shares, 5.49 billion. 4.94 million shares, 1.41% short float, so not a significant short float here. Let's look at the daily here on iXoom. Okay, this is nice. It's a nice look here. We talk a lot about a lot of small cap charts will just look like this. This little consolidation, but this one's been running up for the last couple of days, and I'm not seeing any news on it. The volume also a little bit negligible, though it looks like we had a little bit more volume yesterday. Today, though, like I said, we are below 600,000 shares. We're at about 500,000. Yeah, if you can find anything more about this company, I'm very curious as well, because I am not finding a lot. It's a little hard to zoom in on iXoom when there's not a lot to find.
IZM. Oh, wow. I'm putting that I got to look at this.
Yeah,
That's very insanely strong. Adara, since April 1st, this stock is up 356%. All right, in 10 days. Yeah, that'll give NVIDIA a run for its money, I guess.
Yeah, that's a nice look. And right now, in terms of the intraday movement, this bounce off the 90 EMA is nice. Can we make a higher high? We'll have to wait and see. Like I said, though, it's not something I would want to get involved with just because of how low the volume is.
Right.
I honestly, I've seen, like, Lilly, I think, might actually be higher volume than this right now. So I know that's always my indicator for volume is it doing more or less than Lilly, which is not a great indicator. But for me, for a small cap, I was expecting a little more for IZM. But I think this... this curl here at the 9 EMA is nice. And Sean has some trade updates.
Yes, Sean is now short ARM and short the ETF, the CHIPS ETF SMH. Make sure, thank you, Fabian. You see that top, see the right side of the screen, top right says Sean's positions. You'll be able to see all his positions there. On the left side, the Neil's positions will be there as well. Shout out to both of them. The Big Kahuna is killing it as always. All right, Brad Aldman. First, before I get to Brad, I want to shout out Moonman, $5 super chat. Moonman, you got a hell of a name, brother. I love that name. You rock, Moonman, because you're... I was going to do the moon rock thing, but that's kind of like your thing there. I can't take your style there. Yeah.
You can. You
no, I can't do that.
I say bamboozle.
Can I tell you something?
Please.
There was like one of the most guarded safes in the world, and it has moon rocks in it. Yeah, no cash. No gold, just moon rocks. Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Wow.
Eh?
Wow.
No.
Oh,
Chilean Nightmare say. Yeah, no, I haven't. No way. Okay, no, there's a book called Sex on the Moon, says the Chilean Nightmare, where people stole the moon rocks to what? To do that. Okay, well, there you go. Okay.
Wow.
So if you're interested and you want to read, there you go, Chilean Nightmare. Drop in suggestions there. Just before I cover MNDR, Brad, I want to mention this Google trade. We're long 84s. Now we're printing here in the 20s. I'm looking for a 50 print, okay? 155.50. I'm looking for a VWAP retracement. It's not going to be exactly at 50 or wherever it is. It's going to be where VWAP is. So if VWAP comes down a little bit, as the price ascends, I'll be looking to get out there, but we already wet our beak there on some profits at the whole dollar at 155. So we'll see if we can continue to go here on Google. And I'm really disappointed in myself for having been weaseled out and basically shaken out of Softy. I love that 420 dip trade. I should have held on to it. 421 right now, we would have been $1 plus in the money. But alas, we are not. All right, let's go. Let's do this. MNDR, shout out to Brad. MNDR, I have no deets on this, so I'm going to try to pull up some deets. Bro, what is this thing doing? This thing's nuts. Anyway, MNDR, no details on it yet, guys. It's done, the only thing I can tell you is the amount of volume. It's done 1.5 million shares. It's halted right now. Let's bring this 1 minute chart up on MNDR. Yeah, I mean, it's not doing volume yet, Brad, so we're probably gonna have to steer clear and probably not even tradable on our system. I'm just guessing at this point. But yeah, it's been halted once, twice, 3 times to the upside, once to the downside, and then 2 more times to the upside there, Katina, man. So it's been a symphony of halts, mostly to the upside, above the volume weighted average price, which is at 660 right now. Look, it's going to have to stay open for us to take any trade on it. Right now, it really can't seem to stay open. So we'll pack our patience, and if it starts trading like a reasonable stock, maybe we'll jump right back into this. All right, Google coming back down into that 155 as the NASDAQ rejects off the volume-weighted average price, Katina, man, at 1880, and that's precipitated a down move in Google. So we're still in the money, but let me tell you, we're going to keep an eye on this trade because I don't want to get shafted by Google too. All right, RockDoc. IPO pricing was at $4 a share. I'm assuming you're talking about MNDR. Doc Rock, shout out to you, my man. It looked like, where was the opening print there? It's kind of hard to tell. The opening print was 480. It looks like 479. RockDoc says, I think you're saying $4 was technically the IPO price. All right, well, it's not the price that regular traders got, probably, because you'd have to be involved in that IPO. So we'll keep eyes on MNDR. Brad, keep me updated, man. If it starts moving, just tag me like you did before, and we'll cover that bad boy right away.
Yeah, I was just responding here to Brad. Also, I think Brad in the chat here saying, thank you so much. He's saying, nice pop with Roblox. Thank you. Do you have an out? I already did take some out, actually. I was pretty happy. We took some out at this 9 EMA area, which I liked because that was an area we struggled with a little bit earlier. We take it. I say, Adara, take some profits. So we did. I had this reload earlier. I'm ready to reload again if we get back into 60s. I do like this area as the base for this range. If we break out of this range decisively below into this 40 area, we're going to have to cut it loose. In terms of asking, do I have an out? My last out's going to be, I'm going to see what we do at 40s. And that's because I like this little chop and turn we had around here earlier. If we fail 40s, I'm getting out at 40s. Yeah. If we can break above 40s, I like near the top of this range at 40, 50s. So we will save. Pieces for the dream are saved. Let's see what Roblox does. Also, thank you to Darwin for letting me know here. He said Mr. Lily, but to me, she's my mademoiselle. Saying there's some news with Lily, and apparently she got an FDA approval for Loxo. So congrats to mademoiselle. But right now, the stock not really reacting here. Right now, at about the same volume as we saw on that IZM with that just above that 500,000. 537,000 right now for LLY. I like these lower highs. If she keeps doing this, I might get involved, but she has to get to a milli before I do that. Because as we said, we need a milli for Lily. So we're gonna have to wait and see if that Lil Wayne song will come true and I can get involved in Eli Lilly. I'm also, let me see if I'm seeing the news here on Benziga, because initially I wasn't, just to make sure I have all the deets on that. But yes, here we are. FDA approves Loxo on coal. Eli Lilly's Retevmo. So thank you so much. I'm sure I pronounced all of that wrong, but thank you, Darwin, for bringing that to our attention with regards to the mademoiselle. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. Nice. Good for Lilly. They all the positive catalysts they can get, I'm sure they're pleased as punch about. Right now, NVIDIA trying to, I was worried this was going to be a little bit head and shouldery, but right now that we did make this pop back above, the area that really concerns me is ironically where I got the long here, this base of that 863, 865 area, because it is a little bit troughish. So we'll have to see what we do. I trade this one off the 1 minute, so I like this 867 area. That's where I got out with the bulk of the long. Yes, I got out early, but that was the plan. I wanted to stick to my plan. I like the 867 out because that was where I had that pop earlier. So I said, cut it loose. But yeah, if we keep bouncing here off this 9 EMA area or into that 867, I'm interested. Who knows? But I'm not super interested. You know what I mean? Like it's not like anything I'm super, it's galvanizing me or anything. I'm just like, it's a cool area. I am involved in a short though on a different semiconductor, and that semiconductor goes by the name of AM Disaster. No, I'm joking. It's AMD. But I like this 9, look at how fiercely we rejected this VWAP. This is a massive, to me, look at this 5 minute candle. I was like, AMD wants none of the smoke at VWAP.
Well, the Katina man is short ARM and SMH. And I think, Neil, are you short the chips as well? Just one. Neil is short the chips as well. So I do like that whole idea. Well, there it is. There you go. Oh, well, I think he just took some profits there because it's not on the board anymore. But, yeah. Eh? It'll update. Okay, so you just got into it. Google, again, back into that 155 and a fifth after breaking down and coming back into 155. So 20 pennies right off the bottom again. Again, if you guys are wondering, I'm waiting for a VWAP touch on goggles. Shout out to the OB, the one that can, where is he, bro? This guy just shows up random days, bro. Oh my God. All right, let's have a look at some other names here. Yes, at Crystal Ball, I see MNDR it just popped up again into that $8.75 area. Now, I did do a quick test trade on this one to see if it's tradable on our system, and it is. So number one, we have access. Number two, we can actually not just see the data, but we can actually place the trades. That doesn't mean I'm going to trade it. It's an $8 name, and it was a 25-penny spread a second ago. Now it's tightening up, right? So the volatility is real, and it is rampant, baby. Up 107, 110% as I just was speaking there. So good move up for MNDR. Still Mobile Health Network Solutions. No other information other than that on my platform. Let's bring in trade ideas and see if they've got anything here. I just want to know the float and stuff like that. I'm not obviously looking for anything too crazy. Nope, no float, no nothing. It's too new, so we don't have any data on it yet. If you guys have any data on MNDR, let me know, for real though. I doubt anybody's really got data. All right, let's see what else is going on here. Yeah. So we're getting, looks like a bit of a local top here on Google at this 155.20. That's 2 touches we've had on it now and that we've rejected. It hasn't made a newer low, but the future is again rejecting the volume weighted average price at that 18,180 for whatever reason. It makes its way into VWAP and then it rejects, and that precipitates a down move in some of these Mag 7 names. So I'll keep eyes on that. I'm also very interested in NVIDIA, but I'm not going to trade NVDA. I'm going to trade NVDL. And I like it here for the 20 period retracement. And there's a reason for that. All these wick candles over here, we just finished talking about that yesterday, are bouncing off the 20. So for whatever reason, NVIDIA seems to have a crush on the 20 EMA on the 5 on the day. So I don't question these type of things. I just observe them and then see if I can figure out a way to monetize. So if it comes into around 865, I'll trade NVDL for a possible dip trade here and to get the lower end of that range, and then we'll see what we can do with that.
Yeah, I like how you put it, a crush. Yeah, it's kind of like it's watching it from across the hall. It's like leaving little notes in its locker. They're having like a little bit of a flirtation there. That is for sure.
Neil's calling it a stalker.
Oh, it's a stalker. S-T-O-C-K.
Did you mean that?
E-R.
Did you mean to use the
double
pun like
entendre with
stock and stock? No, you did. See, your mind doesn't work that way either. Hers does. You got it? He got it. So the Chilean nightmare is like
always
you. Yeah.
punning up
you
over
and
there.
the Chilean nightmare are all about that pun life.
But yeah, I mean, either great joke, Neil. Both like the joke itself, and also we love a double entendre pun.
There you go.
Over here on how to trade. But yeah, so right now this AMD. Pretty spicy, but in a good way. I usually don't like spice, but I like the spice for having an AMD right here. I do not like, however, that it's deciding to bounce off the 9 EMA. Much like NVIDIA, this kind of an interesting level, I guess, right now for AMD, but I'm staying in this. I have no reason to leave right now. We're being patient. I like this entry. I didn't get in just because this was a 9 EMA. Or sorry, I am obsessed with that level. This VWAP rejection, I also got in because look where we had that little chop and turn earlier around the same level, right? So we see level come, especially come into confluence with VWAP, I want in. So that's why I got in where I did here on AMD, as Sharif will sometimes call it. Right now, roadblocks kind of chopping and churning, but not in any way that makes me want to leave. So we're just gonna let her do her thing, 21. Pretty ho-hum trade so far. Ho-hum. What else am I looking at? Oh yeah, Kyle Burdett, shout out to you mentioning, he was also looking at that 420 level you mentioned on Microsoft. And we're coming back into this again. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this, but also shout out to Kyle for mentioning Meta 520. And this to me is a bit of an interesting level. I'll switch to the 3-minute because this 3-minute on Meta, look at this range. Look at this little range. I zoomed, I do my chair way out there. But I like this little range we have on Meta on the 3-minute. 519 to about 520.70. Right now, it looks like I might be a little bit late to the party. I want to see what we do with this 9 EMA, but I think this range could be spicy. So thank you, Kyle, for putting this one out. Also, I think, Joanna Brewster, some other people in the chat as well, I believe, mentioning trades on Meta. So congrats to you guys. There's definitely been a lot of ways to play this. Going long up into the 520, shorting off that. Like, there's so many different ways that this one could have been traded from what I can tell on this. So congrats to everybody involved in everything today. Also, I neglected the Cybertruck, which how dare I?
Oh, my God.
Because the Cybertruck has been beautiful. Range nation here. So I also, these lines are I think from yesterday, I need to delete these. But I do like this area here on TSLA. Right now, we're gonna watch what we do at this 171.40. If we bounce, I get involved in the long, and then I add a little bit if we get down into this 170.90 area. But for now, we wait and see what we do. I should have been taking this short. I was watching this short, and then I didn't get involved, so that is my bad. But Tesla, if you're willing to come back into these levels and let me into your heart, I'm willing to trade you again. So that's the look there on T to the S to the L to the A. Right now, just managing AMD, which is trying to be a little bit of a dilettante right now. So I'm gonna have to
Oh, a dilettante. Wow. Okay. It's very apt, given the fact that I'm watching The Crown.
Oh.
Because they do debutantes. So that dilettante, debutante, they sound. I know they're not the same meaning, but that's.
But I like that.
All right, let's talk about Wave, new small cap gapper du jour. 8.75 million shares, Fabian. Great, nice little bounce up here. But I want to go to the 1 minute because I think it looks a little bit easier to discern on the 1 minute. Now, it broke below VWAP, so I'm a little hesitant to even look at this at the moment. But if this can curl super quick, get back above $4.05, and continue that higher low pattern, then it could fall back into the good books here. So Wave, 21 and 2/3 $1 million market cap, tiny. I don't see a float on it. Okay, so that's trouble. Let's bring down trade ideas and see what we can find on WAVE. Just make sure Google, what the hell is Google doing? It's below 155. I got to keep eyes on that. What's happening here? Why am I not able to enter details? Okay, trade ideas. You're bothering me. Oh, that's not good. All right, I'm going to have to restart trade ideas here. That's fine. We'll exit. All right, well, as trade ideas restarts, we can make an observation here that Wave seems to be holding up possibly at the 50 EMA. That's going to be the red solid line on my chart. If it gets back above 405 and starts curling back up, it'll definitely have held that higher low pattern, so the upward channel could still be intact. And we definitely have higher highs off that previous high here, 1111. We got into 440, and then around 1130, we got into 450. So the higher lows, higher highs. Let's see if that stays in play on WAVE. We'll look to trade that, but sadly, I don't have as much information as I would like on the stock. Back to Google, as it did break down below 155. So I'm long 154.84, but the area of support on my chart is at 154.70-ish, 154, and 2/3, give or take. So if this comes into my entry area, which is 1 penny from here, I'll just flatten out. They don't have that many shares to begin with, and then I'll look to get in either at that 154.70 or thereabouts, and then we'll figure out the trade from there. So there we go. I get out of there, and then I'll be looking to possibly get back in again. I'm also very interested in refreshing this range trade that we've had on Softy at 420. Broke 420 again. But every single time it's broken 420, it's managed to at least bump up maybe a buck, maybe a buck and a half, depending on where you got that 420 area. So 420 area has been a rinse and repeat level. That 420 general area, I don't want to say the strict $420 area, that general area has been a rinse and repeat area. So we'll look possibly to get into this one, but it's going to have to hold up at these areas. So keeping an eye on Softy, keeping an eye on Google, and I'm also keeping an eye on NVDA. I'd like to take that possibly off the 20-period moving average on the 5.
Yeah, that NVIDIA has been certainly a spicy one. I've been ignoring her for the time being. Right now, my focus is on AMD. We did just get a little beak wetter there, dipped, just slightly dunked the beak. It's slightly doused in the water there. I am trying to add to this position, and the reason I got out here, I want to clarify as well. So I was watching here, we had these dips into this area. We had a little bit of a bounce. I said to Darryl, try to take some profits off here. If we bounce again, I'm ready to add to this position around where I got in initially, so that 167.60-esque area would be pretty juicy for me. So let's see if AMD would like to give us that opportunity. So that's what I have my eye on here. It looks like we have this consistent bounce. And I'm like, hey, AMD, if you turn into a tighter range, this week's about range trading. I have no problem. I have zero qualms trading her how she'd like to be traded. So let's take a look at that. Also, though, Tesla bouncing. So we're going to get involved here. I don't know why I said it like that, but I was.
It's that range trade again. It's right at that level. I love it.
If you see a range, you must range the range. So there we go. Let's be Walker, Texas Rangers over here.
There you go.
And take these range trades. I'm trying to find the right point of entry here. It's 248s. There we go. With a reload, if we get kind of down here into 171s, we got filled. I am chilled. I'm in 3 trades right now, which is like kind of unlike me. But I mean, if you like that, oh, we just lost something there. If you like the areas you're trading, then why not, right? These are all trades I feel good about, and they're all trades that are acting in kind of a controlled way that I have my eyes on. So we're in 3 trades. We're new people over here today on how to trade.
I love it. Yeah. I'm back into the softy wagon. We'll see what we get here. Trying to get that 420 defend. Todd McLean. Don't forget, 10s being sold soon might be a disaster. What are we talking about, Todd?
I think they're at 1 p.m. I thought the auction.
Oh, yeah, that's, oh, is it the 10s today? Yeah, it was, because yesterday was the 3 or something like that. And I was on the wrong day, thinking I was on the right day. Thank you for reminding me. We still have an hour and 15 minutes or thereabouts until that auction gets dropped, but the 10-year definitely going to be in focus today, especially with the CPI, right? So I want to definitely see any interest from foreign buyers, because we know that's who's buying these treasuries. I went on a rant about this. I'm going to go on a rant again about it. It's typically Japanese, Chinese, and lately it's been the Saudis who have been buying these U.S. Treasury debts. And that's one way, obviously, the government raises money. The other, there's many ways, but the other way, obviously, is taxation. There's obviously company regulations and stuff like, especially in the banking sector, that they can raise money that way. But this is one of the biggest ways they raise money. So that's why there's a lot of focus on this over here. So let's go ahead and put a little bit of an out here on Softy. There we go. We wet our beak there on some profits. Let's continue to watch that bad boy defend that 420 area. Again, you know, last time we didn't make it up all the way to VWAP, so I want to be realistic with my exits. Last time we kind of were south of VWAP. We topped out there at that 421, 10-ish, 15-ish, somewhere around there, whereas VWAP at the time was at 421 1/3. So let's see if we can make it up at least maybe into 421. We'll wet our beak there on some profits. So we'll see exactly what we get here on Softy. We already took out a nice little beak wetter there. Todd McLean, our largest buyer, Japan. Look at the yen. I know, look, but they've got a little bit of a thing going on there. And by thing, I mean a change in policy, right? We've seen the Bank of Japan actually talk about raising rates for the first time, I think, since the early 90s or 80s. So there's stuff afoot in that country. Not sure exactly how it's going to end up, but definitely something to be on the lookout for there.
Yeah, I mean, always on the lookout. Yeah, Japan has been really interesting. With the money talks, what I'll do is like look at sometimes what different currencies are doing in different policies. And I think Japan does have, as Sharif was just talking about there, a more interesting spicy policies. So with regards to their deflation and stuff like that too. So they're an interesting one there.
Oh yeah.
That is for sure something I want to learn a little bit more about also as well. But right now what I want to learn more about is AMD to the downside. Yeah, I should have had more shares here. Tried to get that add at that 167.60 area. Didn't get it, but it looks like we're curling back up here. So if we want to add, I'm good with that. We will be out of the trade by the time we make the rounds back to this bottom here, which is going to be that 166.20. If I have more shares, then I'm actually cool leaving a piece for the dreamer. Right now, we have no pieces for any dreams. It will be all wakefulness. We will be staying up all night, pulling an all-nighter in this trade. The analogy got a little bit away from me there, but it's all good. We're in AMD. Tesla. No Stresla for me right now, but also no Besla either. It's just kind of, it's neutral. It's, right now, we're trying to get some out at around 172 because this earlier chop and churn, these little dojis make me say Adara. This could be a level. Then, of course, the top of the range, or at least in my opinion, kind of the truer top of the range is going to be around this 172.30. So that will be where pieces for dreams are saved. So that's the look. And also, this kind of comes back as well to the lesson we were talking about today, which is, you know, sometimes you want to find like that ATR, finding areas within ranges as well, right? So for me, with Tesla, I do like the true top of this range just below VWAP around that 172.50. But if I see this earlier area of resistance around the 172, I want to address that. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. And obviously, I'm by no means an advanced trader. I'm still very new and still learning here in the sim. But sometimes you want to like look at these different strategies and try to find ways to incorporate them for yourself. That's Beer saying no investla with stressla. Yeah, I mean, right now we're just kind of having a little bit of a messla, a little bit of fun here on TSLA. Also, Elon saying, hi, Adara, hello. AM down, not looking good. Yeah, it's a little bit of a weak one. That's why I was happy to kind of get short here. Right now, we're below the 90 EMA, which, again, this is a level that I'm probably a bit too reliant on if I'm being incredibly honest with myself. But also, it's a level that I find will give me sometimes a little bit of an earlier sign of reversal. So if we're initially using this as resistance and then we flip to support or vice versa, to me, in the past, that has been spicy. So that's why I like looking at this level. Right now, it looks like we could be flipping to resistance. When this was pretty clear support earlier, you can see these little bounces. So I'm like, AMD, kind of like what we're doing here with regards to me being in this short. I think that break below 167 would give me even more confidence and confluence for this move to the downside. Also, I did get out of Roblox, which I want to talk about. So Roblox might have had a little bit more move here, but I said I was going to watch and see what we did at that 40 area. I started to get a little bit nervous what we were doing at 39s. It looks like we are still making higher highs and higher lows, but I was like, you know what, Adara, take your profits here. You're happy with this trade. And it's moving a little bit more slowly than you'd like, so why not? I know I said I was going to be working on patience, but I think for me, that's a little bit more, my issue with patience, at least in my opinion, on my take on my trading, has always been a little bit more with the entries. So I get in too early and then I panic sell. And then it ends up being okay. So if I'm planning the entries a little bit better, I was really happy with where I got in on this and then where I reloaded. I'm okay selling a little bit early because I was patient on the entry and I had plans. So there we go.
Nice.
That is my take here on the scalpulation with the Roblox. AM downside still coming in there, so we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, Todd McLean saying that the yen is in a full state of huadunk. And if anybody doesn't know what huadunk means, you're probably newer to the show. It means it's tanking. I'm trying to pull up the yen here on my platform versus the US dollar, but I don't know the ticker, so I'm gonna have to play around with that while Neil drops hot lines on his lesson of the day, because I want to keep eyes on the yen, definitely. All right, we're still doing the dance here with 420 on MSFT, a little bit above, a little bit below, nothing to write home about. I'm gonna just stay put on this trade. I've got a little bit left here, so we'll see if this one can make its way off these lows. But, you know, the future is awfully consolidative at this time, and it has been essentially for the better part of an hour. I'd say from 10:50 onwards, it's been doing the dance here south of VWAP. We had 2 5-minute candles that touched VWAP, but for the most part, we've been a little bit below it. So I'm going to pack my patience, see what we can get here. I see Meta is bouncing off the 20-period EMA the 20-period EMA as well, which is a good look. Meta's been a beautiful upward channel. I mean, you had that U-shaped recovery off that ugly CPI print. There's the IB low. It pumps right back up. Thanks, Neil, for that. Appreciate that. Pumps right back up into that 516 area. And then after that, we've been making sequentially higher lows and higher highs, with that 521 being the top there. But if you keep your eye on the wicks, each successive wick seems to be a little bit higher than the previous one, right? And then now, for whatever reason, again, doesn't really matter to me, I don't care, it's finding support at the 20 period. And it has prior to that too. Right at 11, it wicked right into that 20 period moving average, bounced back up and made a 521 touch, which is HOD. So keeping eye on Meta. I also said that I'd be interested in trading NVDA off that 20 period touch. He still hasn't touched the 20 period quite yet. And I'm not sure if I like this trade anymore. What I kind of see here, to be honest with you, is a bit of a range trade. As soon as I said range trade, someone moved their head over. No, seriously.
That's nice. Like, seriously.
But no, here's what I'm seeing. So this is the top end of the range here between, let's just say, 1050 and 1120. We had the top at around 866.5, thereabouts. Now we're using that 866.5 or thereabouts. Again, it's an $800 some odd dollar stock, so forgive me if we're not completely accurate with the pennies. It's using it as support. So that's kind of what I'm seeing there. So could be interesting here for NVDA. Again, I won't trade NVDA. I'll be trading NVDL, which is one of the derivatives. There are 3 I think there's more than 3, but the 3 that I know about are NVDL, NVDS, and NVDX. So if you don't want to trade this monster, there are alternatives. for you guys to be able to get in on some of the NVIDIA action. Let's flip back to some of these small cap gappers over here, see what's popping off. Anything that I like? Not really. Wave has broken down now below VWAP. Same thing with MRIN. Well, it's at VWAP. That's the thing with MRIN. So I shouldn't dismiss it too quickly here. But I got to tell you, I'm not pleased with the selection of small cap gappers on the day, but you're not going to get them. You're not going to get bangers every day. So anyway, back to the softy trade. Let's see if we can make it up to 421.
Yes, do your thing, 421, Microsoft, please. That would be awesome there. That's a good level, that 420. And Kyle Burnett called the one out earlier, and I did miss it because I was tangling with the beast that is NVIDIA. To my peril. But yeah, the other level, like I said earlier, Kyle mentioned that meta range, or not meta range, but that meta 520, which I still think is definitely worth watching, something I'm keeping an eye on as well. But yeah, that NVIDIA, Sharif was not lying. The second I heard range, I'm like over here and I like built my little chair. I'm like, oh. Because I've been watching that. I was mentioning earlier, I like NVIDIA 867, so that's an area I've had my eye on. Tesla, finally getting the meaning of the word going up. That worked better in my head.
Amp?
But we're all good. Yeah, PAMP. There we go. Finally understanding the meaning of the word PAMP. So I don't like this 9 EMA rejection. This is, not optimal. We're basically flat on the trade. I'm trying to stay a little bit more patient with it. I'm going to see what we do here at like 20s, this 176.20 area, 171.20 area. This is a bit of a tighter stop than I initially wanted to have, but this rejection has my spidey senses tingling. So we're going to be very cognizant of this area. Also, AMD. Let's go. I want to see what we do here at 70s. I don't like that we're trying to have this little pop back up. I don't like this doji. This is not something I am a fan of.
You tell that doji, Adara.
I will tell. Thank you. I like that. I will tell that doji. I'm going to shake the old man finger at that and be like, sir, this is not the way. But let's see what we do here. Yes, we're continuing to go to the downside. I have my final beak wetter in about 20 pennies. Like I said, I was initially going to save a piece for the dream below this range. We didn't have enough pieces for any dreams. So we have to take what we can get here. Let's see what happens. Tesla. Okay, Tesla. But yeah, this AMD, it looks like talking to the doji actually worked, giving it a stern talking to. Showed it to Brad Gober, looking like you're also in this trade as well off that VWAP. So congrats to you. This has been a really fun one to be a part of, especially on range day, right? I initially was looking at this, I was going to switch to the 5 to see what initially caught my eyes or tickled my fancy, as Sharif will sometimes say. And it was this base. I was waiting to see what we did up here at 169.60 to kind of see if we got a better range, but hey, we reject that VWAP. And I say, you know what? Do your thing, Meta. Also, I'm going to switch this. I don't like that we're curling back into 50s now, so we're going to get out of this a little bit earlier into late. Let's do like 49s. There we go. We should be out of AMD. Let's see if AMD gives us that. But yeah, so happy we yelled at that doji. Got another 20 pennies out of this. Please, just punch.
I just want to shout out my sissy, my sister. It's obviously International Siblings Day. So I put a picture on the gram. That's her and I at, I think this was like a restaurant in Egypt or something like that. We were doing like a missionary trip. And that's my cousin's left shoulder there who's not cool enough to make it into the picture. So too bad for him. Love you, sis, and hope to see you soon. I'm going to send her this clip, obviously. And yeah, it sucks because she's in California, so I rarely get to see her anymore. But yeah, International Siblings Day. Tell your loved ones that you love them. You don't know how long they're going to be around for, right? So, all right, back into less lovey-dovey stuff here, and back into softy as it makes its way through that 420 area, 420 and a half area. I'm looking for a 421 pop, and I'm going to flatten out this trade here. So let's see exactly what we get on the softy. Let's see what else we got over here. What? No, I didn't. What did he say? Jeez. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Talk about asking nicely, eh? The beard ain't coming back.
It's like how they were talking to the doji. That's how they're talking to you about that beard.
Yeah. No. The beard's going to be gone for a little while, man. We did the 10 years. 10 years.
That is so many years with a beard.
And you know why I know that? Because there was an Instagram picture of me the day that I actually started growing it out. I put it on the gram, so I always knew exactly when I started growing out the beard.
The beard anniversary.
The beard anniversary. Oh my goodness, Adair, you're killing it. Yes, but the beard is good. We're going to leave that one a little bit, Adair. We're doing well here on the softie. Looking for, again, a 421 touch, but we'll see what we get there. I'm a little disappointed in myself, again, for having been shaken out of that Google trade. As you can see here, I got out bottom wick, minus 1 penny, okay? And then it precipitated to move up about, 70 pennies after that. So a little disappointed in myself. It's still profitable for me on the day, but, just goes to show you, stick to your plan. And, I mean, look. This is my entry. Why am I getting out here? The out is here. It's the new low. The new low is the out. So I know that. I didn't execute that. That's on me. So we'll keep eyes on that one, Adair.
Yeah, also I don't have any recent photos of my sister apparently, but I did find this one on Google. As I mentioned this before, my dog went missing. And then he came back. And so this is my sister and I when we were 10 and 7 respectively. So I did wear glasses as a child. So yeah, this is my International Siblings Day post. Shout out to my sister. It is very grainy because I got it off the CNBC web.
Oh, I love it.
This is me and this is my little sister.
That is so
shout out. Yeah, I was like, this
You guys look alike. You guys can tell your siblings.
Really? Because we get like a little bit of half and half. A lot of people totally see it and other people totally don't.
Yeah? Well, it's a little grainy. Can you zoom out a little bit?
I don't know.
So we can kind of...
Yeah, there's my dad looking at my dog. My dad's like so
cute.
down
I
for
love
the dog.
that. Is this Winnipeg?
This is in Winnipeg. Yeah,
There's sunshine in Winnipeg? I'm just kidding.
this was in like the heat
I
of summer.
set you up there.
Yeah,
Come
you
on.
did. This was like July 2010, so this was
That's
a
awesome.
good while ago.
That's
But yeah,
really
so I
good.
was like, your
I love
photo's
it.
a little bit more recent with you and your sister, minus
yeah,
the beard. But yeah, shout out to siblings. Shout out also to International Day of Pink. I unfortunately forgot and was not wearing
I didn't
pink,
know
but
either.
thanks to Sean for pointing that out to everybody there.
It's funny because I wore pink yesterday.
You did
That
wear pink
sucks.
yesterday.
If I would have wore it today if I had known. I didn't know it was International Pink Day.
There's so
Why
many
is
different
it-
international
what
days
is
today.
the Pink Day? Is it for breast cancer?
No, it's for like bullying and stuff. in
Oh,
schools.
I gotcha.
Yeah, so
Okay,
that makes
cool.
sense because he's like kids and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because the NFL used to wear pink in October for breast cancer. So I have always associated, right?
Yes.
They stopped though. Okay, gotcha. All right. All right, we're moving up nicely here on softy. So I'm pleased this punch, as Adair likes to say. Here comes that $0.75 area on the softy. Again, I'm targeting that 421.25. I'd love that VWAP retracement on the softy. Whether or not we get it, an entirely different story, but keeping eyes on this one. It's down 1 1/3%, but that 420 level has been a rinse and repeat level. It hasn't been an exact level. You've had to give it about, max, I'd say 30 pennies worth of room, owing to the fact that the low of day is 419.70. And here comes 420, 421. We're really close to it at the moment, but we'll get to that and much more once we get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
The lesson of the day today brought to you by Real Trading. If you want to trade real stocks and make real profits, then Real Trading is for you. It's a good way to express trades with the trend. I say this like every single day, the trend is your friend. However, which trend? Are we talking about on a daily? Are we talking about on a weekly or monthly? Are we talking about a 15-minute chart, a 1-minute chart, a 1-second chart? Not that I use them, but trust me, they're out there. There's a million different time frames that you can have out there. So which trend are you supposed to be following anyways? Because it's not always going to be true that the trend is the same direction on every one of those time frames. And if you use 1, 2, 3, 5, a dozen different time frames, you can find yourself clouded with too many opposing signals. So first things first, let's get this out of the way. Start with a clearly, obviously defined higher time frame daily chart here of something that is trending, so we can get an idea of what we're talking about here. Let's get the brass tacks. So this is Tesla. Starting from the middle of 2023, it's almost a full year worth of a trend. Now, what do you see? Hopefully you see a downtrend. If you don't see a downtrend here, get your eyes checked. That's the first thing. 2, let's just leave it at that. Get your eyes checked. So what you have is some lower highs. You've got yourself some lower lows. As a matter of fact, it's pressing, holding the bottom. If you like moving averages, it's holding under a 50-period moving average. So you have a lot of things that are showing you a downward trend. And I think it's always a good starting point to be able to identify what it is that you're looking for. Now, if you are a trend trader, that's important, but it's almost more important as a trader. Your style matters. but the time frame of your trade matters a ton. We don't talk about that a lot on the live show because we're day trading, so it's obvious what we're doing. But if you're a swing trader, then it sometimes can be a little bit more nuanced as to how you are looking at things. There are some swing traders that will hold things for weeks and months. There are some swing traders who, if they hold it for 3 or 4 days, that is a long time frame. And there are some that are in between, or maybe they even do both. So before you get into a trade, identify what is your time horizon on it, and then worry about the trend in that factor. If you're a longer term swing trader, then you might want to be focusing on a trend in a daily chart. But you're completely excused if you might look at this and as a day trader, like ignore what ended up happening in here today. That's a bad line, but it doesn't really matter. It's kind of like a line of best fit. If you ignore CPI, Tesla was actually trend up on this week. So for a day trader, you have a stock with a huge downtrend on the daily chart, but in a very clear upward trend where you could have come into today looking for long opportunities. And obviously, while it doesn't necessarily work out, it's important to identify that. Now, where can you and how can you use this to your absolute advantage? Now, my favorite thing that you can find out there is going to be when you have confluence. We talk about confluence. We talk about multiple reasons to like or dislike a stock or just any kind of a trade in a general sense, right? And sometimes you're going to find these situations where you can line things up. And when you're looking for like A+ ideas or whatever they might mean to you, maybe you just call it a 10 out of 10 trade, it doesn't really matter. You might be looking to align the higher time frame trend with your shorter time frame trend. So if you're a day trader or a swing trader, maybe you care that XOM and oil have been on an absolute tear since breaking out this 200 period moving average. Consolidation into a breakout. And since then, it's been a very, very clear and defined upward trend. And then off of the top, even when it breaks, you get this nice stair-step up pattern. There's a stair-step up pattern. Now, if you have a trend on the higher time frame, it sets up one of my favorite things, which is the simple, if it finds support in a consolidation level, buy the dip into previous resistance, that turns into support, it breaks it out again, buy the dip into previous resistance, then the support. Today, kind of a muted response there. It didn't follow through because oil futures actually ended up down on a number at 1030, but the same principle ends up holding. So yes, you want to use the time frame that you're trading in for the trend, but you also want to find confluence with that higher time frame. So I might be favoring long trades in XOM because of that daily chart. I might then be looking for long setups, and then I'm just going to execute in that direction. And now whether or not I'm using long setups on the 15 or I'm trying to find them on a 3-minute chart here, which I will often trade off of, it's just a matter of looking for the longs. And here's the best part about it too. Hey, guess what? If you're a range-bound trader, now some traders will short the top and go long the bottom. Other range-bound traders want to favor one direction. So if you were a range-bound trader that saw XOM and looked at that daily chart upside, that 15-minute chart upside, you might have seen this move a couple of days ago and said bottoms in here at 120. I like the 120 on the 15 as well. Tops in here at 121.5. And you're going long and you find your support. Maybe you're not shorting it, but you do like those longs. As with anything, understand what a trend break might be. So if I'm trading, if I'm expressing a higher time frame long on XOM, where it just goes up every single day, and there's support at that 120, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to turn a day trade into let's hold a 121.8 all the way down to 120 even. I'm still executing on a lower time frame here. So yes, I'm looking for a long trade, but the rules of my trade are still going to respect the principles of that intraday short-term trade. And this is true if you're swing trading. If you got your swing trading levels out there, and let's go back over to the 15 here. If you got your swing trading levels out there, you might be in a long on a dip that you're willing to give a little bit, like 120, it could be like a 118, where you're willing to hold it for a couple of days. You don't want to necessarily overreact to that oil number. But as a day trader, okay, there's my resistance. I'm favoring long. I go long. I take some at profit. I still stop it out there. Just because the trend is long doesn't mean I'm fighting it intraday. So the other way that you can think about trend trading is always that bias. You don't have to have a bias when you're trading. But here's what's going to happen. Implicitly, you're going to end up with one. And if you're going to end up with a bias anyways, then you want to make sure that you're looking for it in the right places. Because as much as the bias is going to give you your best and most confident trades out there, right? If you have a bias to long an XOM, you're going to have your best trades, going long, confident to hold them against you, confident to add to it, and all that good stuff. But when you break your rules, or when you miss something important, it's those trades that are going to damage you the most because it's your A+ setup. And this is why you don't want to lose sight of zooming out. And it's so important. You start with the higher time frame and then you place your trade, but as it starts to move, make sure you zoom back out to give you that patience. Now, obviously, like I said, I like this stock. I like the long, but when I talk about patience, the next trade, if it's not breaking back out, it's got to be back off this 120. I have to sit this out for $1 to allow it to test back into those lows. And that's what the trend is telling me on the 15-minute. The daily chart's telling me I'm still looking for longs. The 15-minute chart's telling me that that short-term out is gone. I have to wait for this lower level. And then you work from there. The trend, if you go back far enough on just about everything that's worth anything in the market, is generally speaking to the upside. So you can always put up some kind of a time frame which is going to tell you what you want. So ask yourself these questions. What time frame am I executing on? What trend do I want for confluence? Because you can execute on a short-term 3-minute, but when I want my confluence is the daily chart, is the 15. Tailor and backtest your strategies. It's very, very important. And then from there, ensure that just because your confirmation happens on a higher time frame chart, do not violate your lower time frame rules. If I'm day trading, I'm not turning it into a swing just because my confidence comes from a trend on the higher time frame. It's still a day trade. And if you're swing trading, holding for 2 or 3 days, and you see something great on a monthly, that doesn't mean you hold it for a month. It just might give you a reason to like the trade, to take more profit as it goes in the money. So stick to your rules. You're going to have multiple time frames that you look at. You're going to have multiple trends that you look at. What are you trading off of? Where's your confluence coming from? And then make sure you're always going back and forth and reaffirming your plan. When you're sitting in a trade, you should be there managing it, and that means going over those key levels. The trend is not simple. It's going to happen on multiple different time frames. Hopefully this lesson of the day is going to improve your trading with the trend so that your gains can be larger.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Informative and eloquent as always. As Neil was dropping the hot lines, we had to get out of the softy trade as it started precipitating a bit of a down move. So what we've noticed, or what I've noticed, is lower high, you guessed it, another lower high, 2 lower highs after that. So I said to myself, look, this is going to be a range trade. You're going to play the range. You can't look for breakouts here. And looking for a 421 pop, to me, was looking for the breakout. So wet my beak there, almost top wick. And as you can see, it's coming right back down into 420. So I got to tell you, I think I'm going to rinse and repeat this type of trade. I was complaining to Brendo yesterday at the big desk. And I'd be like, the reason I was complaining is because yesterday we were essentially stuck at 18.3. And for the last few days, I feel like we've been stuck at 18.3 ever since we popped back up on Friday. And I said to him, like, okay, it'd be great to be able to have some sort of strategy to be able to identify when the market's awaiting like the CPI print like today, and so it's ranging. That way, you get in and you don't have that mentality of you're looking for the breakout, right? You're going to play the range because the futures are showing you that they're stuck in a range. I'm talking about yesterday's trading. So with respect to softy at this point, I just need to look at it as this is the trade it's giving me. It's giving me a range trade, and I'm going to take what it's giving me on the day. And I don't really have to look for a breakout every day. I'll look for a breakout when it's appropriate. So here we go again, Fabian. 420 coming in, and right back into that 420 and a quarter we go. Let's see if we can hold up at 420. We haven't held up at 420 on the previous occasions. I keep saying that, but I want to say it again. For anybody who's looking for that dip trade, make sure to place your stop appropriately. If you're going to put it at 419.98, you're going to get stopped out. It's not going to hold that 420 level strictly. So that's what I'm looking to play. Softy coming back into that level. We're going to get it in again. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at this N to the V to the D to the A. We just talked about ranges, and I mean, look at NVIDIA, loving this 865 level. We liked it earlier today. That was the level I was playing off earlier. I think I was a little bit too scaredy cat in terms of my point of entry. I wanted to get involved at 864.50, and NVIDIA was like, Adara, who are you kidding? Like, by this point, I don't know why I'm making this face, but it's like, Adara, by this point, I'm already like off to the races. So I'm like, you know what? Do your thing, 21. I think I was a little bit too skittish, but if we get back into this just below 865 level, I might change. We're gonna do 864.80. I like that. And I say that just because it's to me, it's the precise amount that I'm comfortable with between that area I like, which is at 865, and letting it fall a little bit, which is that 864.50. So is it hyper-specific? Possibly. But here we are. As Neil just said, you know, and I also want to read this quote from Frank Jones because this is excellent here in the chat, saying the underlying lesson here, this is about Neil's lesson of the day, is that being right on the direction of a trade is the primary element. The secondary element is playing it correctly, which Neil is teaching you. So I thought that was really important, and I think that's something that bears repeating. So I just wanted to read that out. Thank you to Neil for the lesson, and thank you everybody as well. Like, clearly loving it because Neil dropping knowledge. Knowledge is power here. Especially, I mean, we love that here and how to trade. So I would also love if NVIDIA wants to let me in, but if she doesn't, I'm not going to force her. We do not chase things over here, but we do chase lessons and chase knowledge. So here we are, advanced strategies for range trading.
Yes, ma'am. We are talking about that topic today, and we'll be talking about range trading all week. So make sure if you like the Adair Panera trades, make sure to join us till Friday. We were talking about range trading all week. So today, let's delve into this advanced entry and exit strategy for your range trading and help elevate your game. We're going to move beyond the basic, support and resistance and pinpoint these high probability trade opportunities. Let's get right to it. So, beyond the static levels of support and resistance, let's talk about some price action entries here. And the first one I want to talk about are these pin bars. Some people call them pin bars. Other people call them topping tail and bottoming tail candles. That's the term that I like to use. Use whatever you want. But essentially, these single wick candles with tiny bodies and large upper or lower wicks signal potential reversals when they appear at key areas of support and resistance, okay? A long wick extending below support suggests a failed bearish attempt. The bears tried to push it below, let's say 165 on Apple, and the bulls and Apple's buyback program says, no, you don't, and it starts buying out 165. And what we'll see is a wick below 165 and then a quick move back up with the body typically above that key area of support, okay? Conversely, a long wick above resistance indicates rejected selling pressure, potentially foreshadowing a potential short opportunity there. So I'm going to show you exactly what I mean in an image in a second, but just keep in mind these pin bars and their importance when they appear at key areas of both support and resistance. The other type of look I want to talk about are these engulfing candles or engulfing bars, whatever you want to call them. Essentially, there's a bullish version and a bearish version. A bullish engulfing bar completely engulfs, covers from top to bottom, the previous bearish bar at support. Again, you're looking for these candle formation patterns at key areas of support and resistance, not willy-nilly anywhere on the chart, okay? Just like the pin bars. You're looking for them to appear at certain places. This will suggest a strong reversal. Conversely, a bearish engulfing bar at resistance signals potential downside continuation. Here's an example of that. This is the pin bars. You can see these wicks below a key area of support multiple times, each one indicating a false breakdown. And conversely, you see that at the top as well. The range held true, even though you had wicks breaking below support and above resistance. Essentially, what ended up happening was the body ended up closing below or above, and you ended up continuing to range in that, let's call it a holding pattern. Okay? And here are the engulfing bars. So this is the bullish engulfing bar. And it's really important not only that they appear at key areas of support and resistance, but that you identify the preceding trend, the trend that preceded the forming of these engulfing bars. So for the bullish engulfing bar, what you need is a downtrend to precede their formation, which makes sense, right? Because you're looking for them to appear at support. So if they're going to appear at support, typically they got to make their way down into support. And so that's what I'm talking about here. Look for a downtrend to precede the formation of the bullish engulfing bar. Conversely, look for an uptrend to precede the bearish engulfing bar. And this one should appear at resistance, and it should be preceded by an uptrend. So that's what you're looking for there, these type of candles. And notice how this candle completely engulfs the previous bar's price action, like this one as well. And you can tell whether they're bullish or bearish based upon, obviously, the subsequent price action, but whether the candle closes green or red, right? And what the preceding candle was as well. And thank you for throwing those images in. Appreciate it, Adara. Another way to keep your eye on whether the range is going to hold true and continue to move sideways, or whether we're going to break through, is by keeping your eye on the order flow analysis. That could take many different shapes. The level 2, right? Or the book, or market depth. These are all synonyms for the same thing. Time and sales, the tape, those are synonyms as well. And as well as your volume bars. So an order flow analysis examines the buy and sell orders placed in the market. Tools like level 2 or volume analysis software can help reveal hidden support and resistance level zones. So here's what I mean by that. Like if you come down into 165 on Apple, you're likely going to see a whole lot of bidders on the bid on the left side of the book. Conversely, if you come up to 200 on Apple, you're likely going to see a whole bunch of sell orders there on the ask to get either out of the position or to short the position at that level. There's different reasons why people are selling Apple at 200. Not everybody is selling for the same reason. There's people who are instituting shorts. There are people that are taking profits at those levels, knowing full well that is a previous resistance level. Okay? So level 2, time and sales, volume. Very important here to be able to ID whether or not the support or resistance levels on the range will break. And also look for areas with a significant imbalance between buy and sell orders. That could be reflected on the book. What's going on there, Katina, man? The Katina man is $1 in the money on the arm short and the $1.50 on the SMH. He's basically slapping the microprocessors, the semiconductors today, taking them short in their face, he says. He's coming all hyped from the walk. How was the walk? Was good? The weather is amazing, eh? The weather is ridiculous outside. Shout out to the Katina man. So you're looking for areas of significant imbalances between buy and sell orders, and you can obviously have a look at the book in order to be able to see that. By the way, he was doing the dance this morning with SMH, and he's now positive. So the Katina man's got the better of SMH. 6 for 6. If you'd be playing baseball right now, it'd be what? Perfect game, or you'd be batting 1,000. Shout out to Sean, man. Good vibe, Sean. I'm gonna call him now, from now on. Good vibe, Sean. There's Killer Katina.
He's such good vibes.
There's Katina man. There's Good Vibe Sean. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of names for the Katina man. Right?
And it's an accurate nickname. Sean always comes in like so friendly, so amped.
Yeah. 100%. I even look. Yeah. He's like, yeah, okay, we're gonna change that up.
He's like, no, we must be Killer Katina again.
All right, so the next, we're going to talk about advanced exit strategy. So how do you take your profit wisely here, guys? I mean, we talked about where to look for the entries and exits on the trade, or the entries, sorry, specifically here. How do you get out of the trade once you're in it, right? Well, the first thing, obviously, is to do is where is that key area of resistance if you're long, or that key area of support that if you're short. That's the most obvious way if you're range trading. We're going to go a little bit beyond that, though. We're going to talk about trailing stops. right? Because once you get in on a long at support or in at a short at resistance, it doesn't mean that it's going to make its way all the way down or all the way up to that previously earmarked area. No, it could absolutely zigzag and then make its way there. And that means you could be offside on the trade. So one way to avoid that is by using trailing stops. A trailing stop, if you don't know, essentially it's an automatically adjusting order as the price moves in your favor. So you're locking in profits, while limiting potential losses on a reversal. So consider adjusting the trailing percentage based on your risk tolerance and the market volatility. Essentially what you're doing here is you're looking to move up your stop loss from your original position as the price moves in your favor if you're long. Conversely, you're moving down your stop loss if the price goes down in your favor for the short, okay? And the whole idea here is if it flips the script on you, you lock in profits where you're profitable, not break even or at a loss, okay? That's a look there. And there's also volatility-based exits, right? So you can use things like average true range or ATR, or look for other volatility indicators that can help estimate price targets within the range. So if I know, for example, that the ATR, I'm just giving you a random number, on Apple is 5, right? Then I know that if I get into that 5 range when I'm long, so I should be looking to take profits there. Conversely, when I'm short. So you can use ATR to help gauge the range of the instrument that you're trading on the day. Look to exit near the range highs for the shorts or the range lows, obviously, for the longs based on ATR reading to capture a reasonable portion of the expected price movement. But be aware, guys, of any potential support for the shorts or resistance for the longs within the range that could provide early profit-taking opportunities if the move doesn't follow through. And so combining all these strategies together, let's use an example here. So identifying a potential short entry with a bearish engulfing candle near engulfing bar near resistance. So for example, we were talking about before, if you're looking to get long or short, you're looking for in the pin bars, you're looking for the engulfing bars at key areas of support or resistance. So that's how you would get in. The confirmation, as you would use the order flow analysis, look at the book to make sure that that level that you were looking on the chart is in fact a key area of resistance because you see a lot of sell orders there on the book. Conversely, that area of support that you saw on the chart, make sure to confirm that with the buy orders on the bid side on the book. Make sure to use that as well. And then your exit here, you're going to set trailing stop loss orders and consider an additional profit target based on average true range. If you don't know how to use ATR or average true range, go to the Trader TV Live YouTube homepage, click the magnifying search glass thing and type in ATR or average true range, and there will be a plethora of videos there that you can go in and figure out how to use and what the deal is with ATR. And remember, guys, right? If you're going to use this strategy, make sure to backtest it first, ideally in a sim, obviously, on historical data to understand their effectiveness and to fine-tune your approach altogether. And here's a little bit of a bonus tip. I hate when people call me during the show. Always consider risk management. We didn't talk a whole lot about risk management. Usually I include a risk management slide, but make sure to balance your potential reward with the risks involved in every trade.
Warren.
What do you want, bro?
Why do you, we're trying to do a lesson here, Warren, okay? This is not the all-you-can-eat buffet, okay? You cannot call us right now.
I love it.
I had to.
I love it. What are you looking at over there?
Yeah, thank you for the great lesson there. I am looking at a little bit of disappointment here in TSLA. No, I'm joking. We're all good in here. I don't want us to make a higher high. If we resist this area here at this 170, 180, we will stay in the trade. If we break above it, I'm outie. I want to add a little bit too if we get into that 60, we'll do 69 here, as Sharif sometimes says, what's life without whimsy? But also just because that was an area that was kind of interesting earlier. Also, so the impetus for getting into this trade, if I may, is because I liked these lower highs. Also, I like that we were rejecting at this previous support area that we had twice. I got into that support earlier. So I thought, Adair, if you liked it as support, now it's coming into resistance, you owe it to yourself to try to short it. So that's what I'm doing right now. Please just punch, trying to get out half the position at this earlier low here, that 170.90, saving a piece for the dream, a little bit below. It looks like Tesla is ready to make dreams come true, but we'll see because stocks don't care about your feelings. Trying not to get too twitchy in this trade and just let it happen. Which brings me to, we have a little pinned comment here on our stream. You can follow us on Twitch now. So please do that. Shout out there. We are like everywhere on social media. We're live on Insta.
Are we live on Twitch, Chile Nightmare?
Yes.
What?
Oh, I will.
I didn't know.
Here we go.
I didn't know we were live on Twitch. Yeah,
Oh,
amazing.
there we are.
There we go. Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Because all I see is like,
This is weird reacting to yourself.
I know, right?
Oh my God.
It's gonna be an infinite mirror now. Let it go. Let it go. I like it. I like it. All right. What's? Oh, you're a long Tesla. I like that. Okay. No, you're short Tesla. Excuse me. And that's a great trade, I think, Adara, because we're continuing to make lower highs on TSLA. In fact, the last couple of attempts, I don't think we got to VWAP. So I think that is looking very flat bottom breakish. And by flat bottom breakish, I'm talking about that 170 and 3/4, maybe even 171. We have wicks into that 170 and 3/4. But the better level, in my humble opinion, shout out to Jay Lee, who always says that, is that 171 area. So you know you're not going to get flat bottom breaks in the same way on Tesla as you are on some of these small cap gappers. But this is an excellent kind of range, not range trade, but short the pops. Anything into the 20. Look at this yellow line over here. All the moves into that solid yellow line, Adara, have all been sold off. Shout out to you. Great looking trade there on your Tesla short.
Thank you very much. And part of it too came from, and again, we're talking about trading the ranges. This is, of course, a topic that I was very excited about because someone likes ranges and that someone is me. Sharifin literally, like, he knows if he says range, I'm like a little dog, like, what? Huh? But yeah, so this Tesla, I liked it off the bottom here, but as Sharif said, this lower high had me scared. I was like, we have to get out here. So I got out at the lower high. Happy I got out where I did. Then when I noticed we're rejecting that previous area of support, that's when I decided to enter the short. So happy I did. We're about 20 pennies in la money right now. So like I said, I'm interested in potentially adding to this position if we get into 161.70s, but we couldn't even really get into 161.50s or 60s. So we'll have to wait and see what occurs. Trying to pack my patience and not get out at 20s, but it's getting a little hard. But that's what patience is for. Like I said, I'm working on, as long as we still have the levels I like, as long as we stay below this 90 MA, I have no reason to leave. Obi's talked a lot. Shout out to Obi last week, talking a lot about meditation, staying calm before, after, and during trades. And that's something I would say I definitely need to work on having in my toolkit. So trying to learn from what you say yesterday, taking these. Pardon?
Have you ever tried meditating?
A little bit. I usually fall asleep while meditating.
Really?
Yeah, well, because I fall asleep a lot in general. Like I am a very tired person. This is just like
that's fine.
This is a fact. And so, yeah, if I sit for too long, I will fall asleep during the meditating.
I bet.
So, so that's a little bit. I mean, I've tried. I think it can be helpful. It's just I am not the type of person for it. Have you tried?
I've tried. I lacked the concentration skills to really be able to focus in and visualize whatever you're supposed to be visualizing. I've had a couple of those guided meditation videos, and they try to teach you their way, but I think everybody has to kind of figure out their own little style. The whole reason of why I'm talking about that is because I feel some people can kind of get their meditation through walks, while other people have to kind of go in a room, close the lights, shut the door, and just kind of isolate. Everybody's a little bit different in that way.
Yeah, it's whatever gets you into your zone.
Whatever, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter. So there was a trader here by the name of Aaron the Machine Gun, and he would sneeze up storms, right? But his thing was that he would always go into the back room that we have the podcast room now, and that was kind of his thing. He would just go in there like half an hour, just shut the door, and he'd be meditating. Sometimes he'd walk in not knowing he was doing that. But yeah, that kind of got me thinking maybe I should be looking to employ something like that. But
Bail on us.
he's not about that life. But I want to talk about Aurora Cannabis, because for whatever reason, it's up 7.25% today. And I don't really see a headline on ACB today. I see a couple of entries. This is it here. ACB, Aurora Cannabis forward PE rose to minus 20.02 in the past. This led to a decrease in price. Perfect story, because now it's up over 7%. Anyway, it had a great move there from 9:30 on to, let's say, we're topped out around 10:30. So it was moving uninterrupted, green candles on the 5-minute chart for an hour. an hour of uninterrupted green candles. And then now we're giving up the ghost with lower highs and lower lows. So what I'll be looking to do here is short the pop, because it is now kind of below the volume weighted average price. It's showing you its propensity to make lower highs. It's a downward channel, at least on the micro time frame. This is the 5-minute look. So if it gets back into about 695 thereabouts, I'm going to be looking to short Aurora Cannabis for that move down. However, I need to be cognizant of this hammer candle that formed here. Now, it finished red. It didn't go green, but that showed you that there was a lot of interested buyers, at least at that 6.5, 6 2/3, whatever. It moved it right back into that 50-period moving average, and now the low end of the range is about 6 1/4. So again, if this comes back into 695, 7, I'm going to be looking to get short. So much do I like this trade, I'm putting an alert at that level to kind of give me a bit of a heads up if it comes in to the level that I like. We'll be looking to short ACB here. Again, lacking a catalyst, but we know that weed has been strong lately, especially with that election year. It seems to always be one of those hot topics.
Yeah, Darwin's saying too, Ben Fink is saying it's a Reddit play for ACB.
Thank you, I didn't know that.
Thank you to Darwin for pointing that one out. We don't need Darwin AI when we have Darwin in the chat. Shout out to Apple. But yeah, so that's an interesting one. Also, speaking of comments, we have Paul Lamore saying Tesla turns up from here. I'm in the short, and I do kind of see what you mean by that. And I say that because look at these little wicks here. This was our previous area of support at this 171.40. I like that we're rejecting a little bit, so I get in on the short. Oh, no. And then I notice we're not, these could also be interpreted as some bullish candles at a previous area of support. And I do not like that, Sam, I am. So we're gonna have to work on extricating ourselves from this trade. Like I said, though, trying to stay calm. I think Vin was saying the key to meditation is being less in your mind and breathing more. So I'm trying to do that a little bit. Yeah, I guess I probably do not seem like a huge meditation person, but it's something I'm trying to work on.
Yeah.
Breathing, being calm, being chill, and hanging out here in La Market. And shout out, of course, to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, world's greatest moderator. But yeah, Paul Lamore, if you are a long Tesla, I think you're probably have something going on here. And I say this as someone who's in the short and just being aware. So happy we got that reload. Like I said, as long as we're below this earlier high of 80s, please just punch.
I like your short here, Adara. I mean, look, can I show you something?
Yes.
The yellow line is a 20 EMA. Is there a closing print above the 20 EMA? I don't see one. No. It's been, every single one has been a rejection of the 20 EMA for whatever reason. I mean, it doesn't really matter why. The fact is it's doing it. So I don't know. It's a good look. We'll see. We'll see with Tesla here. Definitely a little bit weaker on the day. You thought maybe that India news would help propel it to the high side, but like I said on the big desk this morning, I think that Tesla is more interest rate sensitive than some of these other Mag 7 names, because when you go to a Tesla dealership, how many people are buying the car cash outright? I'd say less than 10%. I don't have facts, but I would say most people are either leasing or financing the car. And if you're leasing or financing, you're subject to interest rates, right? So we'll see exactly what Tesla gives us the rest of the day, but definitely not a good look here, down 3%. Is it the weakest of the Mag 7 names today? Yes, it is. Tesla by far the weakest of the Mag 7 names. In fact, I was about to sing Apple's praise here for a second, but second only to Tesla is Apple, down 0.97%. So Tesla taking it the worst of the bunch. All right, ACB not coming into my level. Softy right back into 421 and at VWAP. So do we short Softy here, right? Softy has rejected off VWAP multiple times. Specifically, I'm talking about a VWAP rejection at 11:30 and then again at 12. And we're presented with one right now at that 421 level. It's the whole dollar level as well as the volume weighted average price. We're also rejecting VWAP on the future. So there is some confluence here between the chart of Softy and the chart of the NQ. It doesn't matter, MNQ, NQ. So interesting look here. Let's look to get short on Softy.
Yeah, also this is pretty funny here. John Szymanski's saying, all I hear is 420 this, 420 that. I said I'm in. So it looks like Sharif's saying he's in as well. Hopefully 21 can do something for you.
I missed it. It tanked. It was, as I was talking about it, went down more. I put my it's not a dip trade, it's a pop trade, I guess, to get short.
A rip trade.
No, I'm trying to get it at a higher price to get a better entry, but it may not make it. It might just continue to go down. So.
Yeah, it's hard to think
All
about
good.
because I was like, you know how like you buy the dip, it's like short the rip or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Same thing.
But yeah, it's hard. Yeah, that one doesn't have like I guess a natural verbiage to be used for it. But also, I'm pretty sure Ponzi did tag you with his car
my
trade
bad.
of the day. Did he? I thought I saw it. Yes, he did. Yeah, it's up here. It's a pretty good one. Yeah.
I like. What's the 1989 Merker? Not even Mercury. This is Merker. Wow. I forgot those even cars existed. XR 4TI. Okay, this is going to require a Google search here, dude. I need to see what the hell this is. All right. I remember there was a car called Merker. It wasn't Mercury.
Really?
Was it? Oh, I'm not. Maybe I'm wrong. XR 4TI. What is this do you have for us? Yes. Yes, it is called the Merker. I remember
I
this,
love that
man.
car.
It kind of looks like the Stang, right?
Nice car.
It looks a little bit like the old Mustang, like the 5.0 Mustangs from the early 90s. Look at this thing. Oh, my. Hey? Yeah, it does. The Chilean Nightmare says it reminds me of the Sylvia. This kind of looks like a Saab to me, man. Like the older Saabs from the 80s. Oh, wow. This is old school right here, dude. Wow, Merker. What is the heritage of Mercury? It's a product of the Ford company. Yeah, that's what I thought, right? Yeah, because Mercury, I don't know why they were trying to get all creative there. What's wrong with Mercury? So yeah, I do remember this car, man. This takes me back a ways. Thanks for showing me that, Pons. Appreciate you. You and your, what's the Lambo trade of the day variants. Every day you've got a different one. Shout out to the Pons, the Fonz.
Yeah, I think it takes a true car enthusiast to be able to do that every day. This is what's great, though. We all different people in our community looking at different things. Like we have, big Kyle Burdett and everybody. We've got Adam, all these different people from different backgrounds looking at different stuff, giving you different trades and giving you different cars. So
yes.
Yeah, I just think one benefit of being part of such a fun, diverse trading community. Also, ALPN is apparently doing things, and that was sticky note. Check out the sticky note. I love that animation.
Bang.
Go take a look at the sticky note. And that's actually one thing, too, that I was saying this to Sharif off camera. We were talking about this yesterday and today, and I was saying, and honestly, I want to preface this by saying I feel good about the trading today. This would have been one of my better trading days in a while.
Nice.
It's because yesterday I got a little bit chopped up, and it was because I was really in my head, and I was thinking kind of less about the trades I wanted and more kind of like, oh, what's looking nice? What should I be taking, right? And so it's this whole thing that Sharif told me, and then also Sean ended up talking about yesterday on the afternoon show as well, and a bit of interesting real-life confluence, just that you have to be confident in the trades that you're taking. Sean has a sticky, I was thinking about this too. Sean makes a sticky note every day. Those are levels that he likes, right? Like he has confidence in those levels. And if you're taking trades that you don't feel passionately about, why are you taking them? And that's why I got out of that Amazon long yesterday, right after getting in, because I was just like, I decided, I was like, it's an okay look, but it just wasn't anything I had any fire for, right? And of course you don't want to be an emotional trader, but it's like, if you feel, something about the trade, if you feel a way about the trade, you have to I guess, stick to that. So yeah, I wanted to say that.
So it's International Siblings Day, as we know. It's not time, but I'm going to have to show this. This is Neil and his brother. Can you guys guess which one is which? Okay, so Neil, you're the younger brother, right? Yeah. Okay, so Neil's brother is significantly taller from him, from what he tells me, right? Here, they're identical height, but yeah, so this obviously, that's Neil. There's no question about that to me right there. That
smile.
is, yeah, of course. That's Neil from, you can just tell that's Neil, right? I love this. Early 90s. Look at that. Look at that. What is that called? Like that pink, or the highlights or whatever. What was that? Those like tie-dye shirts.
Oh, the tie-dye, yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't a tie-dye. This was kind of tie-dye-ish though, Neil, right? You had a little bit of blue, yellow, pink. Thanks for helping, bro. No, the Chilean Nightmare tells me that style is called mosaic. Oh. So shout out to the Neil and his brother, man. 80s graphic patterns, exactly. Right, and Neil was like, what was he, 25 in the 80s? So it's all good there, right? I'm just joking. He's gonna kill me. Shout out to Neil, man, and his awesome brother there, man. Love him. What do you got over there?
That's just such a great photo. But yeah, so that I mean that's a great pick, and like Sharif said, it's crazy how you can even tell that is young Neil in that photo. Like that's
so
fitting
obvious
image. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think that's interesting. Fabian says young Neil or Neil Young.
Oh wow.
That's good.
You guys are like the pun.
He's always putting puns in my ear.
Yeah,
I'm
not
always
like you need any help. You're already killing it with the puns.
We punable each other, Fabian and I, with the puns.
Adara, I want to see something here on Apple, guys. A lot of topping tail candles here for whatever reason, right above the volume weighted average price. Very unusual looking pattern here, especially showing up randomly at that 168 level. The thing is, it's above the volume weighted average price and it's above the whole dollar level, yet it's putting in candlestick patterns that look awfully bearish. So it's kind of, it's kind of bamboozling here. I would expect to see this on the other side, south of VWAP, south of 168, not doing these topping tail candles north of VWAP and north of the whole dollar level. So something afoot here with Apple. We'll see how this ends up panning out. But, it's been a range trade, no question about it, on these Mag 7 names as it was yesterday, unless obviously you started trading at 8:30 when that CPI print came out, because it absolutely tanked the market. We were above 18.4 at the start of the day, and we almost broke 18,000. Low day on the MN or in the NQ June contract is 18,053. So we moved over 400 points in one fell swoop. In two 5-minute candles, we dropped 400 points. So it was definitely a day. All right. So with respect to that, let's go back into this range trading that we've been doing on Microsoft, and we're right back at that 421. I'm a little hesitant to get in here. Because we popped into 421, then we held it. So if I get a good price here at 421 and change, and then I can just keep my stop on the high end of the range, and then that could be the trade there. So I'm going to send it to you, Adara, while I get in.
Yeah, I also was looking at that Microsoft range, and I was like, perhaps. But also, shout out to Kyle Burdett here saying that if someone was asking what's happening to Fiverr, and apparently a new company is undercutting them. Oh. So I can't see any news on this, but let me take a look at this one. I don't know if this is, oh yeah, here we go. This is, oof. Look at this volume candle here to the downside. Yeah, this is a bad look. We are decidedly under the 90 MA and under VWAP here. So this is a bit of a move to the downside. Are we trying to curl back up here at the 90 MA? I would need a little bit more evidence for that, especially given the volume candles here are overwhelmingly red to the downside. Also, too, I want to take a look. We talked about ACB. Shout out to Darwin, who was saying that ACB was Aurora Cannabis was on the Reddit watch list, or potentially Reddit play, according to Ben Zinga. But let's look at two other meme-esque stocks being mentioned right here in the chat. Reddit apparently at an all-time low. Speaking of Reddit, I always forget this one's on the NY, but it is. So let's take a look here at R to the D to the D to the T. Okay, this is rough. Let's take a look at the daily chart here. On this guy, this is a fun IPO trade. I was so happy I was able to trade this one in the IPO. That was a good time. Yeah, talk about a flat bottom break. I mean, not necessarily lower lows necessarily. It's also a little bit different because we had that IPO, but we have this move up to, at least on a closing basis, 66. Then we kind of pop up in here decidedly again below this 90 MA around these 50s. Then we get into 47s. And again, every time we have this low of 45. Then when we break it, we do break it with a viciousness, as I sometimes say. Oh, okay, Kyle Burnett was being sarcastic. Oh, I'm bad at sarcasm.
Yes,
So it was a joke. Okay, well, sorry about that. That was not news, I guess. It was just saying that Fiverr, there was a new company called Onesie undercutting them. Yeah, that was a good joke, Kyle Burnett. I just wish I was better at sarcasm. But yeah, thank you for that one. I'm not seeing any news on Fiverr, though, on the real. Let me see if there's any deets on this one. To see in terms of short float. On this, also we did get filled in Tesla. We got out some of this short at 171.20s. I was looking for something just below 171, but I might have to change that. Let me see how we're doing on FVRR, Fiverr International. Okay, 11% short float, so 11.11%. Make a wish, I guess, on that Fiverr short float. Total float of the shares is 33.15 million. The short interest is about 3.68 million. So yeah, just over 10% there is Fiverr short float. But yeah, this Reddit daily, it looks like a little bit of a flat bottom break on the daily. I think it was Kendall Lopez in the chat earlier saying, like, why is it that sometimes you can see those patterns like we were talking about earlier, the bearish and engulfing or the pin bar a little bit more clearly on the day. And I think it's because sometimes on the day you have a little bit more data. You know what I mean? Like you have more data to kind of prove what's being done in the chart, if that makes sense, right? So with these 5-minute, we talk about fractal patterns, right? The larger time frame you have, the more significant it's going to be. So I don't know if that helps. That's something that would just be my interpretation of it. But we have this look at Reddit. Let's also look at DJT, because that's another one that has been mentioned a little bit here in this chat. Yeah, this daily chart, unlike Reddit, which did have some highs and lows, bless you to whoever just sneezed there, we're seeing kind of a continuous move to the downside here on DJT. On the daily. 5-minute, it's a little sad. We had, I don't want to say flat bottom break, but we did have this pseudo support area in this range of 36 to about 36.3 earlier, and then falling to the downside, rejecting off that 9 EMA. Yeah, this is definitely a weak look here on DJT. Counter Institute saying that Fiverr has broken the all-time low. Thank you for telling me on that. I can't find any news on it. Short float, not insignificant. But if I hear anything, I will let you guys know. And again, shout out to Kyle Burdett for that pun. I did miss the sarcasm on that, but still a very funny joke, very punny joke on that one. So yeah, we had our look at DJT. We had our look at Reddit. So I would say a little bit of a meme stock diversion here. I can't believe 10 minutes until the auction. I can't believe we're already 2/3 of the way through how to trade today. It's been quite a day. It's been a fun trading day.
Yeah,
Ooh,
no question about it. Bless you, whoever that was back there. Okay, so my headset's not working again. Sorry, Chilean Nightmare. I'm going to have to reset this one after I throw it to Adair. Maybe I'll reset it when she's dropping the lesson. But so if you want to say anything, I guess Adair is going to have to be the one to talk to. Yeah, it's going nuts in my ear. Oh, boy. This thing. Let's figure out some other trades here. We were looking at Aurora Cannabis earlier. Did I get the notification about that? Let me pull that up. I put up a notification here for Aurora Cannabis, but thought I had it on here. Let's take off RBLX ACB. We're looking to possibly get short. So it hasn't made its way up there yet. It's really hugging that 50-period moving average. I'm looking to get short if it comes back into the volume-weighted average price. It's been a downward channel the entire morning ever since printing that high at 10:30. It's been lower highs and lower lows. Again, popping up on what we believe to be Wall Street Bets news, but I don't have actually confirmation of that on my side. So, you know, shout out to Darwin for letting us know. The Katina Man just got filled on ARM again to the downside, short 127.25. Wow, 127.18. Katina Man trade. Short SMH at 223. He's $1 in the money on that, so we're going to hit the dollar club for the Katina Man on that one. SMH and the chips, except if you're TSM and NVIDIA, everything is in the red. And SMCI, excuse me. SMCI is up 0.88. Everything else, AMD, Intel, we're talking about, you know, almost 3% for AMD, 2.25% for Intel. So we'll keep eyes on that. All right, let's go back in here because we just got stopped out of Softy because, well, it broke above the volume-weighted average price. Very happy with this out over here as the range is no longer intact on MSFT. It was 421 to the high side, 420 to the south side. We've just broken out now with viciousness, as Adair likes saying, we're coming into the 50-period moving average on the 5. Let's see if we can make it up into 422, but this is a decided change in the price action that we've had the entire morning here on MSFT. As you can see, it's been multiple rejections off the volume-weighted average price and that 421 area, and this is the first time we've been above VWAP since about 10 to 11 this morning. So that is also coinciding with a nice move up here on the future as we kind of curl right back into that above the volume-weighted average price again on the future, and we're inching in closer to 18.2 now. We know for a fact that 18.2 has been that resistance level. It didn't matter that we broke it here. It was a perfunctory break. We rejected off the 5. I'm talking about that 18.235 pop that we got at 10:30. I actually took that one long on the TQQQs. Thinking that we had an ascending wedge here. Look at this, higher low, higher low, higher low, ascending wedge with a flat top. So I was like, all right, we're gonna recover on the market. And then I was actually talking Dan the Man Emmons. He was like, look, man, I'm still looking short. And he was right because it did actually come back down below 18.2 but not that aggressively. I mean, we didn't break through 18.1. In fact, we kept above 18.125. So right now we're moving inching a little bit closer into that 18.2 level. Things are going to have to be decided here because we know for a fact that that was a resistance level this morning. So it's going to be an interesting look to see what happens here. Big Kyle Burdett, what's up, my man? Twitch isn't that where the gate... Oh. Kyle, I just have to read your comments before I read them. You're a joker, bro. Oh, my goodness, Kyle. You always make me chuckle, brother. What else we got? What are you looking at over there, Adara?
Yeah, so I did get out of the Cybertruck. I was violently extricated from the Cybertruck here. Like, literally, they picked you up. They said, there's a reason these doors don't open, Adara. Get out of this trade.
Yeah, the trend is changing.
That's a reference to, as Sharif has said, they don't let you see inside the Cybertruck, apparently, when you go to see the Cybertruck. So that's what that is a reference to. We did see inside the Cybertruck, though, this is the one name we're a little bit negative on right now, just slightly, less than a cup of coffee. So really proud of what I did with this. And I mean less than a cup of Tim Hortons coffee, so I'm very proud. It's not even like less than a Starbucks coffee, you know what I mean? So I digress. I liked this, but really I should have been, again, I've talked about sticking to my guns a little bit more. I should have just gotten everything out near that 171 bottom instead of saving a piece for the dream. So I'm happy with where I got out, that we break decisively above those 80s. I say bye, bye, bye. I wasn't in sync with Tesla anymore, so we did get out. Right now, though, it looks like this range could be coming back in with this 80 rejection. I'm not playing this, though, with the bond auction in 3 minutes. No.
Good point.
That is something I will have to stay away from. Also, Donnie Zimbabwe, thank you so much for the $7.99 super chat. Much appreciated. Or sorry, $4.99 super chat. Much appreciated. NVIDIA, is it going to test above 875 soon? I feel a move to the upside. Let's see. So there are a couple levels of NVIDIA I really like. So I might wax poetic about this, if I may. So, NVIDIA. I love this 864, 865 base. This is what I kept playing earlier today. Clearly got out of this a little bit early, but that was, again, just scalpulation. I didn't like what as we were moving lower here, and then I decided to get out. So I'm still happy with the trade. We made some on it. We didn't, stress ourselves out. So that's always what's nice here. But I think with NVIDIA, one thing I really want to point out is that I think, to me, this is a bit more of a range play. We have this bottom of that 865 with I would say like max pain, kind of max support area here at 863. Then we get up into 870s. And Sharif was mentioning this area earlier. This is 867, which has also been super spicy for NVIDIA. You see this every time we make our way up into these ranges, we pause in some way or another at 867. Sharif also pointing out very astutely that we were flirting with this 9 EMA or this 10 EMA, whatever EMA you choose around that area, just being like, oh, hi, you want to go to the dance? Like, this stock loves this area today. But yeah, so I think for me, right now, it looks like we're even shying away at this 870. We would need to make a higher high above this 870. Then I want to see what we do at 872s. But to me, I think there's I would say also, we talked about this earlier. Look at this bearish engulfing at this 872 level. To me, this is a little bit of a sign. This is a clear area of resistance where sellers are saying, nah, good luck trying to get above that 872. So I think NVIDIA would have to do that with the viciousness for me to really feel the strength and oomph to the long, if I'm being really honest with you. Donnie Zimbabwe. Right now, to me, it's a nice little $7 range with little baby ranges in between, and the key baby range areas are going to be 865 to 867 in either direction, and the 867 to 870, in my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a decided change in trend now happening on the Mag 7 names. We'll cover that in a second, but I want to give you guys the 10-year print before we actually get the auction result. So currently, the 10-year futures contract is trading at 4.524, 4.524. That is the number that we need to compare the result. 4.5256 now. This thing is on the way up, man. It's up 3 3.75, and the 2 years up 4.25. That's obviously because of the CPI print and the higher inflation print that we got. So 4.526 right now, the 10 years trading out. We're going to get the print likely 3 to 4 minutes after 1 o'clock. That's typically how long it takes to come in. Some people in the chat have it a little bit sooner, and they communicate it to us. But now let me cover this obvious trend change that's happening here on the Mag 7 names. So they were all consolidated. You didn't need to be a chartered market analyst to be able to see the consolidation on some of these names today, but now we are breaking out of that range. Whatever the range was for the specific name, like let's take Amazon, for example. How many times did we reject off that 185 and a third, 185 and a quarter in the morning? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then, 9. And now we've broken that. We've broken that, and by quite some distance. We're on our way to 186. Forget about 185 and a third and a quarter. Amazon looking to come into that whole dollar level. Same thing with Apple. We said something was afoot with Apple. It was doing these topping tail candles north of the whole dollar, north of VWAP. And there it is now, uninterrupted, 4 5-minute green candles in a row. Apple looking to go 168.50. We'll see if that one continues to go. Same thing for Softy, and that's what precipitated me to get stopped out. We kept playing the range. Well, the range only held up for so long. 421 was the high side of the range. 420 was the low side. Now we're knocking the door of 422. So a distinctly different look here. Shout out to the one that Knob on some of these futures names than was the case earlier in the morning. Now, the one that I don't see, a real big change on is TSLA. Now, what did change on Tesla was the fact that we didn't reject off the 20 EMA anymore. We had been rejecting off the 20 EMA since 9:30 this morning. There was no closing print above the 20 EMA until this one, and that came in at 1250. 101, we'll keep eyes. Okay, so the 10-year just shot up. So that means the market's probably coming back down. Yeah, I'm keeping my eye on the 10-year. So it looks like the 10-year now is 4582. Sorry, excuse me, 4563. It's on the way up. Looks as if that auction was aggressively met. Anyway, yeah, shout out to the Katina, man. Everyone's printing over there on the shorts as this auction is moving the market down.
I like that. Looks like there are some more people. Sean, the bouncer, the valet, is letting into the Dollar Trade Club there. Some more esteemed members. Who just made it to the Dollar Club? SMH, nice. Thank you. Yeah, thank you to that, Sean. Also, check out More Trader TV Live. Thank you guys for just flashing that on the screen. That is our second channel, More Trader TV Live. That's how you get a sense of Sean's positions and Neil's positions. Also, thank you so much, Day Trader Cut.
Yes,
US.
thank you.
10-year note, high yield, actual 4.56%, and the previous was 4.166%, so higher than the previous there. Thank you so much, Day Trader Cut, and to everybody for putting this one in the chat. Also, I want to say too, this is I think important. Volcan saying, why is the 10-year auction something to care about? Can you guys explain it? Which I think is a good point. We have Valentin here in the chat saying it's a long-term bond. The rate impacts a lot of other rates. I think that's a really good point. And I think, but from a market perspective, what I want to say too is one thing I remember I asked a lot when I first began, and sometimes I still find myself asking like, oh, why? Like I said to Brendan, it was like, how can you tell if news is going to impact the market? Like, what will this news do? And he said, the market will tell you if something's important. And that to me is something I've totally stuck with. If I'm not sure.
Bang. The Katina man's printing on ARM, baby. It's tanking.
He's strong-arming the market with that one. Hot dog cannon. Yeah.
Where's the hot dog cannon, Katina man? Can we get that? Shooting hot dogs.
He looks so happy.
Yeah, and he's like firing off hot dogs. I love it.
Yeah, golden relish there, or mustard.
Yeah, I know, brother. I know.
But yeah, no, I think that whole, I guess what I'm trying to say is just that whole thing that I have to keep in mind is like the idea the market will tell you when something's important. That's kind of how I interpret the bonds, because they don't always move things like this, but when they do, it's like, hey, you should pay attention to that. So I just wanted to say that.
I think we were setting up today for a move on the 10-year because of the CPI print and what the yields did this morning. As soon as we got that print at there, the yields, I mean, I don't have to tell you, obviously you know, shot up there. The 2-year, guys, the 2-year is at like ridiculously high levels. I want to show this quickly here. Yeah, maybe we'll look at this later because we need to probably get into some shorts here. And how we're going to do that, though, remains to be seen. I'm trying to look at what I like. Look at Microsoft all the way down from that 422 touch. Here it comes on the way down into that 420 and a half. Do we break 420 here, or do we bounce off 420 again? Because we're awfully close to it, trying to hold up at the $0.50, but I doubt really we stop out here. Apple also retracing back into the volume-weighted average price. Is this going to break down, or are we going to continue with this higher low pattern that we're putting on AAPL? It's doing the dance right now at the whole dollar level at 168. Tesla also on the way down off that 172 rejection, now about 171 and a quarter. So great look on all these names. Just, you know, it looks like we're going to have to weasel away into the short. Just trying to figure out exactly how I want to manifest that here. Look at NVIDIA. It doesn't even move, bro. NVIDIA is just.
It came back into previous support, the 865.
I mean, it moved what would be the equivalent of like 10 pennies on Apple. No, I don't actually know the math behind that, but yeah, it's still within the range, Adair. It hasn't broken down below that range. I mean, if you had that 462.5 as your bottom end, or 463, 464 as your low end, depending on whether you're using closing prints or wicks, we're still above it. Looks like it might be on the way down now. Maybe we'll look at NVDL here to try and weasel a way into this trade. Adair, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I'm still kind of like the long one in NVIDIA. I'm very conflicted. So here's my issue, is all of these stocks came in to me for the bottom of their ranges. So it's a little bit hard for me to want to short when we're coming into previous support. NVIDIA, although I think Sharif's right, I think if NVIDIA could break below this. I think if it does break below this, RIP NVIDIA.
Yeah.
But I don't know, I'm tempted here because we're holding up. Look at the little bottom of this range I drew. Oh, we're holding up so nicely here at this 865. I'm like, NVIDIA, don't do this to me, girl. Yes.
Short.
Pardon? Don't go long? Okay, I appreciate that because that's what I would have done. So thank you to Sean for that. And if you go short, I'm actually considering the short too because Sharif was just mentioning the low end of that being that that 863 area, 862. So if you go short, you do have a profit taker here. You know what? I'm going to short this. Thank you so much, Sean, for that. I appreciate that advice. We're going to take the short. We're going to take the short. Because I do have...
Dump it.
Pardon?
Dump it.
Dump it, indeed.
Damp it.
Damp it. Yeah, we're going to take the short. And if we break above that, we're going to see what we do at 867. So that to me was a huge area earlier. If we break above 867s, we're going to be out. If we get into 866s, that's when things could be interesting. We're trying to get involved about 865.40. That might be a little bit too conservative here, but we're going to have to wait and see what occurs. Also, Apple. I was about to punch short on this. I was like, let's see what we do at the bond auction. And then right as I was about to punch short, Apple's like, bye-bye. So, yeah, I mean, you don't want to get lost in the Apple sauce on this one. This is a nice look here on the A, the P, and the L. Thank you. I'm just happy to be here and make my puns and do some trades.
I feel like you're doing stand-up today, man. My goodness.
It's been a little too, the pun never stops, I guess, over here. But yeah, NVIDIA holding up pretty nicely. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that advice there. I mean, that's what's great about being in this community, in this room, is you do get, and same with the chat as well, as you get different people's perspectives on stuff. So I'm excited for this short. I like that we're not breaking above the 866. I am going to get just above this 866 area to potentially add some shares. Let's do 866.12s. Because what's life without whimsy? Very random number here. We're going to be trying to take some profit as we break below 464s. Piece for the dream here. Or sorry, 464, it's NVIDIA. 864s, then getting into 863s I think will be interesting. Yeah, I think if NVIDIA breaks, especially with these lower highs, it's going to get spicy.
Yes, it
and
is.
We want all the smoke. Unless it's actual spice, because I can't do that. How is your short going?
It's good. We're in the money on AAPL, but putting a beak wetter there at about 65. The low end of the range is around 57. This is the range that we kind of based out at earlier. This is from, what time did we start ranging? 11 o'clock to basically 12:30 or thereabouts. So that is the low end of the range there. But I think we're about 10 minutes after the hour there. Do we want to start the lesson?
Yes.
Or are you in a trade?
Yeah, we can start the lesson. I mean, I'm just going to set all my little orders here for my girl NVDA. So yeah, we're all good to go. If I see any, I might have to be like, eh. But I think things should be good here. We will let her cook. So let's... While NVDA cooks, we will be looking at this lesson du jour, which is advanced strategies for range trading. And I mean, it's great. The market gave you so many ranges to play, and now in this case, playing the breakdown. So there's been lots of fun opportunities. So here's some more advanced entrance and exit strategies beyond the support and resistance we've been talking about all week. These can help you elevate your range trading game, which is something I'm excited obviously to talk about as well, because I'm always trying to elevate my range trading game personally. So some beyond basic levels or static levels, we're going to talk about price action entries that give you these catalysts, these pops to take a look at. One of these is going to be pin bars. So these are going to be single wick candles with tiny bodies. We will show you these in a moment. This can signal potential reversals at support or resistance. A long wick extending below support can suggest a failed bearish attempt, which hints at a potential buy signal, and conversely, a long wick above resistance can indicate rejected selling pressure, which can potentially foreshadow a short trade. Also, yes, NVIDIA, do your thing, 21. We just got part filled. Engulfing bars are the other candle you want to keep an eye on. A bullish engulfing bar is going to completely engulf the previous bearish area at support, and here we are. We're going to take a look at this. These are, this is the pin bar, right? You can see here, we had these fake potential moves above here and a false break before going back below. We have some more false breaks on the pin bar, which show, hey, this is an area you want to keep an eye on for support et resistance. Also here too, this is an example here. You have your bullish engulfing bar completely engulfing the previous bearish candle, especially for coming into an area of support. This can signal, hey, this is an area people are looking at where you want to get involved in and see what's shaking here. Then we have our bearish engulfing bar, which does the exact opposite. We have this area at resistance. We have this bullish move up. Then we get to resistance and we say, nah, and this bearish candle engulfs and can signal some potential downside continuation. Now also, let's take a look at these order flow analyses for dynamic entries. So this is kind of an examination of the buy and sell orders placed in the market. These tools like level 2, order books, or volume analysis can help reveal hidden support and resistance areas. So this is something Obi talked about a little bit as well. I think this is when he was subbing at the end of last year, I think end of 2023, basically saying that if you know a stock well, you can see in the book where you're having unique movements, that can give you a sign of some interesting pressure. So that was, I think, a really important thing I learned there. And it's like if you look at a stock in F2, you can kind of see, hey, this is outsized movement, or this is particularly interesting movement, especially at levels of key interest that can give you some support and resistance areas for your range beyond just what you see in the chart. Also, you want to look for areas with a significant imbalance between buy and sell signals, especially if it's near support and resistance, because that can signal a potential breakout or reversal. Also, let's talk about advanced exit strategies. Trailing stop losses is a good one. So Neil does this a lot. Sharif was shouting that out as well. This will automatically adjust your stop loss or your stop, as the price moves in your favor. So you can help lock in profits while limiting potential losses on a reversal. So you might want to consider adjusting the trailing percentage based on your risk tolerance and market volatility. Also, you have volatility-based exits. So the ATR, average true range, or other volatility indicators can help estimate price targets within the range. So you want to look to exit near the range highs in a short or near the range lows in a long based on the ATR reading to help capture or clinch a reasonable portion of the expected price movement. That's something I'm trying to work towards as well, right? So if I see we're getting near an area of support or resistance on my range, that's where I might want to get out and get some of these profits there. Also, you want to be aware of any potential support in a short or resistance in a long areas within the range that could provide early profit-taking opportunities if that move doesn't follow through. And that's what I like to do sometimes, as Sharif says, beak wetters, taking some pieces of profits, nibbling on that before you get the big move you're expecting. You also want to combine strategies sometimes as well, right? So here's one example. You might want to identify a potential short entry, say, with a bearish engulfing bar, near resistance. Then you want to confirm using a strategy, for example, order flow analysis to say, hey, I have a sell order imbalance at the exact resistance level. Isn't that funny? You get involved, but then where's your exit? How are you going to get out of the trade? Well, for example, you might want to set a trailing stop loss and consider an additional profit target based on your ATR. So that is the lesson of the day. Remember as well to back test your strategies on historical data to understand their effectiveness, and always consider risk management. Got the old man figure coming out again here. Consider your risk management and consider additional profit targets based on ATR. So that is the lesson of the day. And with that in mind, NVIDIA trying to pop up a little bit here at that previous area. So I should have probably had some more profit takers there, but we did have half out. If we keep rejecting this area, I'm going to stay in the short. Please just punch with this trade. But I see you took a bite out of the apple.
I did. I took profits on Apple that stopped out break even for the remaining amount, which I'm happy about. But what I'm not happy about is the fact that I missed 420 on Softy. I can't believe 420 came in again on Softy and held up yet again. Big mistake there for me. I should have had eyes or either a notification set up for that 420 rinse and repeat on Softy. It's a beautiful curl here, and yeah, I mean, look, The market tanked, no question about that. We saw what happened. Well, the market tanked. It went down. It rejected 18.2, went back to 18.125. However, look at what Softy did. It came into that 420 area again, and it said, yeah, I don't feel like going down anymore. Pops right back up. So interesting look there. Now, we're long here on MRIN because of a VWAP hold. Nice move up there. So now let's see if we can keep going here on MRIN. Nice little pop on the VWAP hold. I'm looking for about 75 pennies here if we can get it, but there's going to be bamboozlement. There's no question about that. It's a small cap gapper. Let's be real about it. These ones are here today. They're not here tomorrow. And that's typically how they trade. Keep in mind, this is a $13 million market cap. That is minuscule by relative standards. The float is about 17 million shares, 16.963 million shares. So keep your eye on that as well. The lower the float, the more volatility typically comes in with this name. Now, you guys know that I have only very few rules here for my small cap gappers. They're not that hard to enforce. There has to be a discernible pre-market high, meaning some sort of top that you can say I'll base a trade off here. It has to be above the pre-market high. It has broken the pre-market high after 9:30, and it has to be trading above the volume-weighted average price. MRIN checks all three of those boxes, hence why we punched in long at the volume-weighted average price, which typically is, as we know, a level either of support or resistance. So long on this name, doing well here. Looking to wet my beak next at 75 pennies if we can make it up. HOD on the day on MRIN is at 90, almost 91 pennies, 90.79 pennies. So, you know, it gives us some room for that. Let's go ahead and put a beak wetter at 75 to see if it goes without us. Guys, this ain't no slouch. 150% on the day for MRIN, but it doesn't show up on my scanner because it is technically south of 85 pennies, and I filtered my scanner to only show me anything trading above 85 pennies. Again, I've mentioned this before. That was a little trick mentioned to me by Neil so that I can know when something is coming into a dollar, because there is a trade to be had on some of these penny stocks at the dollar, whether long or short. But that's a whole different game. We should do an entire week on small cap trading, like different.
Can we please?
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. We'll get the okay from Brendo, and then we'll look at that. What are you looking at over there?
Yeah, I'm really happy with this NVIDIA. I want to say, because he's actually right here, thank you so much, Sean, for the advice to take that short. Because like I said, I was like, ooh, we're holding up well, maybe do the long. But I'm happy I took the short because I was able to scalp it out. And just kind of take this, what I was really proud of myself too, with that advice in mind from Sean, which again, thank you very much for that. I'm so grateful to be able to be in a position where you can get advice like that. But also, what I liked is I was still able to use my ranges for my profit takers. Case in point. We got involved here, just shy of this 865.50 area, right? I got involved here. I was gonna try to add it 865.80. We did not get there. We got to 865.74, and NVIDIA was like, nah, I'm going to go to the downside. I was like, okay, cool. So we had a set profit taker here while we were in the lesson to get some out at 860, right? I think right at 864. So I was pretty happy with that. Didn't set my second profit taker because I wanted to see what was shaking. Nothing shook.
Bacon.
We got back up here, and I said to Dara, if we keep rejecting this 465.50, you know you like this level from earlier. That was where you had some profit takers around earlier too. If you know you like this level, you owe it to yourself to add at this level. So I did. And I was really happy I did. This is the type of trading that I think would probably stress me out even like 2 months ago, but it's now because I have the conviction and I do feel confidently about the plan. I like this area. I liked the potential for playing the range long, and then all that advice from Sean did was it galvanized me to be able to take the short off the levels I already liked. So I think that's a huge example of what we're talking about, feeling confident in your trades and having an impetus and having the thesis for your trades and just writing your little essay and sending it off to get graded.
I like the impetus. That's fantastic.
Thank you, and thank you for the bang button there to whoever gave that one. And also, happy I got out where I did. Oh, thank you, Sean. But I'm happy I got out where I did too. I got out as we kind of skirted that 864 area because I knew that was an area from my previous range watching here, like a little bird watching, but range watching, that was an area we might have a little bit of support at. So happy I got it where I did. Pleased as pie.
I like it. CDP, new low of day on SPX. So that's the S&P index. We don't typically, you can't trade an index directly. You can trade it through options. But here is the SPX. Let's have a quick look at that. The ES is down. That's the ES futures. Is down 1.17. That's the June contracts. Let's see what the SPX is up to here, which is the S&P 500. Let's look at the index. Well, unless this is delayed, it's not at low of day, because low of day was 51.38. We're at 51.55. But I see your point. Obviously, we're very much near the lows. We don't spend too much time on SPX here. Though, the trade now I'm looking at yet again is going to be Softy. And I'm going to continue to look for this trade here, but not in the same way, at least not from the north side, because Softy looks like it has this intention to take or make local highs. And by that I mean, like, we topped out here at 422, and now it's pumping right back up. So is Apple, so is Google, and so is Meta. Even the Amazonian is pumping here as the Fuge is making its way back into 18.2. Not there yet. It's at 18.180 and just at VWAP, but it's helping a lot of these Mag 7 names pop right back up, NVIDIA included. Here comes 870 on NVDA, man. The market doesn't, wow. Yeah, it just doesn't care about these interest rates, man. Say it again? 870, Neil. I'm serious. 869 and change at the moment. So we're pumping up here. There's just no question about that. Whether or not we're going to continue pumping up. Softy just broke that local high, but it is finding some issue at 422.10. That is where we topped out last time. Let's see if we're able to stay above that $10 level. 422 is what I'm looking at here for Softy. I'm also looking at that 168.50 for Apple. That's where we topped out last time as well. So possible trend change here coming in midday Adara.
Yeah, I'm watching Apple at 168.40. Shout out to Brad Gober. Looks like he had that long off the bottom there. Shout out to you. But yeah, I mentioned this earlier. I like this area at 168.40, and I was about to punch short, but I didn't want to get short. I just dropped my earpiece out of my ear. Good times. I didn't want to get short right before the bond auction, because who knows how that will move. Do you know what I mean? So I didn't want to get involved yet. But if we reject again at this 168.40, this could get spicy. Look at where we bounced here. We bounced off that previous support area of that 167.70-esque. So if we reject off this area, to me, we have a little thing called a range. So I really want to take a look at this. DR Gold Turtle saying, Adara, you can use NVDS to short NVDA. That's true. I don't use that a lot. I think the thing is, too, though, is NVDS has less volume. I know that's why I like the look of NVDX, but I don't use NVDX because the volume on that one is pretty weak. Same with NVDS. I usually am a little bit skittish to enter something if it has a volume below 1 million shares. NVDS is at under 800,000 right now, so it's not anything that I would want to get involved with just with regards to the volume. But I'll have to keep that in mind with NVDS. Thank you very much for telling me that, because we are talking a lot about our different. Shout out to Sharif. I was talking about the different NVIDIA derivatives. But also, NVDL is a good one as well. NVDL has a lot better volume here than that NVDS. We have like 9.55 million shares. So yeah, you could always, this is another thing I could keep in mind to trade and take those shorts off of, is this NVDL. But yeah, I have to say, I'm really happy with this NVIDIA trade. I'm pretty proud of myself on that. And again, shout out to Sean for giving me a sense of direction with this one. Literal direction, because in terms of long or short. But also I want to say too, this thing with NVIDIA, why I like scalping this name, is because you have to take advantage of those small movements. I'm very happy I got it where I did when I noticed we were kind of seeing a little bit less oomph, because I didn't want to get chopped up in this move back up here, right? If anyone took this move back up into the long, shout out to you. This is a massive move up in NVIDIA. This would be a huge win, NVIDIA. This is what's been really nice about the range trading we've gotten kind of in these stocks today. Everything's given you opportunities, at least in Meg 7 world, as Sharif will sometimes say, or Meg 7 land, to go short or long. Microsoft, we know Sharif was taking the short and the long. I know Apple, there were short and long possibilities here too. Microsoft killing it. But you know what I'm trying to say is, like, what's great too, I know Meta was another example of people taking shorts and longs in the chat, is what's great about range is you can go in either direction, and it's been so fun to trade. So yeah, it's been a good day, I think.
Bruh, this market's just got a mind of its own. I'm done trying to understand this market. Anyway, whatever. We're doing well here on MRIN, man. I mean, look, it is a penny stock, so we're talking about penny winners, not dollar winners, but it's the share size, not the move. Anyway, we wet our beak here at 75 pennies. This one made it up to 77. It's holding the volume weighted average price, but we haven't broken above the key area over here. The last crest that we popped into was 79 pennies, just in front of that 80 penny area. So My trade is going to be simple on this one. This is going to have to hold this general area here. If it comes into 71 pennies, going to cut it. I don't have that much left to begin with. A nice couple of beak wetters there. But I really feel, that, if we continue to trend, I'm going to have to shift my focus from these small cap, this small cap gapper. There aren't that many. And then refocus here on the Mag 7. But as I'm looking at the future, we were talking about, yes, everything's moving, this, that, and the other. We're getting excited. Oh, the market's nuts, yada, yada. But we're not clearing 18.2 with the vigor that you want to see market recovery kind of do, right? We're getting up into 18.2, and then you're noticing a little bit of tug of war between buyers and sellers. Let's keep an eye on whether or not, number one, we hold and break and hold above 18.2. And then look at this print over here from 1035 and 1040. We know that it rejected off the 50 period, right? So let's see now, can we make a new high above that? That high is exactly 18.234. So yeah, we're still a ways below it right now in the low teens there. So the future definitely on watch, and so are these Mag 7 names, just trying to figure out how to play this without having to chase it. Which one is the strongest of the bunch? Nobody asked, but I'm going to tell you. It is META. Meta is at high of day as we speak. It is up 1%. It is now rivaling NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still ahead, 1.85 for NVIDIA, but META at HOD, 522 and a third is the high of day on Meta. And that level, that 522 and a third, well, that level yesterday was the pre-market top end of the range. So, I mean, I'm not saying we're going to find resistance around here, but that's something to be cognizant of. We are right back at that range. And these were the topping tail candles before the eventual Huadunk yesterday on META. So, Meta, awfully strong. So is everything right now, though. Everything is curling up. I mean, we haven't had an 870 break yet on NVDA, but look at Apple breaking through that crest right there. Even Tesla back into 172 at the volume-weighted average price. So, Mag 7 recovering at the moment. MRIN touched 77 and hasn't printed anything higher. I have to pack my patience on that. DVD, you're killing me, bro. All right. Shout out to you. Neil says, because it's strong Meta triple top over the last 5 trading days at 530. Shout out to Neil. Yeah, I didn't even look as high as 530, to be honest with you. I was looking at that 522, that top from yesterday. But yeah, that makes sense. What's the pump for, asks Taz. Well, we had a dump on the 10-year note auction. That came in at 1 o'clock, and then looks like we retraced a little bit of that sell-off. It's kind of really hard to tell the exact reason for that, but that's how it unfolded. So we'll keep saying it. I take a nap until I hear Sharif say pump it. Then I wake up, says show smoke. You spelt my name Sherry.
Oh, like Cherie.
Yeah, you corrected it. I had some friends call me that, not to my liking, of course.
Oh,
but,
yeah. To your dislike.
You don't get to choose the nicknames, right?
No.
Like, you didn't choose Adair Panera. The Katina Man didn't choose Katina Man. Chilean Nightmare didn't choose Chilean Nightmare. Ram didn't choose Ram. BPI over here, Big Patty Ice, didn't get to choose his name.
The economic indicator of Trader TV Live.
Yeah, he's the official economic indicator. Patty, say hi to the people, bro. BPI. Shout out to Patty, baby. How's your look over there?
My look is we're looking at Tesla right now. I was a little bit late to the party on this. They slammed the doors in my face. I guess Jerome Powell was running this Cybertruck saying close the door because, oh my gosh, we could not get involved. I was interested in this 80s area, then we dropped about 20 plus pennies. Let's see though if we bounce here. I'm looking for bounce areas off the 40s here. 171.40s is an area I've been interested in all day. Then I'm interested what we do with this 170.60. Generally though, the short looks like it is continuing. And I'm very sad we were not invited to the short party, but that's okay. That's okay. Tesla, do your thing, 21. I'm not too offended.
It didn't send an invite?
No.
Probably got lost in the mail.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't, the Cybertruck was late.
Right? Or maybe it's like Adara can't drive, she can't get into the Cybertruck, which would be pretty offensive, but maybe that's what happened. Who knows? Kathy, what is with all of the buying and the selling of everything as of late?
And she She's no longer, her heaviest position is no longer Coinbase.
Right?
It's Tesla. Kathy.
Coin-debased.
Statements from
Coin-debased.
Kathy. I see a trophy there in the chat, Katina Man. Numero uno. Katina Man just threw the trophy in there. That usually means that numero uno on the floor here. I'm not saying that out loud. Oh, what? Is that a regular season game? Wow, Packers, Eagles in Brazil. I think that's the first time they're playing a regular season game in South America, right? Yeah. There was a but that's not South America. That's North America. Yeah, Mexico game. Obviously, Yeah. They don't care about Canada anymore. We used to have the Bills play home games.
Oh, really?
At the Rogers Center, and then they just got rid of that because we're not important, I guess.
Also, I didn't realize Lombardi coached the Packers.
Oh yeah, Vince Lombardi. He's like one
I
of
know who Vince Lombardi is.
Well, you're from right there.
Yeah, that's I
That's
guess
really close to where you live.
Yeah, I know it from Degrassi though, oddly enough, because they like weirdly referenced him a lot. But anyways, I am referencing wanting to get involved in this Tesla trade. Still, I need to look at other stocks. Apple.
Bro, we're coming
Apple,
back
come
now.
on, baby. I don't know why I said that to Apple. I think that came out before I was prepared for it to, but that's okay. We're getting long Apple here. We're picking up a lot of these, Tesla and Apple just bouncing these ranges like a ping pong. You want to get involved, and they don't let you get involved here. So if we can get back into this 168.05 area, I'd be pleased as punch. Shout out to, I think Brad Gober was involved in this trade earlier. I believe you were saying the long. I'm not taking this a cent past 168.40 because that is to me a clear area of resistance. I don't even know if we'll get here actually. I think Apple might be a little bit moody, but today it's been, it's honestly been a little bit of a snapple here. We have these clear ranges. So if we break below this bottom of 167.70, I'll be out. So we're giving about 30 pennies risk for 40 pennies reward. I'm okay with that RR. I'm okay with that risk reward ratio.
Another rejection off 18.2 on the Mag 7 names. Yeah, very bamboozling stuff today. Just when you think, like, this is very tough trading today for right now. I mean, I haven't gotten into anything, but when you think, the market's going to start turning around here and you're breaking through 18.2, you're making local highs on some of these Mag 7 names, right back down we go. So the range is in. It's just what is the range? It's a bit tough for me to identify. I'm just speaking for myself here on the day. I mean, look, Tesla's given you very clear opportunities. Initially, it was with the 20, and then it switched up the script and it started rejecting off the volume-weighted average price. So last little rejection there was at that 172 rejection. You got to buck off that because it made its way into that 171. But I wouldn't be inclined to get short at 171, hoping for a 170 and a half touch. Oh, watch it do that right while I'm talking. But
isn't it so fun when they disrespect you like that when you're talking and the stock does that?
NVIDIA also coming into that 865 area. The last low print there on NVDA held up at 863 thereabouts. So let's see if we can make another lower low on NVIDIA. NVIDIA hasn't touched the volume-weighted average price since 9:30. It hasn't touched VWAP at all. So it's been holding above it, showing its propensity to stay strong on the day, despite the fact that the market is down bigly and we got a big, what's it called, 10-year auction that precipitated another market down move. But NVIDIA holding up at these levels, much in the same way that Meta is as well. Look, I'll tell you one thing for sure. The fact is, if Microsoft comes into 420 again, in fact, let's stop talking about it, man. I'm going to go put my order right now on Softy at 420 a dare.
Yeah, I mean, 420 hopefully is the look here for Softy there. Hopefully 421 can do its thing. But Apple here, I did get out of this short or out of this long because I had to switch my risk reward. I was like, Derek, you're risking way too many pennies if you're just going to get involved here. I'm not getting into the short. Thank you, Ash, for pointing this out. Apple tanking hard now, better short. I don't want to take the short on something I'm not feeling super confident in, but we dropped below this. I switched this to 167.90s because I like this pop earlier. To me, is better support than the support I was looking for at the bottom of this range. But it looks like now we're popping, so maybe I could have stayed in that trade. I want to watch this a couple more times. If we have a couple more little baby bounces, I will get back in the long. But right now, I had to risk about 15 pennies. I'm okay with it. And but yeah, I mean, I think you could be right, Ash. I think there's a very clear range in Apple, and I might have timed it incorrectly. I do, though, have a resting sell order on Tesla at 170, 180. I have no idea if we'll get back up there, but I'm very confident. I'm not very confident. I'm confident that if we do get back up there, we could have a rejection. Like I said, I was just pennies off from getting filled here in the way up. As I was getting interested, Tesla bamboozled me and slammed the door in my face, so we'll have to wait and see.
I just got a love letter from Rogers.
A love letter?
Vis-a-vis text message. As a valued customer, I'm now getting another free 50 gigs of data for the next 24 months. That's fantastic.
50 gigs.
50 gigs for free each month. Yeah, I already have 200, Katina, man. Yeah. 200 gigs because of my condo plan. No, condo. Because I got the cable, the internet, the cell phone, all packaged in one. What are you paying? 30. That's not bad at all. 35 a month. No, I'm paying 78 with tax. So, yeah. But I have like now 250 gigs. So I'm kind of pumped about that. Okay, let's see what everyone was talking about in the chat. What are we talking about? What are we looking at, guys? What are you guys trading? I mean, this is obviously a bit of a range-bound day. It looks more short, obviously, if you're looking at 9 or 8:30 onwards. But since that time, a bit tight in the ranges, bamboozling. What are you guys trading? How are you guys staying out of trouble here? Let me know. Tag me in the chat. I'd love to hear what you guys are thinking, what you guys are looking at. Some trade ideas here. What's up, Fabian? Plug the Twitch account, he says. There you go. Darwin says check oil, CL futures. Let's pull up the CL. I'll pull that up over here. Let's load up this chart, bring in this bad boy. Okay, so oil just popped up nicely here on the flat. Wow, that's a nice move there on oil. From 85, we popped up into 86.29 on the CL May contract. That is the futures contract here for oil. This is West Texas Intermediate, not Brent. I've never seen, I have never traded Brent. So this is WTI. Let's put that in there. Let's see what the other names are doing. Some of the oil adjacent names. Yeah, we got a nice bump up on XOM coming off that 120.73. Now it's in that 120.150 at the volume weighted average price. What's Occidental doing? Occidental also coming into VWAP at 68.80. So a bit of a recovery here on some of these oil names. Shout out to Darwin. What else are people looking at here? Hans Beer, Sharif. I missed the long on the NQ and the sell also. Not my day, but I picked up a long early after opening. Shout out to you, man, because we know we came off that bottom a little bit. We almost broke 18,000. Now we're well above 18.1. So shout out to you, Hans Beer. Hope you continue to print. Live trading by Trader TV says SMH. Obviously, that's a Chilean nightmare. He's echoing what the Katina man has been printing on all day.
Oh, I think he's shaking his head at you for the Twitch thing.
What did I do?
So
Shake my head? I thought you meant SMH for the...
So did I at first, but I realized
Okay.
he said it right after you said the Twitch thing. And
What did I do?
Because he was like, oh, like, don't, like, just like plug the Twitch, right? And I guess you repeated him, and so he was like shaking his head at you.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Come on, man. I'm doing so many things here. Give me a little bit of...
It could also be the semiconductor. Maybe Fabian is also plugging the semiconductor.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. He likes crypto. He likes his the smaller names. I know what Fabian likes. He likes those type of crypto.
He's shaking his head. Look,
Crypto,
he's shaking
yes.
his head.
No crypto? Not today. Not today. Okay. But in general, you do like crypto. Yeah, he loves it. Friends, SEC Limited. Let's have a look at C Limited. Bring in the side chart over here. One moment, please. Oh, look at this. Wave is moving here, guys. WAVE back above the... Okay, so I'm going to look at SE quick, but I want to go back into Wave because Wave is a small cap gapper du jour that is now back above the volume weighted average price, which means it's tradable in my book. So let's look at C Limited. So C, let's go to the hourly so I can just figure out the general trend. So this one... Nice here. Look at that. Rounded bottom. I think the NOS boss may like this one. Roundy bottom, he said.
The roundy face.
Yeah, by the, or as Big Kyle calls them, the roundy bottoms. But yeah, this one, nice here. Good look here on C Limited after that, looks like an earnings miss back on March 4th. I'm not exactly 100% sure. I'm just looking at the volume. I almost know for certain that is the earnings day. Did you have something to say?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I was a little too...
Oh, no, I thought you were trying to get my attention. Yeah. We're down on the day, though, on C Limited, to be honest with you. So Yeah, a little bit below the volume-weighted average price. Looks like it was rejecting the 20 period or the 10 period for the majority of the morning. That would have been the move. Right now, though, anything maybe into the 50, which is a red line on my chart, the 50 period exponential moving average, could be an interesting look here on C Limited. Let's now flip back to Wave, because Wave is a small cap gapper that I want to see what it's up to, because wow, look at Wave go. Okay, so I don't typically see this. I don't typically, usually when you give up the ghost this much on a small cap gapper on VWAP, you don't usually recover in that same way. So Wave is pumping up here, guys. 61%. We're on our way into $5. It looks like 494 HOD. It's trading at 480 right now. We're going to have to put this up on a trading screen. I don't know exactly how I'm going to get into this, but my first inclination is that 4.5 dip. If this dips into 4.5, we had a bit of a double top there at 4.5. So it's shown its propensity to use $4.5 as resistance. Does it now look to that level for support? I'm going to put a dip trade at 4.5 a dare.
You want to ride the wave? Yes. Yeah, we wish you best of luck there. Best of trading force there with that surfboard on Wave. To echo a joke Fabian made a couple days ago, that one's looking like a bit of a tsunami that moved up to the upside. So shout out to Fabian. Also shout out maybe to NVIDIA. I'm still playing the short off this range. You know, sometimes you got to switch it up. I think I watched again, we reject that 865 area. 865.15s is my goal in terms of my entry point. And then giving it about $1, getting out at 864s. So I'm okay with 865.15 to 864. I would be pleased as punch. I'm not sure if we're going to get that punch into the trade, though. We're going to have to wait and see if NVIDIA will let us in NVIDIA. Also, Tesla, still rangy. I don't like these lower highs, but I do like this clear top here of 172.20. I would not stay in it that long. And this bottom here of that 170. I would just rather take it short from the top of the range, so I'm staying involved. So I'm not in anything right now, guys. I'm trying to find a trade that I like, and right now that NVIDIA short to me is the most promising. But knowing how NVIDIA goes, this guy could bamboozle me. I could love the trade, and then it just. So we'll have to see what happens. I am comfortable with this right now, though. I have the 1 minute on my side chart, and I like how it's doing on the 1. I have the 5 minute on my big chart. I like what it's doing on the 5. So I'm into this. We talk about fractal time patterns, and I think NVIDIA on every chart for me right now is saying, go ahead, Adara. So there we go. She can talk, apparently, and that's what she's saying. So we're out 864 is going to be the goal here. I do have my little beak wetter at the ready to just dip the head in there. So let's see how that goes. Meta too. So people were saying Meta has been beautiful all day. Some in the chat. I agree. Meta is just like gorgeous. And you have a clear area here too. This 519.40. Shout out to Kyle Burdett as well. Earlier calling out that 520, which has been pretty nice as well. This is not one I've played just because the spreads on Meta often have me a little bit, you know, not down. So I often have to say forgetta to Meta just because I don't really. Right now a spread is about 20 pennies, so not anything horrible, but I just find it a little bit harder to move in and out like a ninja, and sometimes you do want to have to be able to move quickly out of these trades. Meta very rarely gives you that opportunity. NVIDIA looks like it might be curling up a little bit on the 1 minute, so I'm cognizant of that, but I have no reason to leave yet, so we're trying to breathe, we're trying to stay a bit more calm, trying to do some internal meditation. I am not the calmest trader or the most patient trader, so I'm trying to work on that. So let's see how Meta does. Also, you have a super chat here addressed to you from Hamza Chowdhury.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Thank you. Let me go have a look here from Hamza. Eid Mubarak to my brother Sharif from Cali. Thank you very much, my friend. I do not celebrate Eid. I am Christian, not Muslim, but thank you, and I wish that you have a fantastic Eid. If Eid Fitr as well. My old man really criticized me the other day for not getting that right. But yeah, that's all good. We're going to take some profits out here on Wave. So that one absolutely held that 4.5. So I'm very happy with that one because this is the double top that I put my dip trade on, and it dipped. I got literally bottom wick. Let's see now if it can come up into that 5 area, Katina Man. We'll see if it can make its way through 5. Jay Lee, I think, has a really good point about rejecting off 5. And he was like, look, I think this is a great short off that $5 level. I don't happen to disagree with Jay. I think that I'm probably going to wet my beak into that $5 level or thereabouts. So we'll see. We'll see exactly what we get there. But nicely in the money on this bad boy as it's in the 80s. I'm going to look for something possibly in the 90s. I don't want to be a little bit too greedy with a very volatile name on the day. They're a 58% in the good right now on WAVE. But as I was telling Jay, what really was worrying me about this trade, and that's why I don't want to spend too much time in this trade, is this candle here. This is the candle that worried me, that 140 candle on the 5-minute look. It didn't end up being a topping tail candle because the body ended up closing green, but it looked for a minute that it was going to be a topping tail candle. And we just finished talking about these topping tail candles at key areas of resistance and how they could be indicating that it's a potential short from that point. So again, I don't want to overstay my welcome on this one, but if I can get something nearer 5, I'd be pleased as punch. So we'll continue to watch that.
Yeah, I just got involved in this SPY, and I think we might have to say buy SPY. I was just kind of trying to scalp this, took a really small position, just practicing, kind of getting in and out. I do like this downward trend. I like these little volume candles we're seeing to the downside. But I think I didn't probably think clearly enough about what I want the plan to be. To me, it's a nice bearish look, but I don't know if I have clear enough profit takers to be comfy in this short. If we break kind of above these little candles here, where we have had that, I think, pretty clear resistance, and by that I mean the 70s area, I'm going to have to get out of the trade. If we stay below, I'll stay in. I don't want to add to this, though, because that's my issue with the SPY, I find, is I'll take really small size and I'll add into oblivion, and then we get a little bit chopped up, like Pac-Man, like we did yesterday, with just eating any potential profit. So not something I want to do. I'm going to stay in this right now. I'm going to try to be patient. But as I said, patience is not my strong suit. So we're going to have to wait and see what the SPY gives us to spy at. Also, I got out of NVIDIA. I'm really happy with it. I will talk about it if I may.
What happened? What happened? Oh, I thought
and I got out here. I'm really happy with how I got it. We kind of got bottom wick on this 3-minute candle there, although I traded it off the 5. So I got involved. Like I said, I like that 850, 865 and some change rejection. Got involved there. It took us a little while to get there. We chopped, we churned. Then we dropped into that 864 or 2. And that's why I like having beak wetters already ordered. It's so relaxing to just know, hey, if we get there, it'll just trigger and you can just relax. So that's what happened there. Trigger fingers at the ready. We got out of N to the V to the D to the A. Honestly, I'm really proud. This is my best name of the day. And I'm so proud
for you,
of
Derek,
myself.
man. We're going to spend the money for you here, man. Good for you. That trading NVIDIA is not easy by design. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, we have to. I mean, that's just, it's a requirement. Shout out to the Katina, man, showing love, the noobs like us. It's a rinse and repeat type trade, and I think sticking to your strengths is the best thing you can do. So shout out to Derek.
I like when I can rinse and repeat trades. There we go.
Yeah, I know, right? Did I get that rinse and repeat on Softy? No, I'm too aggressive. So look at that. I have my dip trade here set up at 420.15. Oh, wow. It went down to 420.22. Okay, so, you're not going to win them all. Softy putting in a bit of a higher low right now, but that general 420 area low of the consolidation zone is coming into play. I figured I'd get printed by now because I wasn't at 420. I put it a little bit above. I put 15 pennies. I mean, what do you want from me, Softy? And right back up, it goes into 420 3/4. So another range play here. And I know range trading is not the most exciting, but this is the profitable way to do it on the day because we're not getting breakout trades. That's just the fact of the matter, okay? Here we go with Wave. Took another little beak wetter there at 80s, looking for the rest here in the mid-90s. I like this Wave trade, 58.5%, held that key level. Are there any other small cap gappers that are doing things? Well, MRIN is still holding the VWAP, the volume weighted average price. So it's still, I'm out of this trade. It's been profitable. However, though, I am worried about the consecutively lower highs. And we haven't made any higher high to show, okay, well, the buyers are starting to get control of this small cap gapper at the moment. No, I haven't seen anything aside from the fact that buyers are buying this at VWAP. 70 pennies or thereabouts. So we'll continue to see if MRIN has anything for us on the day. Okay, Wave just rejected $5, 494 HOD. It is now coming down into that 466 area. I'm going to be all eyes to see if this one holds up at the $0.50. That is the area that I earmarked for a level of support. Let's figure out. Let's wait and find out.
You got bottom wick on that. That's an awesome entry.
Yeah, I was very happy with this.
I've been saying this. I think Sharif has some kind of like weird, intense karmic relationship with some of these small caps because you'll get that was bottom wick. Remember that one time too that you got out of it a stock. I think it was that ELAB, I believe.
It was EVAX.
EVAX. There we go.
EVAX. Yes,
and you
I
got out
remember
of
that.
EVAX literally milliseconds before the thing halts. I was like, what? Your timing with the small caps is fantastic.
Thank you,
So,
Adara.
yeah,
Sometimes
shout
I
out.
get rinsed on it, but that's just trading in general.
But it's
right?
just like sometimes too, you're right, because we all get rinsed, but like to me the timing is just crazy. It's like, how do you know?
Hey, look, I like this point over here. What do we got over here?
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
I love that.
I like how he smiles after he does the Mr. face, and he's like all smiling. I love it.
Okay. I love it. Shout out to the Neil, baby. Jay Lee, shorting these pops is the safer play in my humble opinion, especially when we're far over VWAP like this without fundamentals. You're not wrong, Jay. Let me give you a little bit of a tidbit. There was a small cap trader that I was following initially when I first started trading back in 2021. I was trading these small cap gappers. And this individual would always look to see how far north of, say, the 10, or I think he was using the 7 EMA. If the price action was far too extended above the 7 EMA, he wouldn't get in despite the fact that it was still going. He would wait for something more akin to what I don't want to say a retracement into support, because the 7 EMA really isn't support. It's more of a technical indicator. Can be used as support, I guess. And he would wait for something to come a little closer into the 7 EMA before he would start trading it. Kind of builds on your point there to say, it's too extended on VWAP, off VWAP right now. I don't feel comfortable getting in. And the price action supports what you're saying here, Jay, because we just broke that 50 period, but look where we're holding up at the 10 EMA. So we'll have to wait and see if this closes below 4.5 on a closing basis, or whether it's just a quick wick, and then we move right back up there. Top VOIP says it was Zach Morris. About what?
Because I know Zach Morris like from Saved by the Bell,
of
right?
course.
The Mark Paul Gosselaar character.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, no. I thought you were talking about Zach Morris from Saved by the Bell, man.
Same.
Not the trader, Zach
little
Morris.
blonde
Okay.
dude, yeah.
I didn't actually know there was a trader called Zach Morris, but it didn't ring a bell to me. Yeah, and I thought Saved by the Bell there. Yeah.
That makes sense that his name was Zach Morris then, because that was Zach Morris's whole thing, was getting into lots of trouble.
Yeah.
So that's pretty.
He was a delinquent
Oh,
of
yeah.
Bayside, and he would remember how they would always troll Valley. How do you know about Saved by the Bell?
I discovered it. So there's this Funny or Die series that literally just breaks down all the weird things that Zach Morris did in the show, and that's how I know.
I just don't understand how you know all these shows. You're really young for that. But Saved by the Bell was like in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, but it was like really entertaining.
It was super interesting. It was one of my favorite shows as a kid. Coming back from school, the first thing I put on is TV, Saved by the Bell, right? All the reruns, right? Shout out to Kelly Kapowski.
Lisa Turtle, yeah, all of the, yeah, that was the 80s fashion there was definitely ruling.
Yeah, rest in
yeah.
peace,
R.I.P.
Screech
Dustin
Samuel,
Diamond.
what's his name?
Dustin
Diamond.
Diamond.
Dustin Diamond, thank you, yeah.
But yeah, RIP. But yeah, this Tesla just going to the downside. This is where I have to get more confident. You know, I'm really proud of myself what I did with the NVIDIA, but it's like you always have things to learn, right? Everyone has a learning curve. I should have been punching, the second I saw this short, we've had this repeated rejection. I should have been like Adara, get short 170, 140, and I didn't. So a little bit disappointed. I do have a rip buy. You know, we're trying to find a way to word that when you want to go short. A rip buy here at 170, 119. If we get it, I'd be really happy. Just taking it, really small position. Willing to add at this one, there we go. Willing to add at 170, 140, should we get it? Which, yeah, I have that ready. So if we do get up there, we can add to this position at 170, 140. If not, I'm cool just taking it out of the bottom at 170, 70. As I said, like I only trade during the midday, so I will be ending this position as we get to the end of the day, or at the end of the midday. So I've got about 6 to 7 minutes to see which way this Cybertruck wants to drive. But yeah, we also want to give a quick shout out here as we get to the end of the day to Benzinga Pro, because they are our lovely sponsor, with great information for retail traders. Check out the link there in the description for Benzinga Pro. Because yeah, you can get like all this news here, right? It can tell you exactly, oh, Amazon. Apparently MGM alternative boss Chris Brereton to leave Amazon. So you know that now because we had that letter there. So just make sure to sign up today for 50% off the Premier News and Research platform. Just use the code TTV, capital letters, and use the link in the description to go to checkout. So thank you to Benzinga, not Buzzinga, like the show Sharif likes, Big Bang Theory, but Benzinga. Also, yeah, this Tesla I'm okay with. We're gonna have to wait and see here, but we're happy, no complaints. NVIDIA also getting kind of interesting. It looks like I could have probably stayed in that range a little bit longer than I did. So I'll switch to the 1 minute because that's usually what I trade NVIDIA off of. I want to see if we reject here. I'm not getting involved in NVIDIA right now. This is not something I feel like messing with. But if we keep rejecting this 866, then this range is still very valid. So the impetus too, I want to talk about this range. We have this 866 top to me, middle slash potential entry area, this 865. And then the bottom here for profit takers on the short is going to be 864. And again, these are just my little Adara range levels, but these are levels that I've had fun trading today on NVIDIA. Really happy I got the opportunity to trade that today. Also, apparently, Fabian just sent this to us.
Yeah.
There's a popular theory that Zach Morris imagined all 4 seasons of Saved by the Bell because he does the internal monologues too. So yeah, people were saying it's like, because and like he'll always like go to the camera. He always breaks the fourth wall.
No way.
So yeah, that's actually a really good theory. So
I didn't know
he
that.
imagines himself as this charming guy.
That's hilarious. I did not know
Love
that.
that theory.
Okay. I just remember when he had that big, like, chunky cell phone, the brick cell phone, and Mr. Belding would always take it away from him. Shout out to Zach Morris. All right, guys, let's talk. Well, we got like 4 minutes left on the show. Obviously, yesterday, Arsenal played in the Champions League. And, you know, we didn't get the result we wanted. I'm going to be a good sport about it. We ended up tying 2-2 with Bayern Munich at home, which is a loss for us. I got to tell you, though, Bayern impressed me. The reason they impressed me was the speed of their forwards. We didn't lose, Neil. Oh, hold on. Sorry. No. Bring Neil back up. Where does Liverpool play again? Oh, that's right. The second division in Europe, the Europa League. Arsenal's in the Champions League. No. But seriously, though. Seriously. I felt that the Bayern forwards were very quick. And they gave our 2 center backs a lot of trouble. And when you watch Arsenal against other teams, William Saliba and Gabriel Magalhaes have never had issues with speed against forwards, but their forwards were so quick. I'm talking about you, Serge Gnabry, who celebrated against us, who are his former team. I did not like that. I'm talking about you, Leroy Sané. You are quick, man. So these guys, they gave our forwards a lot of trouble. And because Arsenal plays the high press with their backs, they were just getting exposed on any counterattack. So I guarantee you, Arteta will adjust for that next time. How we do at the Allianz, though, bit of a wild card, man. Bayern hasn't done that well this year in the Bundesliga, but the Champions League is an entirely different beast. The way that you play when you're in a two game set, it's entirely different. So yeah. I got to give Bayern credit, man. They surprised me. I didn't think that they were that good given the season they've had, but they are good. So 2-2 yesterday. Real Madrid City ended up 3-3. It was a hell of a day yesterday in Champions League. More to come today, Adair. We got 2 minutes left on the show.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Real Champions League is just, I couldn't think of a good transition. We're trading here. We're having a great day. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. They're saying this. Devin Kearsey saying the words of the day, pamping. And we are indeed pamping today on these markets. Sounds like Arsenal was pamping as well, so nice look on that. Yeah, people, Bulls asking when I'm taking the compliance test. I need to set some time aside to do it. It's because I always get really busy and I get caught up in the other stuff I'm doing because trading is not my primary focus. No. I only trade here in the midday, right? So, or how to trade, but during the midday. And so that's why I definitely need to take some time to do that. Right now we have about a minute left though. Yeah. On
did you see this spike up that we had on the future there?
I got chalked out Tesla on it.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure exactly what to make of that, but yet another bamboozling little midday spike here on all the Mag 7 names, including the NQ that popped into 18.2, rejected with the swiftness, as Adair likes saying, and then right back we go below the volume-weighted average price, and that helped precipitate a big move up in a lot of other names. It just wasn't the huge popping into 18.2 here. You had NVIDIA pop into 870. You had Apple come into local highs there at 168.5, and even Meta coming into that 522 softy jumping into 422 as well, and Google making another local high there at 156 and 156.40, which broke that double top that we had earlier. So a lot of bamboozlement here on in the midday Adara. Bit of a, you know, I don't want to. I did all right today, but I want to say it was a bit of a tougher day to find trades.
Yeah, it was a day. I have to say, I think it was a good day to practice ranging, especially with this range week. But you're right, like especially after 1 p.m., I found myself very lost at sea. But you're not going to be lost at sea when we go over to the big desk. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel with some more rangy action. Right now, Brendan's at the big desk.
See you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in as we head back to the upside temporarily here for the overall market. Still down a full percent for both the ES and the NASDAQ. Currently, we'll do a little bit of a recap to kick things off as we normally do. That's the US dollar you are looking at currently, trying to get back below that prior daily resistance point there around 105.10. Yeah, we're back to 105, by the way, for the dollar. It's been a while, but bounced off 105 going back to the beginning of the month, but hasn't been there for a week or so. Looking out of the corner of my eye here at both the 30-year and the 10-year, basically back towards highs as well. 4.62 right now for the 30-year. I mean, more than 1-year highs right now for yields across the board. If you missed it this morning, this inflation data comes out much higher than expected for the month of March across the board. I'll show you in a second. Just saw Tesla pop up in front of me here as well, just bouncing off 171. We had the initial move off the number this morning, and then it's been, as Adara and Sharif were just mentioning, bit of a grind all day long, depending on what you're looking. There's Tesla down there, 3.19% right now. Full 3% for Home Depot, ouch. Walmart positive on the day, however. There are a few standing out here, relatively strong. Meta, one of those, 0.5%. NVIDIA, obviously the main one to the upside, 1.7. AMD, Intel, QCOM, all downside. Microsoft, Apple as well. For the most part, the entire market downside coming off that inflation note this morning, 1.6% here. As soon as the market opened this morning, we just went straight higher and then kind of sideways overall for NVIDIA. Yeah, here we go. If you missed it this morning, 0.4 versus 0.3 on the core number. The headline number, 3.5 versus 3.4, 0.4, 0.3 on the month over month expectation. So anywhere you look, it was a miss as far as inflation was concerned this morning. Yep, yields did definitely spike. They're on their way back down currently, but it's been a bit of a problem all day long. We started the day, guys, talking about semiconductors. I mean, we were looking towards TSM off a forecast for TSM that was better than expected, but it ends up being Old Faithful refusing to get below 850 here for NVIDIA.
The irony of NVIDIA, well, first of all, like the up and down we've been getting in the midday show was insane. Like you had the bond
I made
auction.
so much more money on the midday show than I did during the
I agree.
show.
The bond market, first of all, you had that bond auction, which went nuts. Then you had some geopolitical stuff that moved the market. Then you had Biden commenting. I shouldn't screw face it. We don't get into politics. Biden commenting about rate hikes or no rate hikes. It's like, first of all, you shouldn't be. But yeah, so NVIDIA, so first of all, most of the shorts that I had in the morning, with the exception of NVIDIA, which oddly enough was the strongest one at the time, didn't work out. So if we're starting with NVIDIA, I think the story, let's go to 15-minute charts to give you an idea here. Like we essentially reversed the entire ridiculous move of yesterday. And that was the context with which we were downside on the hot CPI number, and then you're just running right back into the upside. And I liked the bunch. Like I even said if 850 had held the open under, I was probably going to short it. It clearly didn't, so I didn't. But I go over to Micron, which was the first thing that we were in. I shorted back through on the flat bottom break, and that stopped out, so we took a hit on that. I eventually got over to NVIDIA. When it got to that 870 level, I only put the one trade on back into 63s. It turns out that's been the range the whole way. So it's weird in that it started red, and then all of a sudden this thing's ripping your faces off. NVIDIA is one of the strongest names in the market, and then it ends up being the best short for me. I'm in Intel right now, but I'll tell you, like this you had to reverse. And I came in saying, if it can finally hold, there's your flush underneath 38. I'm like, if you can hold underneath above 38 even, then you have a wipeout bottom into a higher low. Well, I went into the long off 38, and then when it couldn't hold, I looked for a shorting opportunity. On the 15-minute, the strongest push up came into here into 37.5, and this is what I'm short right now, which is this move on INTC. So it was more of a reversal there. I'm in Tesla for the first time, but that's like a VWAP retracement on all this whipsaw action, and we'll get to some other ones. But for the chips, I said I would be surprised if NVIDIA got to 850, and it was at 850 by like the open. It was completely insane. But was able to at least win on a short with that one. Oh, and ARM. I mean, ARM came back as well to the downside. But I'm out of ARM from the morning short. So I took my profits on that one. And we'll work with Intel for the afternoon.
Yeah, we number 1 P&L stock, AMD. Number 2 P&L stock, ARM. Number 3 P&L stock, TSM. It's just, here's AMD. And I said, I guess we got out of this AMD a little too early off the sticky note, eh? Like, we wrote down right here, short 170. So we have that. This is why it is the number 1 P&L name there. We don't have it anymore. But look where AMD is now, 165. Come on, guys. Come on. Remember when we got out of that when you were joining us earlier? Oh, well. At least the bangers are here. And then SMH. We've traded 6 names today. We'll go 1 for 1, 2 for 2. At the end of the day, it's going to be 6 for 6 because SMH went green for us. So remember we were dancing with it here and we're like, okay, we're red on SMH. We shorted, boom, right back in. That is a 223 short. That is a 221.60 fill. And then another one right there. We have 10 or 15% left of this trade as well. So we're going to have a rundown. So some of these things we'll have to double talk about it. But again, a really, really good day. Yeah. Pretty par for the course, man. Pretty par for the course these days. Lots of volume, lots of amazing opportunities. Let's see if we can put some damage on the board here in the afternoon.
A few people were mentioning Meta, relatively strong there as well. Right at 11 o'clock as we kicked off the midday today, they launched that new AI chip, or released more details on their in-house AI chip, and they specifically came out saying that it was, the purpose of it was to not have such reliance on NVIDIA's AI products currently. So more to come, I guess, as far as when that's going to be put to use, as far as what they need capacity-wise for Facebook and Instagram. But nice day for Meta, as we saw there as well.
Yeah, no question about that. I saw that right now as I got up. I didn't actually see that midday, but that explains why Meta's been so strong. Well, yesterday they released news that they were going to make different versions of their Llama 3 LLM, so we'll have to see how that jives with this new chip. But yeah, you see Google trying to create alternatives to GPU using their Tensor processing unit. Amazon is involved in the game. It only stands to reason Meta does it too.
Points towards demand or need at least, but yeah, a lot of people want more solutions other than NVIDIA. Apple, on the other hand, has not been terribly successful in getting off of its lows so far today. It wasn't a major headline, but yeah, 14 billion worth of iPhone production going to India so far this year.
I was gonna comment on Meta first because you just talked about Meta. Let me go just very quickly some Meta thoughts before we get to Apple. Whoops, I don't want to full screen that. I want to zoom it out. There was a hot minute when the market was strong enough that I was pretty sure that Meta might retest the 530 top. But wow, when we talk about, like, Meta did exactly the same thing as NVIDIA, where it got all the way back after a $15 move downside yesterday, did the same thing in the morning, and then bounced off this 505. So it's still holding the top end of the channel. It's up 0.6% into a down 1% NASDAQ. So the relative strength is real here. My point in the midday when I sort of said something and then Sharif commented on it, and what I was talking about was, if we do pop up, you've rejected 3 times at 530. If we get there today, I've got to feel that, it's $10 away, but I've got to feel that that's worth it for a short opportunity, at least the first time through. So I'm going to put that one on the back burner. Apple this morning, I had one long off 68 and a reload. It went 68 to 68 half. The reload ended up breaking to the downside. I stopped trading it after that because it couldn't hold that bid. Then you just saw whipsaw action back and forth. And It's back above that 68 level, so I feel like if it can take some higher lows and maybe trend up, it could be okay. But it's down 1%, which is what the market is. So it's a bit of a weak one to try to want those longs in Apple. So yes, the level has somewhat held, but not enough that it's something I want to trade this afternoon. Like it's above 68, which is technically it's supported that level, but it's been messy action. I'd rather see it put in some higher lows. As far as the India thing goes, I mean that's good news. We know they're obviously gonna, and they're not the only ones. I mean, actually, it's funny enough, Tesla India is also the headline. We know that everyone wants to make sure that they're diversifying themselves with some production outside of China, and that's a massive market for them, I think, in the future. So I think it's good news. It just didn't matter today.
Yeah, no, I think we're all on the same page with all this. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Apple down there in and around that 168. We were going to play that dip off the CPI, but again, we didn't write it down. It wasn't on our radar too much today. Not really any key levels for me. I mean, we're there now. We're starting to make these right here, but again, it wasn't on the radar. I mean, I like the story. I still feel like we're going to break lower in the market. We've talked a little bit about that, but we already kind of did break. So maybe this is the bottom. Let's just leave it alone for today, but 167 definitely going to be on our radar tomorrow. The only long that I've had all day are the names that we put on the sticky note, both TSM and Alibaba, and we'll get to that in a minute. We're still long Alibaba now. So yeah, I like Apple. I like the story. Might be a little early to be dip buying, but for an average cost area, I think this makes sense down here around 167, 168 for a longer term.
All right. Elon was actually tweeting, I saw, that he was looking forward to sitting down with Prime Minister Modi in India coming up in the next little while here. We were talking about Tesla on that front this morning, that more details coming out in the way of them moving more production as well, along with Apple, over towards India in the near future here.
Yeah, Brendo, not only is he going to meet with Prime Minister Modi, but he's going to meet with India's richest man, Mukesh Ambani. He's also going to meet with some of the owners of Tata as well, looking for a potential area to build that gigafactory. He's considering areas in Gujarat as well as Tamil Nadu. So we'll have to see what comes of this. You'll recall last year they met in New York and it was supposedly fruitful, according to both individuals.
Just be aware, we did get the Fed minutes there at 2 o'clock. I mean, keep in mind, we've had jobs data and now inflation data since, obviously, the last Fed meeting. So these are a little bit delayed. The market didn't move at all on them, but pretty hawkish as far as the comments that I can see coming out of the Fed minutes, guys, there at 2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, how long have they been?
I mean, we knew they were out.
Yeah, higher for longer and all that stuff. And I mean, with the print today, I mean, is the next meeting, like, what else are they going to be saying? So
we can see if there's some notes here on.
Yeah, like I haven't seen anything which stands out.
Participants generally noted data has not increased confidence that inflation was moving lower.
And that's before today.
I mean, yeah, so some participants put geopolitical risks might cause more severe here. I mean, I'm just doing this on Benzinga Pro, so they are sponsoring. So just here, I was just reading basically the stuff that Brendan, I mean, we all have the same stuff. This is what it was. Pointing down to 2%, geopolitical risks might cause more severe bottlenecks. So yeah, I mean, just go out and find the stories. I mean, honestly, the more and more I sit here, and I actually tweeted something out today about being that 6 for 6 and really changing the way I traded the last little while. I'm becoming just all about, really just about price action. So whatever the price action is what I'm following. I'm doing my work, I'm putting in the notes, and I'm following price action. Because there's nothing else. You know, when I've lost, and again, you guys know, using more shares, yada, yada, yada. When I lose and then I get carried away, you can make a bad trade worse because all of a sudden, like, I don't believe this. But if you're just using price action to determine what's up, then, you know, things like this will happen for you. You know, really good things where, you know, you get this down, but then when you lose, you get out there, so that's it, so flat or down, and then you kind of mess around with it, and then you get out, and then you leave it alone, you know, and you wait until something else changes. So I can't remember exactly what I thought about here. I guess breaking through the 200 period maybe, and then averaging back into that short, checking market conditions and everything, but that allows me to still be flush on the name and then get back into it and make moves like this, and then be able to have revenge on a stock, but the proper time. Just wait for the right time to trade it. Don't revenge trade it. So we did that a little bit here as we got to highs, because I'm never going to pick the tops or the bottoms, although sometimes we can do that. So we get back into it and then we wind up losing, but then boom, boom, boom. So again, like something that we've really, really changed, and it's made a huge, huge difference to my P&L, and hopefully you guys are able to see that here every single day. So thanks for watching so far, and let's go back and get the story on Tesla, Baba, or Roblox.
I don't know why I just thought of that. We're just talking about Centelli on CNBC. Getting fired up about this inflation problem. Alibaba here was on the mind this morning as well, coming back into 74. It held it nicely all day long, trying to get back higher right now. One of few still positive on the day. There was this note about Jack Ma this morning putting his support behind the current leadership.
Yeah, that was a nice statement there from Jack Ma, as people, they don't often hear from him anymore. And last time they did hear from him, they didn't get what they wanted. He actually praised their competitor, PDD, and kind of put down some of the efforts that they were making there to split the company up into 6 groups. So we'll have to wait and see how this does. But so far, the market likes what Jack had to say.
It's worth noting we have, 15 minutes left in the pit session over in Chicago. Oil is just about to take out day highs.
Right.
Up 1.16%, so energy stocks definitely strong here.
Yeah. First of all, I couldn't have known that oil would do that reversal on the geopolitical when I had that XOM trade. You can't look into the future. But we neglected to talk about Tesla. I don't know whether we skipped it or maybe we just missed it. But I'm going to go over that and let Sean handle Alibaba. Because I am in Tesla for the first time today. I let it go. And it looks like it was a mistake, because the range-bound trade would have been the right one. The 74.5 would have been the perfect short, and then the perfect long would have been that 171 level. But then the only trade I took was the afternoon after the bond auction, which was important for me, the VWAP short. So it showed 172 after the bond auction as resistance. Once there was some confirmation, like this is it, touching it again, and then shorting back into that. I guess technically it's like the 3rd or 4th time it got there, but the 2nd time after the bond auction at 1 o'clock. I took some out in front of 171. I'm sitting in this. If it breaks the bottom, I think I'll try and find places to add, but 168 is the actual target to the downside. And Rivian was one that I was in pretty much most of the day, and waiting for, it had some at VWAP, but then it was at 1035 price from the morning that we were shorting. So if Rivian breaks the bottom, I'm out of everything in front of 10 even. Like the goal is to, if it hits 10, I'm out in front of 10, because that's that big flat bottom break. That's its own trend. I'm expecting there to be like millions of shares on the bid of 10 at Rivian. Whether it punched through or not, we'll see. So Tesla, we're in it. Rivian, we're still in it. Let's go, Baba.
Yeah, Alibaba, big one. Thanks there. Alibaba's a big one today. Again, on the sticky note, we have it right here. Patience. We've been loving the long on Alibaba. We've been buying it in our own accounts as well for a longer term play. I think there eventually will be a shift back over to some Chinese love, and we'll see if that happens soon enough with Alibaba, and it's happening today. In a down market, Alibaba remains long. We wrote it down here, 74 long. We really liked it. So that was it. We thought that Jack Ma coming back, talking a little bit of shop, was something that we really liked. So now let's review how we traded Alibaba. I like doing these things because it allows me to think about, okay, why did we get out of this? What were we looking at? Should have we been able to hold this a little bit longer? All right, so Alibaba, we liked it so much, we stood and, oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Randy's in the building right now. You want to take the mic? You have an interesting, you want to take the mic? Got you, Fabian. You have an interesting weekend planned. We talked about that. You're going to be hitting some ATVs, dirt bikes, etc. So when does that start? And you are one lucky individual, Randy.
Starting Friday morning. It was supposed to rain for 2 days, so.
So heading up north, going to chill out with a couple buds you were mentioning there, work on a couple things, get some wood all chopped up.
Firewood cut it and go for a ride. Enjoy the outdoors. It's finally warm, so spring is here, I think. Maybe. I don't want to jinx it, but no more snow.
I saw for the first time on the road the other day a Lucid Air.
Did you?
And I think it was the dream. It was very, very beautiful.
I've not seen one on the road yet.
Yes.
Interesting.
And my son was like, wow, that car looks nice. And he said it looks like a Tesla. So I think it looks like the Model S a little bit.
A little bit, a smidge.
I don't know, but anyways, to the kids, it's all.
Wow.
But you know what that made me think about was like, he's 12 years old, and I know you have younger kids as well. They're only thinking, like, Tesla is such a major name now. You know, like, I really feel like if there's any first mover advantage, they've really nailed that.
Oh yeah, they're a household name. I mean, they're a commodity. The brand value is there. So what's Tesla doing today anyway?
Would it be absolutely unbelievable if Tesla and Apple ever came together on something?
No.
You think that's not possible?
No.
Or okay.
No.
All right, hold on a second.
That's no.
Just if they somehow did something with, you know how they have like AirPlay?
Don't go there.
No, but if Tesla built something. Okay, so this is what Tesla's doing today. Look, I like Tesla at 170, and I've actually been a little bit disappointed to have not gone long here. But it started off up. We had a nice move there today. We had CPI was actually higher than expected, Randy, so we're pushing out the rate cuts. So as you know, rates are actually pretty sensitive in the automotive industry for leasing, for financing, for future value of the cars and all of that kind of stuff. So I feel like it's not the best environment for used cars or for lease rates right now.
No,
or any rates.
it's tough. I mean, if you're in the market for a used car and you're a buyer, okay, not so bad. But if you're a seller, it's not the greatest story. But what happens?
I like it. Everyone's like, no. You said no. All right, thanks, Randy. Thanks for the coffee right there. We didn't get, smell you later, for sure. Yeah, by the way, I didn't mean to say anything, but I'll smell you later, my guy. All right, so, no, he smells fine. All right, so this is what we were doing with Alibaba.
I think I missed something.
I mean, boom, boom, boom. Huge trades today. Again, we wrote it down, and Adair often quotes me on this, but it is true. If you're going to do work and put in work, yo, what's up, Brankos? You good? Yeah, Brankos, the guy over there. All right, so basically, here's the push into 74. I liked it so much that we took a little piece in the pre-market. That was a little silly. We talked about that. When the market opened up, we had a huge move early. It was having a minute to open. That was over here. It opened up a little late. It opened at about 34. So 4 minutes late to open was kind of strange. A lot of demand for the name. It shot right up. And that's when, in the very first couple minutes, we wound up putting a dollar club on its name. So we did that early. Then, again, just being patient, man. Wait for that fill. It came right back to 74 again. We took that. Then in the pre-market, we also decided, once we got that CPI number, that looking over here would be something as well. So into 74.50, after taking profit here and seeing the way Alibaba was trading, I said, if we're going to like along, I like this name. It stayed green all day. So we let it fall into 74.50. Boom goes the dynamite. What else can be said? Alibaba, an absolute banger for me. And again, patience rules the day, as we say, and it's just all the trades here today. Go follow at Trader TV, Sean, right here, man. Patience, you must learn. And if you don't, then this is not the right situation, especially these markets where you could get pretty much any price at any time. So
today is a perfect example of that. The retracements on levels today were insane.
Yeah, you've been up and down, days high, days low.
Wow, you don't see that.
I mean, we never thought we'd get 850 on Nvidia yesterday, let alone today. And then
$875 it got to. It was like $25 in the price. I was like, we're not getting back to that price today.
Like, look at
I wanted to make a comment. Someone said LMT is really strong. It might have got lost when we were going over some of the stuff, but there was some geopolitical. There was a headline from out of the U.S. administration with regards to them foreseeing something involving Iran and Israel, not that something has happened. And on that, you actually saw Lockheed is now up like $7 off that headline. Whether it should be or not, that's up to other people. I'm not a strategist there, but it's up 1%. So Lockheed Martin, and I'm assuming probably Northrop's probably having a good day as well. So just those defense names are doing really well today, even if the market is down.
All right, Roblox testing the lows right now, or support anyways. If you missed it this morning, Wall Street Journal reporting they've teamed up with PubMatic for integrated advertisements into their platform. We get all the way up to almost 41 at the high there in the pre-market, and then it's been a little bit back and forth here for Roblox today.
Yeah, looking to monetize their 71 million daily active users, their DAOs. They are going to have an age restriction on which users will be able to see ads. It'll be any individual 13 years or over, so we can, rest easy on that regard. We'll have to see exactly how they monetize it. You'll recall Netflix outsource it to Microsoft for their ads, so we'll see how Roblox does with their new ads.
A bit of a downside for the overall market here. Biden was speaking earlier. There were some comments on inflation. He basically said that rate cuts are being delayed a month. But don't worry, because they have a plan, guys.
Yeah, well, it's not a decision to make. And that's just, I don't even need to talk politics. That's just how it works. So, yeah, whatever. I mean, the Fed funds rate tool hasn't shifted. I mean, it shifted, but it hasn't shifted that much. Roblox. So Roblox is still going to be a strong stock today, but it did give up that 50 period on the daily. I'll show you guys the daily chart in a second. I just want to go over the execution here. So it dipped like everything else at the open, goes inside day. Had I taken 40 long on the way up at the open, that obviously would have worked out, but hindsight being 2020, at that particular time at 950, I think I was pretty much only looking at chip names with maybe one exception. But on the way back in, I grabbed the long at 10s, gave it about 20 cents or so on this little consolidation in here, and it just couldn't hold. And now that 40 level is weak. So Roblox, it's looking like a potential rejection of the 50 period moving average on the daily. So good bounce off 36 here, great support level for the last year. And then you're seeing it possibly reject the 50 period, which is okay because it hasn't even had a red day in the last 5 or 6 sessions. So a pullback day would be reasonable or a rejection of 40, not even a pullback day because it's likely to end up green. So it's still worth watching for a continuation here. Nice, healthy hold of the 50 period would be great, but it's not necessary. So good news for Roblox. If you zoom it out, it's pretty easy to see this good support there at the 36 level that's putting in. So it's maybe in a downward trend if you look at it from February on earnings, but it seems to have found a good bottom since then.
Oh, Ticketmaster notification. What the hell? All right, I was checking.
You get lease tickets?
No, not doing that. I'm saying, what do I get? I don't like getting notifications randomly. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you were looking at lease tickets yesterday. That's why I made the assumption.
I'm going to Sebastian Maniscalco, by the way, in November. That's going to be sick. I don't know if you know, stand-up comedian.
Yeah, of course. Of course
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
that.
he's at Scotiabank.
Nice.
Oh,
That's
man,
good.
it's going to be funny. I just saw that. Actually, I don't even know what that warning was. Okay, Roblox. Yeah, look, I like the name. We've talked about that. They get enough of my money every single month with my kids. I like Roblox. I play it. It's on my phone, so I'm not, I like the business. You guys know that we've been buying Roblox for a while. It's not like a major holding or anything like that. It's kind of fun money. I started buying it to teach my kids all about, not just this one, but we were talking about Roblox. It's like one of the first stocks that I guess now 12-year-old bought. And it's just, I teach my kids pretty much everything, obviously, but a lot of it is financial literacy. And we talk about Microsoft trying to buy Discord because he's on Discord. I talk to them about cryptocurrencies. I talk to them about what I do and tell them never, ever to do this. And different things like that. We actually had an interesting talk with Kunal as well on the podcast about that. I can spitball on that too if you want. But anyways, going forward, I like Roblox just here on the daily chart right now, buying it into $37, $36. I just think that that's something that's very, very interesting level down there. So watch out, be careful about some of these levels there. I think if we can hold, it's going to be fantastic. The only thing is we've seen moves like this before. See Pan W, seen some of these ones where we've nailed the play down on negative news and then bouncing off the 200. But the thing is we've also retraced into the 50 period as well. So that's another move from here all the way back up to there. So you're kind of seeing like a 15% move here in about a week. So a little overextended in my opinion. I think before we start putting more money to work in Roblox, we'll have to get back down to $37. So yeah, that's good. So, wrapped it up. Check out Trade Ideas. The one thing about Trade Ideas I can continue to say is they're mobile. They do have the online version for Trade Ideas where you could basically get your layout on your iPad, on your phones, on your desktops, and travel with you. So that's something that's been really awesome. Shout out to Michael Noss and the crew over there for getting that. Hit the Trade Ideas 20, Trader TV 20, sorry, at Trade Ideas to activate your promotion. And even if you get a month, try it out.
Yeah,
try it out.
You know what's really cool about it too is they make it very simple to save layouts, but also load from the cloud.
Yeah.
Share that layout with somebody else. So when you have a trading community like ours, and let's just say Sean has the VWAP scanner you have. I have like a pullback to resistance. He's got a VWAP one. If I wanted it, all I would have to do is just ask Sean for the URL for it. He fires off the code. I literally pop it in, and then all of a sudden I've got it without having to build it. Now, it's not to say you can't build it yourself. It's easy enough to use.
Yeah.
That said, hey.
I just get Michael Noss to build everything for me.
I do.
No, I'm being loud about it. Because,
No, I do too. But
Yeah, I'm telling everybody straight up. If you want something built,
He'll
just
do it.
ask Michael. Tell him Sean sent you.
And he will do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Friends
actually,
for life.
he actually has built every single one of my scanners.
Yep, there we go.
I don't think I've done any but
Yeah, and just about, honest with the trades, honest with
It's
the layout
true.
building, baby. Okay, here we go. I love Sharif because he's got the NVIDIA jacket, he's got that leather. Come over here, show everybody this jacket. I want to. There we go, the Jensen jacket, there he is.
Well, it's not fully.
It's
I
not
mean,
really.
don't go out on the
that's not
street
a-
like that, man. I don't need you to get, looking very GQ over there, my guy.
Aren't you gonna get hot in that? It's like 20 degrees today.
You think a man like that cares about with the temperature outside?
I don't know. I care about
This man has the look, you know what I'm saying? This man, the sun just like blasts off this guy. Man, how bright are the lights around that guy? All right, shout out to Sharif. All right, I can also be a hype man, by the way.
What is that?
All right, ARM right now is, give it up, guys. $1, $2 winner now for ARM. This is the market we're talking about, okay? We talk about this. It's a perfect market to hold on to winners. It's a perfect market to have your plan and execute your plan. ARM came up here into 127.50. I like the short in ARM. When it comes up to it again, just make the trade. It's why, I'm talking about this, yelling some stuff out during the midday, telling to you guys, telling to Sharif, and getting a lot of positivity from the midday. I appreciate that, Adara and Sharif. So that was really awesome, just the flow back and forth between all of us. But the idea is that stick to your game plan, and then, good things will continue to, and trust me, happen to you. So, I just really sort of over the moon with some of the things that we've been able to see today, including TSM, nailed that one. That was a great one. Great opportunity there for TSM today. Great opportunity for Alibaba and just believing in that long. And then shorting this AMD, are you kidding me? This one we should have held for a little bit longer. But again, only sad that we didn't make more money on it, not that we took the trade. We took the trade. So, stay in your grind. Not even really sure what that means, but we've talked about it.
Stay on your grind makes more actual.
I know, that's why it doesn't make any sense. That's why, like I said, and that's why it's kind of like a joke. But stay in and on your grind. And just be for real. And, know where your money's printed and everything. I was saying to Neil and Brendan earlier, it's like, I've made so much more money doing these new things this month than I've done any other month in like the last year and a half. So I feel like that's so important to continue to grow and, become the trader, and again, maybe today on the recap show or even on the podcast, like we did with Kunal, we can talk, and if you ask any questions in the chat, I can answer them as well. It's very hard to become a successful trader. We have one full-time trader behind us, Max. Me, Neil. So as you start to count them up, it's very hard, to make that step. And not everyone can do it. It takes a grind to do it. We've seen Obi on the show here. 2 years he's been here. So this is like, it's just real talk. And that's what it is.
Well, I'm also going to keep it real with something as well. But like the value, and we did the same thing when we were originally full-time traders here, is we open our own trading floor, which you can do. Real trading, which some of the guys have gone on to do. So like I think that's a natural step, but there's a comment in here who put it, I have to scroll up, it was AV, follow your playbook, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
playbook obviously means like follow your own strategies, whatever it might be. And then make sure you're documenting, or at least you have some sense of like where your bread is buttered, so that you know over time, okay, well, this particular strategy is working and this particular one is not, and breakouts were good in the first quarter or the last quarter of last year. I'm just making that up. And then maybe they're slowed down, and you have your VWAP trades are better. Sometimes your range-bound trades are going to be setting up a little bit better. You've just got to understand like what's working in every single time. And then the longer you do it, you will realize that I look at things on a quarter-to-quarter basis, and have been for a while. When I started out, it's like you get on this like back and forth, but really I found like in the longer run, you kind of want to measure individual strategies. It's like, okay, what's going on this quarter and what's going on next quarter? Because I don't, like what happened in the beginning of this year might be different going into this quarter, and certainly in the back half of the year. So you have to have some strategies for everything. There was a question about give some thoughts on XOM. I wish we knew that headline was going to come in the middle of the day, the geopolitical one that rallied oil markets and had XOM completely do a reversal. So my thoughts on XOM haven't really changed too much. I like the consolidation long up here. 120 has been a triple top. You go to the weekly chart, it's even more than that. And it's a good consolidation off the top. It didn't quite get down low enough that I would have caught the bid to have benefited from that move. But I'm still pretty bullish individually on this name. And it is the oil name that I would trade. It moves a little bit better. I own CVX, but I'd trade XOM if I had to choose, which as a day trader, you do have to choose. So I do still like it for some strength. Just note that it's clearly got resistance at this high. It's having trouble breaking through 122, so until it holds and closes above that, I think you're still playing inside of the range, which is pretty clear. Like that's if you like range-bound trades with the trend, XOM has given that to you. That's something that was actually in the lesson of the day today, is to observe sometimes higher time frame trends and then note that you want to trade intraday favoring that direction.
Yeah, I mean, thanks again for all the positivity in the chat. I mean, it really does mean a lot to everybody. But that's why we're here, to try to guide and try to give that motivation. And that's what started the whole show, right? So let's just keep on going. Okay, I was still sitting here on NVIDIA. Now, I don't know let's talk about trading now because we're here to make money at the end of the day. We appreciate you guys watching, but, all right. 870, I like that level. Now, as we were talking, I'm sitting here layered at 72, 74s. So if we can get a bump up, I'm not at 70. So I'm just saying here that we would be loving to hit levels in this area. I just feel that if we break through 870, then this becomes in play. So I just feel that if we get 870 break, we'll look at it and see how it breaks it. But up to 872 would be an area that I'd be looking to short it. And then I'm sitting at 874, which is the top. And then if we really get excited through there, then we can probably just wind up punching out in and around 875. Can I zoom out any more on this chart? No, I cannot. Okay. So let me just do this and just zoom this way and see. So 875. I mean, we could hold it. Yesterday's top wick was 876.50. So that's where my stops are. They're in and around there. So let's wait to see if NVIDIA gets back up there. We still have, as we keep going here, hit the IG sponsor, another great one with Frank Caburn and everybody. We still have a lot of time left in the day. So if NVIDIA gets going, we'll be all over that. But in the meantime, we have a $2 winner right now in ARM, and it is coming back in. So it's hitting those levels. I do have a stop on ARM. It's at 126.66, so we can change that now because that is really low. 125.60. So how about there? How about here? 125.81. So let's get that ARM stop in right there and just ho-hum $1.50. 125.81. Boom, we'll hit that right there. And then SMH. Let me adjust. I'm just trying to adjust all the stops here so you can do this all real time. So again, you guys want to get into what we're thinking. That's what we're here for. All right, so SMH again, just looking at this, we are really short. We're not in short anymore. We've been only short this today. This is the semiconductors watching NVIDIA, watching AMD. We nailed AMD today. We struggled with SMH early because we let it pop up. We had a great short in there. It was dollars in the money, and then it popped back up. So we won on 2/3 of it, lost on the other third, averaged it in, got taken out basically on the pre-market highs here, and then we waited for it to settle down and then nailed it back down, putting that name green as well. So let's just see right here quickly. Maybe I think we should just maybe use the 50 period on all of these. But because this is an ETF, let's just bump it up a little bit. That's 222. So right now it's $1.50 in the money. We'll give this back to 223. Or sorry, we're short at 223. 222 flat. So that's the 200 period. Here it comes right now. Let's put our stops in so we don't get too carried away. Money is money, and we want to make that. So long Alibaba, we'll hold on to that one. We like that, but we have to put our stop in for SMH.
Oh, that's so cool.
I had to stop in on AMD, which is crazy. I didn't cancel
There's
that.
a Neil in the chat who actually spells his name the cool way. Shout out
N-E-I-L or?
N-E-A-L.
I know, I'm just playing.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not like you look. I mean, I know this is true. Like, it's
We
not
both
like,
have those names.
No, it's no. Well, Sean, and Sean, like both ways that you said, like S-H and S-E-A-N. I feel as if like there's a lot with both.
Yeah.
Whereas any A-L versus any I-L,
You don't get many A's.
I don't see many A-L, so I'm always happy when I do see it. Although it did confuse me for a second. Someone just responded like, Neil, how did you know that? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't even say anything. But we're getting a bit of a move back up here on Tesla. So 172 VWAP Tesla, that's where I want to reload. So if it gets back up there, I'm going to take that shot at it. Also keeping an eye, Intel here, holding the bottom end of the range. Just going to back off the offer because I'm still sitting with the same lower high offer on Intel. Can we come to the chart for a second? Sorry there, Fabes. Appreciate you there. Yeah, I was waiting to get this reload that I missed. I just canceled that order. So if there is a pop, I might look down to 37.25 if it curls here in Intel. So we're short these two names. In addition to Rivian, but I've already said the plan of action. Rivian, I want 10. If it comes to VWAP, I'll make a judgment call there. There was the opportunity, I would have thought, for some of these. I mean, some of the Mag 7 names have done better than others today. I think we showed you Meta and Apple, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, NVIDIA as well. But Google, it's got higher lows going into, I mean, potentially a flat top break. But I do like the strength. It's not green yet, but it is very close. So you're seeing 156 start to hold. You probably see what I'm going to go with. I don't love the breakouts. I've been talking about that for a while. I'd much rather see if I can't get something on 56. If that doesn't work, maybe look at a shot at VWAP as well. So Alphabet, there's some relative strength here. If the futures are going to do this, right? Like if this is all we're going to do, which is 18.12 to 18.22, 100-point range, back and forth, up and down, then I would rather be buying dips in something strong into some support, shorting pops into something weak, into resistance. So that's the plan of action until something different happens with the overall market. If we end up breaking out in the NASDAQ, then maybe we'll change that plan. But until then, you trade the market that you're given, not the one that you want. And this is, I want to make a sport analogy for this. Because, you know, like as a Raptors fan, I'm pissed. I was not happy when the Raptors didn't go all in last year on rebuilding. But you know what? They made the move too late, but it's better than not making the move at all, right? So you trade the market you're given, you play the hand that you're dealt. And that's one of those sort of things, like because you can't do anything else. You can't rewind time. There's such a thing as sunk cost. And when you're dealing with sunk costs, the problem with that is, you know, it's psychological for all of us. Like there's all kinds of cognitive biases that we're gonna basically fall ourselves into, and the sunk cost fallacy is definitely a big one. Where you just sort of stay the course. You're like, I've already done it. That's the most nonsense thing in the world. And my analogy for that is ask yourself how many times you've been perfectly willing to stop giving up a silly show on Netflix because you're not into it. Like it's easy for you to do that. You should do the same thing. Treat all decisions that way. If you're not enjoying it, then don't continue. If it's not working, then stop doing it. And you can't really fight those types of things. So anyways, if the market does decide to change the way it's going, we'll go from range-bound trading into something else. But until then, let's stick with this range.
Yeah, I was just looking at, so we had the CPI print, 3.5 versus 3.4 expected for the year-over-year number. Just trying to see if there's anything I also talk about tomorrow's PPI print coming at 8:30. We'll see if that can have an effect on the market the way today's number did. And I mean, we tried to calm everybody. And I hope I did a good job of that earlier on this morning when we were down into here and I was like, it's fine. And it is fine. You're down 1%. It was a bad number. We know that. We're pushing the can down the road. We're kicking it down the road. You will get rate cuts this year. It's just a matter of when. And if you're swing trading, it's a blessing in disguise because volatility's here and that's always fantastic. So I look at it that way. But if you're investing, it's also a blessing at some point because if the market just keeps on falling down, you're going to, I believe you're going to get solid earnings. I don't think, no company has come out. I mean, TSM today, as your trade of the day, came out early and just said, we're going to crush our numbers. So basically, if they're going to do that, I would say all aboard. And I like all this stuff. I like NVIDIA pulling back. It's nice to be cooled off into earnings. I think this is fantastic. So it's time to buy. We should have been buying today down here at 8:30. It is going to be time to start putting in some of these bids because as we get closer and closer to earnings season, you think Microsoft is going to miss? That's hilarious. So let's just see what happens. They might guide. I don't know what's going to happen on their guide, and this is always going to be the problem. I'm not going to sit here and predict something like that. But honestly, I mean, Microsoft, if it can fall into this area where we're trying to talk about it, 400, somewhere in here, 410 and change, I think that's a buying opportunity for some of these names heading in again into earnings. I don't think these companies are going to miss. MSFT right now, I mean, Copilot's kicking, Chad is kicking, they're signing up as many people as possible. Their Azure is, you know.
Been winning for a while.
It's been winning for a while. I mean, yeah, this company has been literally taking over the world, Microsoft, to be number one. No wonder why we like trading Microsoft. This thing holds the trophy. This is huge. I like these names, man. This is April 23rd. That's not even that far away. Shout out to Ms. Danielle Shea, who has been talking all about different strategies. She'll be on the Market Recap Show again tomorrow. Today's Chris Bretcher coming on. But she's been talking about getting into names heading into earnings season. So I think that's a fantastic topic to go over with her again tomorrow, Ms. Danielle Shea. She wasn't here last week, though, because
That's right.
she was doing something.
You know what could be great for earnings, which is only, and this
Thank you, Sebastian. Appreciate that.
In 2 weeks, Boeing reports. 2 weeks today, Boeing reports. Now, obviously, you had this whistleblower stuff, and the news, the bad news keeps piling in for them. But looky, guess who just bounced off the 52-week bottom just this afternoon, or maybe like an hour ago? So 173. Now, technically, the 52-week low close was 176 something. So like it's kind of that, but the actual low is down here on news at 173, and you just bounced off that 73. So shout out. It was just in the chat was asked, or there was a comment about David Beach in the chat just said check out Boeing, and my first thought is wow, okay, it is bouncing off that 73. Obviously, the bad news is not something that anybody's happy with if you're a shareholder, but when they report, how much of this is affecting their bottom line? They've already talked about not being able to produce as much as they want. So it's not like they're sandbagging, but they've given you all of the bad news out there. All you need is a little bit of good and an absence of bad, and this is a good stock, especially if it can hold this 170. Part of me says because it's a key level on the daily, that 173 is a trade for the long this afternoon. Because you've bounced off it, it's a huge level. Had it broken down from there, I'd probably be thinking a short. But I'd almost go in the other direction this afternoon. We haven't been able to get any Google since I mentioned it. It's still kind of hovering around that top, but the futures aren't doing much, so no reason to get overextended. So there's your bounce. I think it's not a bad play here on Boeing if it can maybe retest and give us a higher low to work off. So Tesla's still in the money, but no reload possibilities there just yet. If you guys see anything you like that's moving, let us know. I think that was a great shout out about Boeing because this is one of the more volatile names in the market the last couple of weeks, and it has been all to the downside. Like, this is nasty. I don't remember whether it's this or it's Intel, probably distinction without a difference, which has been the worst name in the Dow. Part of that's going to be a timing issue. Like, if it is Intel, that's only because when the year started, Boeing had already pulled back $45. So in effect, you'd almost say, like, it should be Boeing. in some regard, and that is a heck of a place to bounce from. I think you could be back at 195. Even going into earnings, you could be back at 195. So I'm going to look for the long at 173 here, see if we can find it.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. Yeah, it was information about tickets. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm still in all the same stuff. It looks like we are going to get stopped out pretty soon. We are a couple pennies away from getting this SMH. We're a couple pennies away from getting stopped out on ARM. The market, though, it's not doing much. We're going to have to find names that we talked about before. Let's go over to. I was going to go over to AMD, but let's talk about Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong has been a good stock for us for a while, but I always going to remember that 46 level because there was one day when we were looking at it and I didn't put it, I put it as a late addition on the sticky note and it actually blasted. It wasn't that day, it was over here. And then the next day, I don't know if it was an upgrade or whatever happened here on April the 5th, right there. It just boom, came right back into that. And there's the 50 period at 44 bucks. So coming back in. So I think we want to play this short for sure. And this is looking like a nice little trendy right there. So, you know, you get down, boom, 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 boom. See, we can all draw lines. Doesn't mean we can trade, but we can draw lines. So right there, this is what it looks like. One thing, like I said, to identify a pattern, another one to actually make money on it. So the market's coming back down now. I'm always looking for this. Let me see, I guess I could probably draw that line the other way too. But right into here, this little level of 45 and change looking like an area of interest. You know, it's that top there, plus it's also coincides with the bottom there and then the bottom right here. So these are the kind of trades that I have to wait for, waiting for bigger decisions to come through. It doesn't matter. It's about lining it up. We can do this on lots of stocks, draw these fancy lines. It's at the end of the day, and I put this in the chat, are you red or green on the name? You know, so right here, will this idea work? I don't know, but I'm going to wait for it to give it a shot. So if DraftKings comes back up here to 45 and change, I think we could do that against this wick right there, which is just 45.10. So if DraftKings can come up into the 200 period, I think we'll like that in and around there, and then we'll have a decision to make. So that's something to be interested in. And there it is right there to end the trade. And it was a good one. It was a face slapper. It's SMH, man. We really love trading this name. We didn't love it early. It was our one red name, but we got back on that one right there, able to exit it out and go over to Adara to handle some of that business.
This part of the show brought to you by IG. Got opinions on central bankers, geopolitics, and economic data? Apply your macro views with a Forex account at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commission trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
Thank you very much there, Adair. And well, you already got CompuCare in the chat was like, Boeing didn't get to that level. So it was a pre-market, like that 173 wick I was showing on Boeing on the daily chart. Like our daily charts will actually show those pre-market levels that got hit. So 70, I'm on Micron right now, just got into it, but it is showing a level from that day in the pre-market and post-market. And you know, whether that, so for some traders, they don't care about those types of levels. The only reason I do is because it ended up turning and going $30 from that level in the next, I think, like 7 days. That's why I'm keyed in on it. So, yep, pre-market level, but don't mind it. So I had to swing on like the very first trade I wanted. And actually, I tweeted out two charts this morning. Well, I had the note, but the two charts were independent. And I said, I want short underneath the flat bottom of Micron. I'm going to explain it fully here. So there is the reason I wanted Micron short. And this gap is the reason that I wanted to give it some birth. Now, obviously, at the open, you're going to treat things differently than you are at the close, because when I think it has $4 to support, I'm going to give it a buck. When I think it's got 25 cents to resistance, and this, sorry, I meant resistance. If it has 25 cents to resistance, then you're going to scalp it because then the market is not moving this afternoon. So very big difference between I think this is flat bottom breaking to get to here, and then in the afternoon, this range has condensed to 65 cents in the afternoon. not making that up. So in the afternoon when it's a 65-cent range, then you come in and you try to short inside of the range, which is down into here. So we'll see about that with Micron. And if we break out of the range, fair enough. I've already said if the market decides to do something other than sit in a range, then we can change our approach at that point. But it has shown no signs of that yet. Power hour is about to hit. I want to respect that. Tesla would be great if Tesla lost 170 DJK, but not yet. Like, it's still trending to the downside. There's nothing telling me that I'm imminently going to get the short back up at VWAP, but then not much of a reason. You know, it's trending down. It's down 3.5%. So I feel like if the market does go down, this should be a good one, along with Intel. But there was another chart today. So Delta reported, we didn't really trade them. We don't really trade. In travel, we'll trade CCL sometimes.
Yeah.
I feel like the airlines just are a no-fly zone over here, pun intended. But Delta, I didn't even realize this. Delta is now red and gave it all up. I mean, like every last bit of it. But you know what? When you go into, all right, we're going to go trade ideas for that one because that didn't show up. So let's go trade ideas. When Delta got to 50, look at the weekly chart on Delta at 50. So you're like, well, why did it give it all up? Does it have something to do with earnings? Or maybe it's just this level on Delta. 2021 high, 50-ish. 50 is the 2023 top. And, assuming it doesn't break out for the rest of the year, then you will have had a rejection. And see how easy it pops in and out? That's pretty cool there. Like, I can full screen it. I literally double click and it pops right back in to exactly where I wanted it in my layout. I think it's a pretty cool feature. But yeah, so Delta giving it all up because it got to 50, and what a reversal. So from green to red, there is no such thing as good or bad earnings. There are just earnings and whatever the heck the stock wants to do with them. And the sooner you learn that lesson in trading and investing, I think you're better for it when you trade that price action, as you were saying. Because if you just said Delta had good earnings, they beaten the top and the bottom lines, if that's all you did, and you're like, it's going to be a long today, then you had a bit of a rough day. So, okay, Micron working down, but I just got Google, so Google did pull back in there. The range in Google for this last 40 minutes has been 56 to 56.5. So I'm essentially long that 56 level. Right now with an 03 long, I'll give it right underneath to here. That's like 155, 85-ish. And then try to get the top of the range. Everything else is just still the shorts.
All right, good talk there. And I want to say a big props up there. Thank you so much, Sebastian, here for what you're talking about in the chat. We have this goat. So this is Brendan goat right here. Sebastian goes, Sean, you're the goat. That doesn't matter. It's not that. It's about sounding bullish and turning the market. In a turning market, I didn't turn anything. People have to pay their taxes soon. That's another good point. They are exiting. You are the king of the shorts. So we have a little bit of a bullish talk there and a little bit of a short talk, and I definitely appreciate you as well, because we've been reloaded in many different positions here today, and the idea behind it all is have the ability to just trade price action. And I'm saying this to everybody over and over again because that's the one thing that's really changed. Look what happened here, SMH. Talk about trading the price action. This is the other thing that I have to do. So I've sort of got one thing out of the way. Stock selection levels, all of that's beautiful, especially off the open, support and resistance. We know where our bread is buttered, as we keep on saying. And that's why I'm telling you guys, you know, these strategies that I'm doing now are actually starting to pay the bills. So that's been good. But look at this. In the afternoon, this is the one thing that I have to be careful for. We got stopped out right there. It's now down $1. It's now down 80 cents from there. Like 80 cents is good. So like throwing that money back away because we broke the 200 period, I need to do a better job of just seeing like these are all wicks that had happened and we just basically put ourselves into that situation there again. So I'm gonna have to do a better job of like figuring out where to get out of that last little piece. I think we've done a really good job most of the time. Like right there, we got out at the bottom without knowing that that was the bottom. And then it goes all the way back up. So as great of an entry that is, it's actually better of an exit than that is an out as well. But still, if I can just get it all figured out just a little bit, this was a 50 period. So I like that. It pulled back into the 50 off of the 200. So here again, I should have maybe waited for it to really test it and then make that pullback. But again, that's the one thing about trading, which is why we say it's just so difficult, is looking back at everything. Well, you know, that's the whole point. And I might have said something off. I was telling the traders behind us, and I talked about this with Brankos, about 20% or so of traders that can walk in here will eventually walk out with hopefully a balance greater than 0. About 20%, so 2 out of 10. So I didn't want to sound so bearish on people's trading abilities. But again, just in keeping it real, which all of you guys want us to do. So right there. So that's what that is. So I just want to make sure that I stated that again there. All right, Alibaba, 33 cents. ARM is now, by the way, $1 and $2 into the money right now. So that's really started to work out for us. Still going lower for ARM. So here we go, man. It is starting to break. Hopefully we can get lower than this. And then, like I said, let's get those gates open and see what happens from there. So nice move for ARM. We'll see if we can get it back in. And again, big time movements here. Really happy with this placement on ARM. And with that being said, Neil does not have his earpiece in because it keeps. We can't like find a good one apparently.
No, look,
it's disconnecting. But we do have Adara.
No, we are fixing it. It's going to get a fix. It's all good.
Yeah, Adara.
Yeah, we're just going to reflect a little bit with 1 hour until close on some of the macroeconomic things we had today, a bit of a macro minute, if you will. We did have this big move up here, still seeing mostly high of days here on the DXY. Everything started off with that CPI print coming in 0.1 higher than expected across the board for core and CPI, both month over month and year over year. We also did get at 2 p.m. the notes from the FOMC meeting. Bit of a hawkish look over here with participants apparently saying that they did not think the recent data increased their confidence that inflation was moving down to 2%. It also is worth noting that this came, of course, before this CPI print and that higher than expected NFP last Friday. So it'll be interesting to see what the Fed has to say or how these notes might be adjusted with that data in mind. Tomorrow we have the PPI print and some comments from some more Fed speakers. So it'll be interesting to see how we do on the macro scale coming into tomorrow, guys.
Here we go.
Thank you very much there, Adara, as always, keeping us on point. Tesla broke bottoms, so obviously all the shorts just went in the money. I'll go back to Google, which broke the range. So there's my in. We always talk about the price action. If it bounces from here, unfortunate, because from there I would have looked for a VWAP bounce if I was going to reload it, not at the same price. So we'll back away from that. The adjustment I want to make for Tesla here is, look, 71, all of a sudden, let's go higher time frame. Yeah, there we go. So 71 was support, resistance. If this turns into resistance again, I do not need this trading back above the 171 level. If it breaks back above 71, I need to get out. If it bounces at 170 and there's a big wall, I haven't seen the bid, but if the bid is like gigantic and we get some kind of a bounce, I'll probably cover that in the 30 or 40 range and just lock in the profit going into power hour. But I want to hold on to that short.
Here we go.
Rivian's also making the move as well, so the shorts are definitely paying off. I'm getting out of Rivian at 10. Tesla, I'm letting it go, and I'm going to put a trail on. I'm just going to move my order to like 4s here on Rivian. Keep an eye on that bid. There's already like a quarter mil at the 10-10 level. It's probably going to be a massive level at 10 even on Rivian, but we'll cross that bridge if and when we get there.
All right, we just drew a couple of signs here on, whoopsies, on ARM. So we're going to tweet that out because we are getting ready for this major break of 125. That could be sweet. We could get into this 123 and change area right here, right now. So I'm pretty excited about it. And so I'm just going to let everybody in Xverse or Twitterverse, whatever you want to call it right now, find out about this. So we'll just hashtag trading, and we will send it out as what we're waiting for. So, okay, it's the only position we have on. That and Alibaba. Obviously, that SMH trade is going to be puked on that one as that continues to make the move down. Let's go find another find, sir. There it is, TSM, coming right back into that level that we've liked before. We nailed this. We actually did pretty good on it. This was the pushback in for TSM into 145. But now we are under with absolutely no reason to buy this. So the market's fading out right now. So this is, again, sort of what we're trying to do is improve on this. I'm not really looking long. I'm probably even debating getting out of this Alibaba. But the market's been range bound all day. So just like we were short up here, I wouldn't blame anybody for getting long right now. I don't think that that's horrible. It's just the last little while in the afternoon, the long has been, as some may say, wrong. So we'll wait. Some afternoons, I'm sure we can look back and it was probably fantastic. Just that feeling of, the sky is falling in the afternoons happened a couple times.
It's the sense that in the short term this quarter, maybe just the last month, maybe not the whole quarter, it's just been more times than not. Like not 100%, but like most of the time.
Yeah.
So that's the feeling you get as a trader. And last year was completely opposite. Like we probably preferred the longs going in the afternoon. So it is what it is, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's what it is, and that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about is getting those feels. Remember, we told you about it. Getting those feels, making the right decisions, and at the end of the day, looking down at hopefully a green number. That's what you hope for. Okay, so Uber. We had this Uber short earlier as well. Like, so you see what I'm talking about? Like, look at this. We have Uber short, and now it's at the low of the day, and we don't have anything on because we got out right there. We were happy with the trade, but look at this Uber short. We could still also have this on. Like we're having a big day, but all of the trades could have been held for even bigger winners, right? Like look at AMD. Come on, Sean, you had that short. You had the AMD short. You had the ARM short. At least we still have it. We have the Alibaba long. That's okay. That one, we already took advantage of that. I feel like we did that one perfectly. SMH, okay, I'm happy to be green on SMH, to be honest with you. Taiwan Semi, I mean, that's a face slapper. I'll take this print all day. That's $2 immediately. It does go up to 148. We could have possibly held on to that one. But then Uber and AMD, the names there that really could have set this day on fire. I mean, it's already nice, but apparently ChatGPT might be down, but I'm not hearing any different negativity about Microsoft right now. The last time I heard
I'll ask it if it's down.
The last time I heard ChatGPT was down. The problem is it could be regional.
No, it's fine.
I went over to Microsoft and lost on it, so we'll wait on that.
Well, the other day there was like an outing on WhatsApp and Instagram in the afternoon.
Oh, was there? Yeah.
And I remember looking back at because my dad told me that a bunch of people, my entire family in Antigua uses WhatsApp. So when there's an issue with WhatsApp, it's like everybody loses their
major thing.
No, they lose, but like, no, 90-something
like texting.
90% of people in the island, I don't know if it's all on, but Antigua, like literally everybody uses WhatsApp. So if it goes down, that's how people are communicating. And so I heard about it. I look at the chart. I'm like, oh, well, no wonder I didn't realize it happened. Oh, sorry, this is SLV. There was a question about SLV. Matt Carnes was asking me about that. But that day, Meta actually was strong and didn't even do anything except to continue its strength because that's what Meta does. Matt Carnes was asking my opinions on SLV. I actually don't have an opinion on silver. And if you've probably heard us say this from time to time, like I've been in some gold miners before, mostly when I was a penny stock trader, and then I kind of made some plays like 15, 20 years ago on some random penny stocks, which happened to be gold stocks and gold miners, which there are a lot of in Canada. But I don't trade silver or gold. I've owned some physical silver, but like that's about it. So all I can tell you is it looks like a consolidation off the top. I know it's been on a decent run and it's been trailing gold. So when that happens, if there's a continued rally in gold, maybe it takes the stairs to the upside, but that's just looking at it like any other trend. I really don't know much there. And I've heard so much about it being, and these are not my words, one of the most manipulated commodities that are out there. So those aren't my words. You see that all the time. And yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna. You can't really talk too crazily about something that either you don't trade, you don't follow, you don't look into it. I'll talk about things in my personal account all the time, just not one of those. So Tesla did bounce off 170. I said if it bounced off here, I was gonna have a tight trail on there and then move on to the next. So we'll ring the register on Tesla, get out. We were able to get that pattern short where it just showed you after the bond auction a 172 top. It's bouncing off the 170. If it does continue to go higher, I'd look for a reload, either curling 71 or wait for VWAP. Right? Like wait for the levels that will make sense for the reload short. So Tesla might have had somewhat good news today, but down 3.5% anyways. The other short, Intel did get the 37. I wanted to hold. Yeah, well, I might not get a reload on this, and I can see this one coming out. Yeah, I think I'm just going to be taking this one out if it gets back above the teens here, because that's bouncing off the evens as well on Intel. So if the market stays this range bound, that's the other part of the equation too. Is I don't want this bouncing all the way back into VWAP. I should be reloading if it gets up to VWAP.
Yeah, that was the mistake I made with SMH there, but we did get that break. We'll fire the hot dog cannons again. ARM. So it did break 125, but let's just analyze what happened when that did break. So it got pretty low, man. It got to 124.70, 124.80. Right there as the bottom. We do have a lower bottom on the day, of course, for ARM, which is all the way down here, which is where I am trying to wait for to see if we can get some action back in for ARM. So again, instead of saying, oh, we're just going to stop out when it hits this, maybe we just wait for VWAP. That seems like giving up a little bit too much. That's actually giving up $1 on that. So again, regardless of share size or anything like that that you have, all you really, and this is, you know, we don't share size, and we talk about that too. And it doesn't, you know, I'm trying to make the decision regardless of how many shares I have. I get carried away, and you guys have seen that, and that's what I'm trying to change, where I have a whole bunch of shares, and it's like, oh my God, I gotta get out, because it's like, oh my God, it's like in the money. And but that way panics you into trading. So if we're just gonna stay calm like we've been doing, and then you can get these winners. So let's just hang out a little bit. We just talked about why we like this 125 break. That was a nice little wick bottom there, not an extended amount of volume by any stretch of the imagination. So 50 period kind of held there, I am debating right now with a matching bottom right here of 125.50. Let's change our stop. So our stop on this right now is 125.80. We're gonna switch it to 125.50 right now. We may come right back in right now. So taking that out, if it comes out, it comes out. We will ring the registers at that level. Let's go to 61, a little bit higher than that. Take a piece out there. If that happens, great. Good on us. But, you know, again, we did get stopped out of SMH. It turns out to be a little bit of a bad trade as that comes back in right there. We could have gone long there. We didn't. All right, JP Morgan. We start with the big banks. Oh, actually, ho-hum, we got more work to do after this. We stay late. Traders stay late for the market recap show. So I'm going to have to contact the booking agent and figure out if Chris is on tonight, which I believe he is. So follow me with Chris Bretcher tonight. Yeah, the joke's on myself because I just booked them myself. So we're going to find out here with Chris, figure out if that's good to go. And we're going to talk about, I've already talked to him, but just to double check, I always like to give them a chance to back away. You never know what traders are up to. So we'll give that to Chris, but he's going to be on today, just like Brian was on Tuesday, gave some awesome trades last night, man. Wow. Talk about, he's been nailing some of those gold miners, Matt Carnes and everything like that. If you want to talk about silver, we talked all about, like, you want analysis on silver? We talked all about that yesterday with Brian. So silver and gold, picks and shovels with Michael Noss on Monday. So there was a couple good talk there about some of the commodities on the recap show, so go find those immediately. They're sent out as podcasts after, so double check that. But Chris Bretcher wants to talk about today that CPI number, and he had some indicators indicating where it was going to be today. So he said that he was positioned for this short. He had some indicators lined up that were screaming that it was going to be hotter than expected. I think a lot of us were sort of expecting one way or the other. I was expecting lower, so I'm going to question him on what those were and see if we can get some indications for tomorrow's PPI. So join me as traders stay late.
I was bullish on, like, I wasn't thinking it was necessarily going to be lower. I thought it would be as is, and then that would be good enough for the market to be up. So I think most of my looks were going to be in the other direction, but not because I thought lower. I just kind of thought it would be in line. And because remember, anytime you look at you get all of these predictions by all the different banks, right? And sometimes you get it all right at the consensus. Right. And to me, like, that's when I see that, I'm like, okay, well, whatever, man. If that's what they think, then I'm gonna base, because you don't know until it comes out. Then if I have to base it on something, I'm gonna look at they think it's consensus, so I'm gonna think it's gonna be consensus, and then what do I think is gonna happen if it's consensus? So. Yeah, that didn't happen. I did get trailed out of Intel, so Tesla trailed out, Intel trailed out here. If we can come back to the chart. So in the bottom consolidation, it bounced off 37 even dollar levels and 50-cent levels tend to matter on this stock, so I try to respect them. I'm out. If we get VWAP, fair enough. Tesla looks like it was the right out down at 170, could challenge that 171, but we'll be patient about it. We got 40 minutes, 45 minutes to the close, just under 40 minutes until we get those imbalances. And we want to respect them. Benton talking about Paramount. Ugh.
Yeah, some of
talk about a stock that you get a cash offer and don't take it, and the shareholders have got to be pretty peeved off with that.
Yeah, some of those names are tough.
It's a tricky for a day trader because this is Paramount is so very much news driven right now. It's like the wrong or the right headline, and it's about to go. So it makes it very tricky to trade. But you got to feel like they should have taken that deal. And whatever. I was talking to a trader here about this who actually understood it a little bit better, but it just came down to them wanting to sell the business, but then sell it to somebody who was going to try and rebuild the legacy, as opposed to just selling it for cash to somebody who wanted to get value out of it. And then I responded, so basically screw the shareholder. And he said, yeah, that's essentially what's happened here with Paramount. Unfortunate, but I remember Yahoo rejected a cash deal a long time ago and ended up being one of the nastiest and most ridiculously bad decisions of all time. And sometimes the board's not going to do what's in your favor as a shareholder. Most times you want them to, but it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, a bunch of Yahoos over there. Okay, so we don't have any new trades. I mean, the market is making a move back up to the upside. Against the PPI number tomorrow, I'm thinking that we should look at the short. We didn't get a chance to talk about JP Morgan, but again, that's making that move into the 200 period again. So there is a possibility there to get something going on JP. 195, I mean, if the market goes here. The thing is didn't we have a nice, whoops, I'm still on this. Didn't we have a nice move up yesterday into the close? Yeah, so, well,
really
I mean,
nice.
faded out there, but into that, again, ahead of that number. So maybe we could see, let me just go over and double check that. Let me see what the Qs did into the close yesterday as we go to NASDAQ here. I don't think it was very nice into the close. So let's just have a quick look. Come on, Qs. I just want to see if people were positioned, where they were positioned for this move in the futures. So yeah, so that's what I mean. So nice little rally basically from 3 o'clock all the way into 4 o'clock yesterday into the close. And then today we get that move all the way down. So very, very interesting. So now you're seeing another bump up here in the futures as we continue to go. And there it is. So we get out of ARM. So close that trade, face slap that one out. There goes ARM. We are now out of ARM as that comes out right there for $1.50. And now we'll just wait. We'll wait to see. Look at Alibaba. That's starting to go right now. So like our net's not changing, although we did give some back up. We did give some up on ARM there, but Alibaba
net's not changing.
Really starting to go. All the way up, 74.50, 74.40.
74.50.
Nice move. We should have bought more at 74. You see what I'm saying? So we got to make better decisions at some points there. But there it goes. Nice move. We wrote down 74. I don't know why we were too distracted on that. We should have bought more down there at 74 bucks. So let's go and have a look to see where some of these other names are. Maybe we'll be able to short Nvidia soon.
So with that, wait a minute. No, I'm not still in.
Not yet.
You know, Micron broke and I'm out. So maybe that'll refresh in maybe a couple of seconds or something. But Micron came right back up yesterday, remembering what happened. The only reason I gave back some on Micron yesterday too, even though it was a good stock yesterday, today it's not because the early morning was a loss. But I remember it was the same thing. I shorted the lower high and it eventually got to VWAP on a strong move up. So I'm going to go with maybe it happens again. My maybe is not to go long. It's just to get out here. And then if it gets back up to VWAP, make another decision. So all that's happened is the Intel, Micron, and Tesla shorts have all come out. And the market's right back up to the top of the range. But you know what? It still hasn't broken it. Like, unless we're busting out this top, like, as we take 18.2 and get into these wicks that it's been making, above 18.2, not below, it's been wicking above, I want to look for some shorts as it's trying to take out those highs because we still have plenty of time for a little bit of mean revert. So it could be VWAP here on Micron. It's certainly Tesla going back to this well. It could be VWAP at Tesla. Whereas Intel, I know I like it. Intel's not even halfway to VWAP. I might just like Intel right here off this 37.25. Intel's a bit of a different beast, man. Down that 3% today. I know Tesla's weak as well, but Intel feels like it's one of the weaker looking charts. You know, the daily chart's a trend to the downside. The daily chart is a flat bottom break, a trend to the downside. The 15-minute had one good day, and that was yesterday, which is flat.
Ouch.
Basically, yesterday was good because it bounced off the lows when they gave good news on their AI chip and then was able to close flat. So on the AI chip, ours is better than yours. The stock got back to flat and then dropped again today off the same level. So if that's not confirmatory, confirmation. Confirmatory is a Sharif thing. That's not confirmation of the trend being down on Intel. I don't know what is. And I needed that confirmation because my first trade was long. First trade worked long, second trade lost. Lost long, unfortunately, but now it looks like a short to me. And I'm willing to take the hit at 25, and then if it goes to VWAP, we'll try shorting that one again. Your NVIDIA is getting close to 870. I feel like if So I would feel as if NVIDIA were to take out this high, I would probably want to watch any short, especially anything in the chip land.
Yeah, we just shorted Google right here, and it's in the money, but we're gonna wait to see if it can get going a little bit. I just want to play short until the market really decides to go. You know, worth taking a shot here at the end of the day, I think. So we'll do that. I'm just gonna go Google right here into basically this high of 156.50, right? It looks pretty good here. We've kept on nailing that high. We just bounced off the 50 period at 25. We'll take a little bit more if we can do that and then just try to respect that top. So a quick little scalp trade would be nice if we can get something out on the bid, but then we want to average in a little bit and then get out if it breaks through 50. So we've seen this happen to us a couple times. Remember yesterday we were in Apple and then it spiked up. And then we're like, oh my God, I can't believe we just gave back whatever we made on Apple or whatever the story was. That's the best part about coming back every day. You just get back into it. And then we went over and we shorted the TQs because we were like, oh my God, Apple's going, but the NASDAQ isn't. This doesn't feel right per se. And we were able to then short the other way around. So let's do that and we'll wait to see what happens up here at 156.50 for Google. I am waiting to get some more in the 30s. So if we do bump up into sort of where that wick top was, that was 37, 38. So if we get something in there, that'll be more worth it for me. We'll put on probably double or triple the amount that we have right now. So that's what we're gonna wait for, is a pop up, but we'll have a nice little starter position here. See if we could take a little bit of profit if it falls down. But just for fun, we'll go short Google, but the market's, you know, it's just doing its little dance right now. We're long BABA. We're waiting to see what Google wants to do up here. That's the market. So as we get ready to break 18,220, that's the high. So if we break it, then Google should go as well. We'll be short, and then we'll see the action up and around there. We could maybe wait and short the Qs.
So here's a question for you, but only because I just thought of it when you said if. So now, obviously, you don't have to answer either way, but if 1820 doesn't break.
Right.
Check this. If 1820 does break, Google doesn't take out the high, and then 1820 comes back in, usually if I'm in a short, I would be like, I like it more now because of it, because the NASDAQ broke the high and came back, and the stock I was trading didn't even break its resistance or support or resistance level. So I think now I even like it better, so therefore it's like add to the short. I know time of day is a bit of an issue, but in the morning that's almost a 100% add.
No, I would do that. I would do that now. So that's why I'm waiting for 156.30s. So hopefully, if the market bumps up, that's when I'll get the shares on.
It's kind of a leading question. Oh, in Darwin, there will not be a Vegemite trade or level today because the equivalent of me doing the Vegemite thing again, that would be like, you know, like let's double down on a losing strategy. Right, so I put that challenge out there. Like, if stock X gets to price Y, I'll do the Vegemite. I ate it, and it was about 10 times as disgusting as I thought it would be. So therefore, I'm just not going to eat it again. I kept smelling. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't smell that bad, but it's just, it's pretty rancid. So
yeah, it was tough. No, shout out to you for doing it.
No, it's always a trading analogy. It's like, look, if it had not been that bad, sure, I'd do it all the time. If you want to come with something else, fair enough. It's all in good fun, but that was really nasty, so I'm not going to do it again. It's just that simple.
Dara?
Yeah, just a quick note here on Google. Apparently, the company set to invest $1 billion in digital connectivity to Japan. Also set to fund the construction of an interlink cable connecting Hawaii, the CNMI, and also Guam. So interesting note here coming out from Google, GOOGL, guys.
Okay.
I mean,
is it moving?
Like, I just picked Google, like, kind of out of the blue there, and then we get that. Can I say why I'm not short ARM right now? Yeah, because I got out. ARM took this, and again, this is welcome to my life. I mean, I'm pretty proud of everything that we're doing on here, so I welcome everybody into what we're doing. Again, I'm gonna make, this is the thing about it, man. Like, we have, you know, we've got the necessary and the required talents to absolutely destroy these markets. But the thing is we got to have outs. We had an out on SMH. We discussed this, the Piper, about why I like this out right there. We talked about it. We saw the cues yesterday. We did work. I mean, I'm not just randomly getting out, you know. So anyways, that hit. So we got out at 125.70. But you know what? At least we held it, right? We held it all the way. We had that break of 125. We tweeted it out. We talked about it. And that's what it's all about. You know, that was my out there. We should not have taken it, obviously. But look at that break of the 50 period. It's not like it's just a little break. It actually broke it. It went up 30, 40 cents into that level, and we nailed the level, unfortunately. Maybe we should have given it a little bit more love. I don't know, you know. That's what trading's all about. We did the same thing there with SMH. But again, like, for me to sit here and I said this, it helps me. It's really helped me, you know, to sit here and look at why we get in or out of positions. That SMH looked bad, but how does it look now? So it's just kind of like, I got to stick to the rules. The rules have led us to where we are right now, and I'm not changing anything. You know, ball don't lie. So for now, we'll keep doing it. Look at this Google trade. We took one piece out. This could change absolutely everything. We're not using that many shares anyways, but we are just nervous now because I don't see that story either
I didn't see
on
either,
Benzinga. It doesn't mean obviously Adara broke it, so it's legit.
No, I believe it.
It's not about that. It's just about, like, of course that story hits and we're in a short. So yeah, more cloud news there with Google. We'll just see what happens with it. So I'm going to lower the shares that maybe we'll take up there now, but I'm still going to try to respect that level and just see if it wants to dance a little bit. We'll take about half of what we would have normally on this trade. So Google, we'll average it back in. We're sitting right here at 37. So watch out now.
So watch out now.
Yeah.
I was just asked, Kitronics, yes, Tesla is on the rise. What is going on there? So caveat, VWAP is going to be skewed here because there's that piece of data missing. It's okay, and it's not that much. It is basically at 172. Distinction. It's just a little bit under 172, but doesn't matter. I got in at the 80 level last time, so I'm looking for a little bit more of a push. There was a nice consolidation here. It's like, see what happened on this 3-minute where it got into 71, did this little jut. That's the kind of entry I look for in a short. If I don't get like a wick top like that, like, that's not how it's coming in. It's not flying into the level and then pulling back. When I see that and I see it go up a little bit fast, I can try to get that wick. But when it's just gently climbing and steadily climbing like this, I have to see it set up for the short. It'll be around 72, but I'm not just sitting on the offer. This move is potentially breaking that 18.22. So ideally, I get a chance to see what happens on the NASDAQ at 18.22, and then I can decide if I want to get into it. I did already get into Intel, however, so that one goes a couple more cents, and I'll probably just have to jump out of it and wait till VWAP. And why be patient? Because, well, what happened if I was impatient or stubborn or something with Micron? Micron is taking VWAP as we speak. So my eyeballs are on Tesla. It's that 170, 172, but we're not there yet as the futures try to take these tops. And now we're starting to see a little bit of weakness. Let me get myself in there now. So we did, like I said, I got Intel.
Yeah.
But I wanted to see it start to slow down first. And if that's like a trap, I'd rather fall for a trap that sets up the way I like it than the alternative, which is just sort of sit on the offer as it's going up. That's not always the best way to trade. Sometimes you're going to do that, but not always the best way to trade.
No, I've done that before where you work all day for a stock and then you make a stupid decision at the end of the day, like yesterday with Apple, and then it turns red and you're like, oh man, what was up with that? But look what's up with this. I just wish that we, again, had trusted ourselves just a little bit more and kept our damn shares right there, because look what just happened to Google. Oh no, Big Patty Ice. You know what? This is what's all about. We put another name on. It's now 8 for 8 today. I mean, we just put on this Google trade, and there it is right there, right? I mean, we are literally putting them on the board right now for you. We talked about this trade. I even went over this trade. Shout out to Piper. I was in this trade explaining my ARM trade to you. We also worked on this, didn't we? We talked about Google, why we liked it, where we liked it, what was going to happen. Neil even asked me a question about this trade. So there it is right there, man. Everybody, definitely, the bank is open for many of you. Fabian, are you going or what? Okay, stay there then, because I don't know if I can keep talking. All right, so Fabian was going to go and just keep it on me for a minute, but
okay.
okay. So, anyways, there's Google, man, ringing the registers again on this name, and just this is what trading's all about. Try to find your, your anchor, your
North Star.
whatever does best for you, man, and just keep on going with it over and over and over and over again. And that's exactly what we did, and that's why we're able to hopefully continue sort of this momentum, man. I mean, I really like this market. We've talked about that, and it's been just a good one to trade. Pretty easy if you're looking at levels, but that just keeps you out of trouble, in my opinion. So you get in trouble, you get out of trouble when you're looking at levels. We got one right here with Google that we're pretty happy with. So let's stay in the short and see if it can print here into the end of the day. But that's it again, coming through. So, hey, JC, look, you can ask. I post them all on Twitter, most of the trades here. And then what you can also do is just ask us, super chat us at all. That's why I'm telling you I'm 8 for 8. I can break down all 8 names if you want here. But yeah, definitely a really green day. And again, another good one here heading into the close. So yeah, thanks for watching, and shout out to all of our new watchers. You're now rocking with the best of us.
That's the truth. And Kitronics, appreciate you. You say well explained. I was talking to a couple of traders about this. If you can't explain the reason why you're making a trade, then you probably shouldn't make it. And that goes with like any decision. If you can't say the proper if-then statement, this is what I'm looking for, like, okay, so we get into Tesla, and remember, okay, we're already in Tesla. See this little dipsy-do here? I wanted to see it slow down, put in a bit of a high, show some sellers, join said sellers, stop at the local high. If it gets to 171 again, I take some profit out of it because I'm still going to respect that range and the fact that we are a little bit uptrending, so we wait for that. And then a similar thing, so for Micron, it was a bit different in that I was waiting for VWAP. But again, could have held it here, but we wait for it to get to VWAP, wick above, show the sell action, and then jump into the short behind. So I could have stayed in Micron. Like if I stay in Micron, I could still give it to the same level and then be bidding all down here and still make money. But for myself, I would rather just do it the other way. So we're getting back into Micron after covering the trade. It's not a reload, it is a new position. And then a similar thing over there in Tesla. Both of them happened to be at VWAP. Intel was the one that was a little bit different here because, let's go 15-minute chart, because I have to, obviously. It didn't even get to VWAP, which would be up here, like the 40 range. I'm playing off a lower high, which is at 24. You know what? I can show you the 3-minute on my black chart. So basically put in a lower high, didn't get to VWAP. So when I looked for that reload when the futures are 18.10 or 20, it was here. It was at 37.25 range that we had to take it off of. So we short that level instead. And then that's what it's going to come down to. So again, you should be able to explain your strategy, your ins and your outs, disregarding whether your charts disappear on you or not sometimes. NVIDIA, however, it's still, and the reason why those names, under VWAP and trending down. Like NVIDIA might have been a great short up there earlier in the day, but it's also like the strongest of the names that I think set up. So it's like, why short this when you can short something a little bit weaker? Because I wouldn't put it past NVIDIA, even without us breaking that 18.2, well, if it's already relatively strong, then why couldn't NVIDIA just break out without the market going? Because it is one of the strongest names out there. I feel like Meta could be in that category as well. At least it could have been before, maybe not as much now. All right, so maybe that's a bad example with Meta, but you see what I'm getting at. If you have the option between multiple trades or multiple things that you can express a trade in, better to short weak stocks if you can, unless the level is just absolutely dynamite, and better to go long strong stocks. I think that's the easiest advice that you can give. Roniel Garcia just said you bought Tesla today. So here's the thing. Tesla, for the day trade today, great short. If your time frame is 10 years down the road, probably a great long right in and around here. I mean, if your time frame is like 5 years down the line or a year down the line, it might be a good long as well. But that's what it's all about. So we just put on a couple new shorts in there. Tesla's already starting to work. The VWAP trade-off, the VWAP trade and retracement has been the way to go a lot of these afternoons.
Yep, there it is. So right into like P&L heaven here goes Google. Didn't even trade it today. Or did we? Hold on a second. No. And again, we explained it, we nailed it, and we put it on the board. That's it. Sometimes trading, like we say this, man, doesn't have to be overly complicated. Wait for your positions and get going on that one. All right, so that's that trade there. Google, we'll take another piece out. I mean, we could zoom in on this and make it look how it looks. I mean, all the way back into the 200 period. Are you kidding me right now? I mean, that's right there, boom. You know, really, what else can we do? What's up, Saskatchewan? Oh, you want the hot dog cannon? I hope everyone appreciates the new me. Okay, here we go. Let's look at this. You know what really changed it all for me? Go over here and read this, honestly. We posted this back in February. Since then, here we go. Trading is more than numbers on a screen. I mean, I'm not going to read this whole thing because I'm going to try to tease it so you guys can go over there and I can get some more love. You know what I mean? More traction. You know what I'm saying? Yo, right here, it's just about this. No more FOMO. I don't give a crap what anybody else is doing, really. I'm staying with what I'm doing. I'm going to be yelling out some ideas to Adara over there. Get that girl graduated, a Hyundai P. And then that's it. I'll be happy if the stock goes up or down. Nah. I just want to make the trades I'm making, man. You know, build this, foster this kind of stuff. I had Sharif and Adara today say to me how positive vibes that I was giving to them. That's the kind of stuff, fostering camaraderie. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. You know, building. And then when you stop focusing on your P&L and you just let things flow and you have a good time doing what you're doing and you're honest with yourself, that's when all of this stuff can just start to print out for you. So that's exactly what we're doing here today, staying with what we're doing. And I just want to, again, thank everybody for the continued support. Let's have a look to see, again, traders stay late. We do 3 shows. We do the podcast, we do the market recap, and then we do the show that we have live here every single day for you. All 8 hours, all 7 hours, plus the extra at the end of the day. 3 shows going for you. Today we'll see what's going on today. Today is April the 10th. And today, so I don't have a day off. We looked now it's, so I just got a note again. Now I'm busy on April 15th as well. So not a free day for about a month. Today is my guy. He goes for the championship. So today he brings home hockey style. So that should be fun tonight. My parents are coming. Hopefully Baxter's coming for Waterloo. So shout out.
Nice.
Shout out to everybody that spends time with family like literally all the time. That's what we do here soon. But that's what it is. That's why we get no sleep, by the way. All right, so tonight, nobody. Wow, tonight is real bad for earnings.
Tonight's dead because
nobody at all. We had Delta earlier. Absolutely nobody. Tomorrow, April the 11th, before market open, we will get Constellation Brands. That's been pretty hot fire. Fastenal's been a great trade as well as we get some decent expected moves. 365582. So maybe we'll talk a little bit about these, but I'm all geared up and ready to crush one more time as we come out
Don't
with...
sleep on CarMax, by the way. Was that?
CarMax was there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not overly interested, but I'm interested in this. JP, Wells, Progressive, BlackRock, Citigroup. We all get rolled out there, and it's coming on Friday. And on the market recap show, we have talked about the divergent RSI on those bank stocks. So we'll have to look at that again tonight as we will talk more strategies. We'll have Chris Brecher on and all of that. So what's up to all of the super chats? We do have to go over to the desk, and then we'll deal with that when we get back. Jack.
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used at our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
There we go.
I normally wouldn't care too much about CarMax, but it got smoked today, down 5%, and we've been talking about whatever, this daily chart. It hates me today, but when it's already moving, when it's volatile going into earnings, I think it piques your interest just a little bit more than it normally would. I'm going to get back over to Intel. Oh yeah, this wick just happened. Okay, so it's not at 44. It just tagged. We shorted the 20s again, and it just got to the 10s. Remember, 37 even is the low of the day. So I'm covering into 37 even on this one as it continues to work its way to, I don't know, wherever the next support level is on Intel. I think it's, I have a trend line at 36 on Intel on the daily chart, but really the support level, if you're not thinking about the trend line, is even lower than that. Like 25 is the big level for Intel bottoms. So 171 starting to hold on Tesla. Let's hope this 3-minute chart cooperates. There you go. So 171 starting to hold. I'm still looking for that bottom, but it's feeling like after 330, getting into that top, I might need to take this one out. We don't get the early look imbalances for a total number, but we can look at some individual names of which there aren't much of anything. HPE, probably the one that would be of interest, 1.7 million early look to the sell side, and then nothing else is going to stand out. All that can change, especially on a day where we had not just the CPI, we had in the middle of the day, you had some Fed speak, you had the president talking about interest rates, you had the Fed notes, and a bond auctions. You had a little bit of everything this afternoon. I could expect some volatility going into the close. I'd like to see this break down, but if it starts holding 71 again, we're just gonna have to get out. So Micron on the reload, about 15 cents from getting first profit take. We already got one on Tesla. Oh, and Rivian, this is the one that we haven't done anything with except hold a short in Rivian. What is going on with that chart as well? So Rivian, it's bounced off that 10 one more time. I'm just going to get out. This prior support level at 10.25 is my trailing stop. So if it breaks this, I'll just jump out of the trade, and I do not foresee myself getting back into it. It's 340.
I do want to say, I'll talk about that delta. I just want to say, shout out. I'll leave it to Sharif, who says it about 20 to 30 times a show. What's up, Kyle? Right here, but Mr. Kyle is always on the midday show, and I want to say a big shout out to you. Even when I'm not at my desk, he keeps us playing in the ear. He loves the show, keeps him in reality, and he loves to hear about the other traders having success. So that's, hey man, as you can tell, man, every time, you know, we have some bangers on here, we congratulate. So that's what we're all about. You'll hear me say that to Sharif, Neil, Adara. Shout out these guys behind us 24/7, because honestly, we talk about that. It's about the good feels. And if you don't have good feels, you don't have anything. So let's go over right now, and I will discuss this. Jay, you're going to talk about had calls for Delta. So we'll talk about those Delta calls when we get back from the screen with Adara.
Going to take a look at some of these outsized S&P 500 movers. Of course, pretty much all of these moves are going to be to the downside today, with the overall market trending negatively with that CPI print we got. But there are a couple of names moving down with catalysts as well worth discussing, including Accenture, ACN, this one trading a little bit lower here after acquiring Unlimited. So this one to the downside. Next up, we have here Ford F. To the downside here after getting a recall, as reported by Reuters, for almost 43,000 vehicles. The NHT, so the National Highway Traffic Safety Association, being cited here with regards to potential fuel leakage issues. Last but not least, on watch here, we have FedEx with an insider options execution. The executive chairman of the company apparently executing over $20 million worth of options. So lots of interesting names to keep an eye on here, guys.
Thank you very much, sir. You're going to get to that super chat, but I'll just quickly update a couple of things before you get to the super chat. I don't want to. But 171 does hold in a big way on Tesla, so I took the profit there. The market reclaimed, okay, well, I saw it get to 18.2. Maybe it did. Maybe that's just a bad wick. And then Micron, of the three, Micron comes out and busts out the high. So when in the money, we didn't get out until it broke that local high. So on the 3 shorts, 2 of 3. On those. With 1, I'm still in. Remember, Rivian doesn't count because I've been holding that for the greater part of the day. So right now, it's just going to be Intel that we're holding on to, but I'll see you get to that Delta. Crazy move in Delta. Look, Delta had great earnings, man, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, no, I don't even have that much to say, Jay. It's just you had just mentioned here, you had calls for Delta. The market had its way with it. I mean, that's all I can say is that how do you stay long? Yeah, it's just, you know, if you're going to make calls into earnings when we really don't know anything about earnings, that is part of the risk. We do talk. The only thing I could say is my good friend Danielle Shea, good friend of the show, she talks about buying calls and everything into the report. So you could have got it maybe a couple weeks into their report so you can play the move up so that you're not necessarily worried about these kind of moves. And then yesterday on the show again, we had Brian on, and he said watch out for those first 5 minutes of the trade on some of these stocks. So that was another thing that he had sort of given as a suggestion. And then there for Delta, even this morning, if you give it that first 5 minutes, I mean, it did make that move up into basically into $49, $49.50. So that first 5 minutes is pretty key there. Not only for getting your your puts called away, but also potentially taking advantage on. I mean, this looked like a good number all the way to the upside, but then maybe that fail right there at the pre-market, that could have been something. But unfortunately today, I don't want to say do your homework because I wouldn't have really thought about this either. It's just, they're reporting on a day with CPI. So if CPI would have came a little bit cooler, then the market probably would have gone up, and then Delta probably would have rocketed as well. So I just feel that when you do get some of this talk about this number that came out, look what I just tweeted out. And again, go follow me at Trader TV Sean for the good stuff. I mean, here we go right here. Where is inflation and where isn't it? I was going to save this for the recap show, so I still will. But, you're going to look down here. This is the kind of stuff, like my mind never stops, by the way. There's airfare, minus 7.1%. So again, just watch out for some of this talk. Like you would think that airlines, the inflation's coming back, so that's not part of the story, as we know that people continue to travel. Travel's in a huge boom right now, so, but I guess not able to execute properly. I didn't even really read the report, so all I'm going to say is technically, wait for those first 5 minutes. You could have had that opportunity, but unfortunately you got hit on the CPI, and that's just all about that for me. BABA did come in. So that's why when we talk about sticky note, trophies, things like that, this is why. Our long is 74 today. There's the out. We held it. We got what we wanted. It's 345. Again, let's go. We'll fire it off the hot dog cannon one more time because we got that Alibaba trade. Now we can cancel it. Everything's working out, man. We only have about 20% left of Google. I mean, come on. When it comes into the 200 period at the end of the day, we take that, right? I'm only going to be here 5, 6, 7 more minutes, but we do have those imbalances coming through as we'll set up for that closing show. But again, lots of good stuff happening for the close, despite not having too many earnings. We're going to talk about the inflation. We're going to talk about some of the moves that happened today. We'll go over some of the trades, and we'll just talk the talk because traders stay late. So we're happy for that, and it should be a fun one again today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be a fun day. It's been a fun day, but a fun week too. We love when the start of earnings season happens. When you get those banks in there, you get a little bit excited for it. Even though trading's great anyways, it doesn't matter. It's just earnings season. It's just a little bit more. There's more to dig into in the pre-market, which is always fun for me. Zed or Z in the chat, noticing how cannabis stocks are holding steady. They've been quietly strong. So I'll start with the exception because Tilray is down today. And obviously they had that bad report and they're down 2%. But worth noting, it did, like I said, this morning, didn't trade this afternoon, so I didn't really get into it, right? Like this was a morning trade, the SSR bounce. I don't believe in a short sell restricted bounce in the afternoon. That's a play that's for the first part of the day. So when it held that $2 level and got back up, it got close enough to the resistance at 25 to just get it all out. I did hold some 205s there, but I think you got to put them into separate categories now where Tilray kind of goes on the back burner if it wasn't already there. CGC, that ended up holding a $9 level. Daily chart. The other thing about CGC is, there you go. I'll just zoom out to 15 minutes so you can see it. On this pullback, it held previous highs. So it's very gently still going to be able to observe the trend that it's in if it can hold the $9 level. And then ACB, it's going to go through all of them. ACB did something very similar, but even stronger, where it held its recent support level at $6 and then managed to go back into the range. So I wouldn't say it's all good. 7% ACB, I saved it for last because it's the strongest of them, and it held nicely at that $6 level. But I would not, by any stretch of the imagination, put Tilray in the same group as the cannabis names holding up well. Tilray down 2%, ACB up 7%. And it's an auction year. This is when we start to care about these things again. It's 3:48, so there's about 2 minutes until we get the imbalances. That means tighten up stops. I was already going to get out of Rivian with a tight stop. So similarly in Intel here, although I can just move it to about the break even.
Oh man.
As yeah, we got about a couple of minutes until we get the imbalances. No indications of anything big, however, yet. What's up?
No, we just did it again. I mean, we just averaged back into Google and just took it out again down here at that same level. So it's just stacking it up. I don't know what to tell everybody. Okay, here's Brian Shannon. Shout out to my good friend Brian Shannon. The guy's been on the show numerous times. And this is what he says. Look at this. After the gap lower, markets have barcoded, as my friend at Trader TV Sean likes to say. And he is damn right about that one. Shout out to Brian Shannon with the barcoded right there. We love that, man. Look at this. Shout out to you, Brian. This guy's amazing. Really learned a lot. I never had a mentor or anything. I didn't read anything. I am just basically just from the streets. And honestly, that's what it is. I learned myself. You know, I brought in people like Neil. I brought in lots of these people. I brought in, you guys know Greg. There's lots of people that we've sat here and trained up. And I was able to be very lucky to pick this game up very quickly. And that's just been something that I've now been doing for a very long time. We talked about people now taking years, months, decades to get positive. We were lucky enough to do this in month 1. And since then, we've had a real big passion for this, and it's really driven a lot, and it's meant a lot, obviously, in my life. It's the only job I've had. I was raised by Wall Street. And I actually was raised by, I was raised watching guys like Jim Cramer and talking all about value investing and stuff like that. So shout out to my dad for working as hard as he did, and really showing me the value of, you know, getting up at 4 o'clock and just grinding. That's why we say stay in your grind. Like coming over here with zero capital whatsoever and building what he built was so super impressive. Okay, here we go. And that just gave me sort of that desire, that passion that I think we all need, right? So I've already said that numerous times, so whatever. All right, here we go. TLT, nice move to the downside with a sell right there, but that's not, that's the treasury. Intel with a sell.
Not moving.
This is generally what you want to do. Oh my God, we're into NVIDIA. All right, I forgot about that. This is going to be a fluke dollar winner right now on NVIDIA if it's still there. There it is. All right, let's just punch out. Bang, we'll spin the money for a fluke on that one. Sitting around at 872. Oh no, that was a really good trade, NVIDIA. We'll put that on the board again and just add to this. Now it's 9 for 9, Neil. 9 for 9 today. Let's go as we go. So it's a monster day over here. 9 for 9 on a day like today, I feel like is something.
It's almost as good as Fahad's shooting percentage from the foul line.
Yeah, almost. But this is actually real. So there we go, man. We've put the numbers on the board. Thank you to everybody for watching, man. That NVIDIA trade, wow. It's too bad that it was like a starter position, that it wasn't like significant, but hey, man, we'll take that $2 like that immediately and then obviously start to feel ways as here goes Google right back in. There it is, man. Let's just get this over with. We'll get out of Google right now in and around this level. Good day for everybody. I hope so anyways, overall. I know it wasn't
By the way,
the greatest day for trading. But so far, so good. 240 to sell.
That was a sell imbalance on Intel that barely even moved. So when that happens, I just got out. Another leg here in front of the 10 level. So it can't seem to break 37. It was a sell imbalance, and now you're bouncing back to the upside. So I didn't see anything that stood out. The overall number is pretty paltry at 240 million. But the standout, like Sean already said, TLT, and the next biggest was Intel, which always pairs off. HPE, we were already there, and then Lucid, which is a $2 stock with 1.2. I always try to cancel orders if I can. As a matter of fact, it was oddly enough when you said that about NVIDIA, I had a bid on Boeing that I forgot about. So I just canceled that myself. Don't want to be getting filled 7 minutes to go, although I don't think it would have come in. I was trying to pick up the long at 73. I never got it. So obviously, that's going to continue to bounce a little bit higher. So sometimes it works out that way. The power of when the imbalances come out is because you're going to get some kind of a market reaction to that. Going into the imbalances, the spread opens up a little bit because people start to market make less. The algos pull their bids and asks just a little bit. So if there is a move at 350 or 355 when a lot of them pair off, you can get that quick whipsaw action. So you would have seen an example with that on NVIDIA is the one I was talking about. Sometimes you can have a setup off of that. Like if you have something which is at the high of the day and you're expecting a buy imbalance, or you're expecting, it doesn't really matter, and you get a buy imbalance and it could flip at 55, I like that retracement play if you can get it. But for now, canceling Boeing, Rivian, I'll probably just bid where it's at because it's not really moving. My stop is literally if it breaks 25, I'm stopping out. So I'm just going to throw a midpoint in and see if we can get out of it. And then the last trade will be Intel, which we did reload lower than we wanted, but sometimes that's just how it's going to be because the trend continues to the downside. Jam Lossie and Nick Free both talking about BTC, which I just realized we didn't mention once in the afternoon. Yeah, $40. 70,000, the $40 level on iBid is basically 70,000. I don't actually know if that math is exact, but like it's close enough. So guess what? This ends up being one of the strongest things out there. It'll be iBit, it'll be Bitcoin racing. I look over at Sean because he has the, I mean, I can show you guys the chart. iBit's 40 is exactly the same thing. Is if I go over here and just go to Bitcoin, like there's 70,000. I have it on an hourly chart, but I can throw it to a 3-minute and show you. It just tagged 70,000 and pull back in there. So if the iBit breaks 40, then you got Bitcoin breaking 70, buy the dips. I mean, obviously, this has turned from like a risk asset, which has been following the market, to at times a bit of a flight to safety type play. We've seen it. We've seen it go both ways, and it feels like lately it's been showing a little bit of extra strength relative to the NASDAQ, which is a good thing to point out. Last couple of quarters, it's been different. It's been, it'll trade with the NASDAQ. Today, you're getting a bit of divergence, and it's always important to observe that. So I just got out of Rivian. No more new trades. Obviously, that goes without saying. I do want to check back in. Okay, what's the last thing that we're doing, and does it still adhere to our plan, or to the levels we like? Tesla in here. Goodness, I'm going to give you guys my black charts because they're working better. Tesla ends up holding underneath 172. So that resistance level does get put into play. It tries to reverse trend off 170, but it doesn't quite get there. If it was earlier in the day, I think that would almost be a fade, but it's 355, so we got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge here and just call it a day. Do we ever check GEV? Joe Schmo, I don't really trade. GE we traded before, but GE Vernova, I haven't really done much of anything with this. I got some shares in GE Vernova that I just took out because I was a GE shareholder. And so I just essentially, like I didn't even, like it doesn't even matter, but like I just wanted out of this when it had even a moderate bounce. So I'm out of GE Vernova. Good strong move in it today. I'm now looking at it. Great move. But when they did the spin-off, this essentially just dumped every single day up until a week ago. And it looks like it's getting some gains back in there. It's GE that I like. Like I'm much more interested in the aerospace business than the energy business. There's a lot of names you can play in energy. My preference would be the aerospace side of it. Only about 3-4 minutes to go. Ruben, you want to know about MSTR? Yeah, why not? Like, if you're going to be, here's the thing. If you're going to be strong, we showed Bitcoin at 70,000, then you've got to expect that Microvision is going to have a good day. But look at the difference in, like, I showed you guys the Bitcoin chart on an hourly chart, and you saw you're breaking out, you're going to some regular highs. On MSTR, yeah, you've got an 8% move to the upside, but look where this is relative to those highs. So you've got this divergence where, yeah, Microvision's going to be able to move strongly relative to Bitcoin, but it's still looking like a little bit of a bear. And I put Mara in this category as well. So you want to observe the relationship between the two. If you're trading a proxy, it has not been that one-for-one. It's easy peasy. It's trending up when Bitcoin's trending up because Bitcoin's really close to those tops. I mean, 73,000 high, it's at 70. I mean, MSTR is $400 from the top. It's a very big difference. And it was something I was talking. Patrick was one that mentioned it. I think a few months ago, we were talking to Patrick behind us, and he was trading almost every single day, Mara. And then all of a sudden, Mara stopped having the relationship that he wanted to it and Bitcoin. So once that was detached, he just stopped trading Mara. So it's a kind of thing where you might have a leading indicator and you might have a reason for taking a trade, but you can also have reasons that you don't like it anymore. And I love that because it's a very mature thing to do. Like you can make money every single day on something, but if you notice something that has changed with it, just because it made money the day before, you don't have to do it the next day. And that was pretty cool. And it's actually Mara at the low of the day. Double bottom at the low of the day when Bitcoin's at the highs. And if that doesn't tell you it's relatively weak, then I mean, ultimately, I don't know what could convince you. Like, if that couldn't convince you for Mara, then you probably can't be convinced, to be honest. And which is fine. Like, it's one thing to be stubborn. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. Shout out to you, HW. Appreciate you, Ruben. Appreciate you as well. Lasse, I'm not taking the Mara long at 17, but won't take the short either. Yeah, it's okay not to have a trading idea. Yeah, you don't have to trade every stock at every single level. I would make the argument, and I have to show you guys, my daily charts are starting to crap out on me. Mara, I could see why somebody might want a long on this stock. Just if you were everything in an absolute vacuum and notwithstanding that Bitcoin's at highs and it's all the way down here, but the halving is coming up and that's seen as it's bullish for Bitcoin, it's bearish for the miners, which is something that's been pointed out time and time again. It does look like on the daily chart you're coming into some support in here that you could give to 15. But that doesn't mean you have to trade it. Sometimes it's better to let it bounce and instead of anticipate it. Like if you were trying to catch a low on Mara, did it matter that you got it back in here? You could have had it when it was $7 from the bottoms and still had maybe a more confident entry here than you would just trying to randomly pick a bottom down there. So I'm all cool with those if you can catch them. Only about 30 seconds to go, so I'll get that out of the way. I'm gonna have, because it's NVIDIA, so I'm gonna pull up NVIDIA just here because I wanna see where this one closes for the close. We got about 20 seconds to go. NVIDIA's at that 72 level. Looking like it's gonna close up about 2%, and I cannot say the same thing for the overall market. So once again, the dip buyers seem to like this bad boy. But Adara, it's been a fun one. I see you're in your North Carolina blue in 4, 3, 2, 1, and ring it. Yeah, I kind of like it. I'm on teal right now. It looks like we're wearing the same thing, but this is more of a teal than anything else, which is the max color. The max color. So NASDAQ, 1% to the downside. Not a great day, as I said. 2% up on NVIDIA. ES ends up down a point. Hot inflation number. And then we go sideways for most of the afternoon. We got some Fed minutes as well. Shout out again, Fabian's on the ones and twos by himself for the next couple of days. His Ramin has been off. She'll be back. It's all good, but he's doing a fantastic job as always in there. Midday was advanced rage trading strategies, right? So taking it up a notch to a whole another level, which sometimes you got to do. So great job there as always. A big shout out to Brendo. And you know what? Radera's doing a fantastic job filling in the news in the afternoon, right? So stepping in for Brendo in that, right? And you almost don't miss a beat there, which is absolutely fantastic. Appreciated. But you know what? It's past 4 o'clock as I check my clock. The market is closed. It's a market recap. You don't need any earnings. You've got Chris, fantastic guest, and then you've also got Pink Day Salmon Shirt, Mr. Katina, 9 for 9, which, well, okay, I don't know if this is entirely true or not, but it's weird because Sean has said most times, I'm just going to riff for a quick second here because I just thought of this right now. Usually I think you've only been trading 5 or 6 symbols a day, I think. But it's interesting on a day like today, you spread it out and it still works out. So it just goes to show you don't really know how the day is going to play out. Some traders, I find for myself, my best days aren't 9 for 9 days. It'll be like a day that I was like 2 for 6 and then the one works the biggest. So it doesn't really matter how your bread is buttered as long as you make sure it stays off the ground and you enjoy yourself. So we're going to go to the market recap show. There's a lot to cover today. A lot of trades to go over, and a fantastic guest as always. It's the market recap. And as always, it starts about nowish.
All right, thanks for the shout out. We have lots of love on the chat, and thanks to everybody one more time. As we get ready to rock and roll, you are now with Trader Staying Late here into the recap show. I just wanted to show up this chart right here. We're going to talk, we have CPI, we have PPI, but today at 8:30, we told everybody to chill. Chillax. It's a little bit of a move down. We got some love in the chat here. But yeah, was it that bad? Microsoft, 0.7. Meta, positive. Google, 0.29. Oracle, 1. Burke, 1. We're not Amazon, 0.15. The trouble might have been in finance, where we're not seeing a whole heck of a lot of green. You know, we'll talk about that as you push back the rates, potentially economic worries, maybe if they get this into the politics of it all? Are they going to start to maybe cut back once November, October? Is it going to be that late? Is it going to be when election season's there? We had Mr. Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, come out today, who's not supposed to be, you know, we give Trump heck for speaking on the stock market, right? He actually self-proclaimed president of the stock market or something like that. I remember I used that as a hashtag at one point. That was hilarious when that was there. But Biden came out today and talked a little bit about it. Look at NVIDIA down here as well, up 2%. So that's a little bit of a look at the heat map today. XLE energy continues to blast off to the upside today as well as we shout out our trade ideas layout. XLE and uranium, the only green sectors today is what we're looking for. Real estate, knock, knock. Doors open, but can we afford the house is the question as we wait to see what that rate decision is going to be. Look, we've put out some pretty good tweets here today. I'm going to call out the Fed rate tool just to have a quick look. CPI comes out today, a little hotter than expected. 3.5 versus 3.4, giving El Problemo. Not too long ago, May was supposed to be the start of it all. Now, it is not even close. So what about June now for a rate cut? Not even close. How about July now for a rate cut? Somewhat close. 35% maybe in July. Where's that dot plot? I'm going to go find that dot plot. I think they're throwing that in the garbage right now. See what I'm saying about the Fed? Come on. Where's that puff puff pass thing? How about we go into September when the market will be a lot different than where it is right now? Why are we panicking right now when we're not going to get any kind of a decision of any sort of magnitude, most likely until September? I mean, we all know why. I mean, that the more you push these things out, the more uncertainty, the more we let some of this economic data come out and affect the current market conditions. So we'll have to wait to see on a little bit of a pullback. I wouldn't be investing in any real estate. Let me go over to this other trade ideas scanner that we've had as well. So here we go. This is what we'll look at. It looks like XLI. Are we actually positive on XLI today? No. So we're down on XLI. But I can see GE. Neil and I have talked about GE a lot here on the show. 1.4% up. Great win for GE today. The industrials continue to go. Northrop Grumman there. We talked, Neil highlighted Lockheed as there was some concern today about more unfortunate global unrest with Iran. Whether or not that pans out, the market is forward looking. You know, if anything were to happen with unfortunate missiles or loss of life, you're going to see the market react in a very severe way, not like what we saw today. So hopefully we can still remain positive on that. I'm liking Walmart in here as well, as Walmart gets a tick up here. Look at Walmart holding in and around this $59, $60 mark as the economy continues to chug along. I mean, jobs are still strong, right? The job market's still super strong. We don't have unemployment as a worry yet. The problem becomes, everybody, when we get that nasty jobs number of like 90,000 jobs or something, way below expected, that's when we go knocking on, unfortunately, the gates of hell, because I feel like, and we'll do some calculations when that's happening, the minute the job market falls out, we already know, happy International Pink Day, by the way, we already know what's potentially going to happen if and when those job numbers fall on their face. We could see a nice move back in. No earnings to discuss today. Let me minimize this and go over, look at Delta. We did have a good question. I want to thank you, higher for longer, Fed pivot, possibly not. Shout out to my guy, Kevin Mendoza. Kevin Mendoza, look, do you know how much pressure you put on your boy every day? You want those bangers. You want those bangers. I hope we ain't disappointing, my guy. Wages. Yeah, you know what? That was the other thing. As inflation goes up, real wages have also gone up. So we often say price at the pump is higher. Price at the grocery store is higher. And you can at me for this. I feel this pain too, man. I'm looking for some raises. That's why we got up our share size. At the same time, though, real wages have increased just as much, if not a little more. You might not like to hear this, than inflation. So unfortunately, as we continue to get paid more, because we are a spending economy and nation, we tend to get that paycheck of $5,000 more a year or something like that. And this is not for everybody, and it's not necessarily for me. I'm pretty frugal, but generally speaking, we spend more. We get a windfall, we spend. Savings, and me and Brendan talked about this on the podcast as well, savings right now are well under what people expect to have when they retire. So at some point, credit card debt, which is at all-time highs right now, is going to have to get under control. And if these rates stay higher for longer, you're not going to get the move that we want to talk about here for household income. So let's wait to see. Let's hope jobs stay high. I think they will. But what does that mean for AI names? Thank you, Finch Jane. I know not everyone's real wages. That's why I was going to say, let's not. I'm just talking about statistics. I'm not going to talk about everybody's individual situations. Okay, like I don't know. My wage really hasn't changed, you know. Hydration Nation. I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that inflation. Get those hockey fees down. Come on, man. Come on, Bauer. Let's go. The one thing I'm very proud of, too, is that my daughter's made the same organization the highest level, so she doesn't have to get, like, it's blue, her colors, so we don't have to get new helmet, new pants, stuff like that. Yeah, save a little money on that. As if that's a saving grace. Bidenomics, yeah, that's hilarious. Okay, so as we go, that's Delta. Delta comes out with earnings today, not the greatest. The little market recap that we wrote down today was most of the Mag 7 names will end up relatively flat on the day. I mean, if you take Meta up, right? So here's Meta. Let's flip this over into a 3-minute chart. So the Q's down on the day, down that 1%. Not that bad. Meta today, Mag 7 name up 0.3%. Google down 0.6%, but some of that's after hours. I don't believe we were down that low. We actually looked at that before. Apple took it a little bit today, down that 1%. That was a problem. Mag 7 or not, Tesla. This name's been booted out for the Mag 7, but this has been a name, Tesla, that continues to find bottoms in and around 170. Let's see if it can hold that level. Another Mag 7 name that we'll talk about. What about NVIDIA? Looky. You guys have asked me over and over again. I've talked about this with Chris Brecher, who's going to be coming on momentarily. What names do we want to buy on dips? What name did I say? Hello, NVIDIA. I want to stay with the trend. I want to stay with what's been working. Sure, NVIDIA's gone taking it on the chin, man. It's down 14%. How come, I got to ask Michael about this. I just flipped this and it was a daily chart. Why is it changing on both? I'll have to get this all figured out with trade ideas. But I think Michael Moss is doing bigger things right now. But there it is right now. Look at NVIDIA, but look at the RSI. Hey, where's my Epic pen? Why does it always get closed over here? I just got to keep opening this up every day. Look at what I've learned from people like Chris Brecher, people like Brian Shannon. Shout out to Brian Damn Shannon. New York Times bestseller. I keep saying that I shouldn't because I don't know if that's true or not. Maximum trading gains with anchored VWAP. Eventually, if I keep doing it, maybe. Where's this Epic pen? Here it is over here. Look what I noticed, man. Okay, so we're going to notice this. All right, you're starting to head down for sure. NVIDIA, down off the top. We got to go to the chart. Who cares about me? Right here. Look at this high up here. We've talked about that 950, 960, 970. Pick your poison. We topped out, but look what else topped out. RSI, baby, down here. We topped out at in around 80. Right now, you're making that move back in. So what we can look for, let's delete this a little bit. If we're looking for some NVIDIA, this is just a simple daily chart. So let's talk about simple trades, all right? We've loved 50 periods. That's coming in here at 800 bucks. I believe that's a buy. I think that's a nibble. Some of that Disney profit, let's swing it into something that I think can work. Are we aware that NVIDIA can go lower? Yes, we are, okay? But if you look at when NVIDIA sort of made these moves down, look where we are here, 60 on the RSI, that's this. Then we got that move back up, right? Look at some of these low points, right? Go back into here. That coincides again with the 50, right? This bottom coincides, 40s, right? We could keep going lower. The RSI could keep going lower. Let's look at past trends. You get a nice move to the upside here. We get now divergence coming back in for RSI, playing properly, so not diverging at all, but bouncing potentially off a 50 period and getting a little bit of love back down to its past relative strength spot. So again, if we're going to talk about overbought and oversold, that's why we have the RSI up here. I think NVIDIA is potentially a buy down at these levels. And you could say if you like NVIDIA, then why not AMD? AMD's high is something similar, 224, 225. This name's pulled back, man. That's $25. That's 10% back into here, then all the way down to 166. So 225 to 166, you're chopping off 60 bucks on 225 there, in and around 20-ish%. 20, yeah, a little bit higher than that. Coming back in there. So that's a name that we could possibly look at. The problem is we are under the 50-period moving average, so we do not have that support. So what we have to look at is a possible dip by opportunity in and around 160, and look at the RSI over here. Potentially, look at this dip down, 110 into 90. That's a 10% move. RSI down into here as well. So you're getting that move into 30. This move as well, another 10% pullback. RSI stop. This move, 20%. We'll see if that can get going down into here, into 166. So I feel like there's a couple good plays happening right now. So, sorry, we're supposed to be on next topic. Clip. Chips on watch. The big trade that we had today that was on our sticky note, it was trade idea number 1. And I don't know, Chris, I know he has China up. We'll talk about that. Look at TSM today. Man, did we nail that one. Boom, TSM, the number 1 trade idea today. 145, all the way back up, 146. We'll take that $1.50. We'll take $2. And then we left it alone. It is your sticky note trade of the day, and we'll talk about that after. But if we are ready, we got to get ready to rock and roll. I do want to say a big shout out before I call Chris up. We have over 2,500 of you on YouTube. Can't believe I'm still going, man. I didn't get any sleep last night. I feel fantastic. Don't you feel sometimes that trading, like when you have that good day, whether or not you're an athlete, whether or not you've just nailed it at the gym or whatever you're doing, and you get this, what is it, endorphins or whatever it is, that gets pumped into your blood and you just keep feeling that, man? I'm going to ask Chris. We had 9 for 9. We traded 9 symbols today. All 9 were green? What? I only feel like we should have added more shares. Let's talk to Chris about this. It's Mr. Chris
Hey
Brenner.
there.
How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm okay. We messed around with the SPX many times, and it worked fine.
What
So
a
we're
what a
excited
range
about that.
What a range we had today there. We always talk about the market often barcoding, but it means you get those up and down lines, hitting resistance, hitting support, hitting resistance, back and forth there a couple times today. So well traded. Good to hear from you on that one. You sent me a note. We had this. Let me call up the chart here just to show everybody again. Let's talk a little bit about some CPI issues here. This morning, we had CPI come out 3.5. I was expecting, honestly, 3.4 or 3.3. I thought we'd come a little cooler, Chris. We did not, and we got tanked there on the Qs. But I told everybody, calm down. And why did we tell people that, Chris? Because we had some nice movements back into 18. This is just the Qs, but we've been down here before. Check a couple days ago. So often when this happens, is that what you tend to look at? You say, let's let the numbers settle down, get a broader look at the market, see if we've been here before, and try to find some levels to play off of. How are you guys trading that CPI number this morning?
Well, the first thing, I know we've talked about it a lot, and I'm excited it worked, is that if the DJCI, the Dow Jones Commodity Index, and the DBA are going straight up prior to the CPI, where the CPI is a 1-month lag, I mean, it's worked every month. Every month, the CPI's run hotter than expected when the DJCI has gone bonkers. There you go. I don't know why everybody thought the CPI would be tame, and also the Dow Jones, the agricultural index.
What part of my stubbornness, DJCI, I'm not familiar with that product.
It's just a commodity index like DBC.
Okay.
Now, the only reason I look at it, sounds real unscientific, is because it's so expensive, it moves a lot.
Okay.
So
Because
it's 1,000 instead of the DBC and DBA. But boy, that seemed to say, probably the CPI is going to run hotter than expected. And I still think the Fed is being crazy saying there's disinflation.
Right.
So that's when you see that, I think that's crazy. So, you know, we talked about it last week. If the markets have already factored in a bunch of cuts, if you don't have the cuts, where could the ES go?
So we had some people in the chat talking a little bit about time frame on this commodity or the DBA or the DJCI. You've been talking about that it's sort of nailed this CPI number over the last numerous times. What exactly, can we break that down again? Because I really want to have a quick look to see, are you looking at the month heading into the CPI print? What exactly is a strong look for you? Does it have to be a percentage point higher? But I have the DBA up right here, and we can see it has had a nice move. And on the daily, man, I mean, this has just been really skyrocketing. So if there's just, sorry to bother you again for this, but people are talking on the chat. They really like these kind of trade ideas and strategies. So can we just go over that one more time, Chris?
Sure. It's I try to trade whether it's sentiment, whether it's DJCI. I like to trade extremes.
Okay.
And when I see the DJCI, like you see, just going bonkers. So if you look, the prior month went straight up.
So that's a daily chart.
And the month before went straight up. So that's why the CPI is has disappointed. But it has to be a real sharp slope for it to matter to me.
So what's the magic sauce on the PPI then?
I haven't seen the PPI really matter that much.
Okay.
I know on what I see, it just seems like input costs are going to be higher for companies, but it seems like that's sort of a non-event. The big deal is going to be the bear flag and the ES, and also the 50 moving average in a lot of different indexes.
All right. Good news on that one for the CPI, and good news on being able to, again, identify a possible trend. And we've talked about that a lot of times on this show, Chris, and that is that try to trade in a way that you feel the market's going, and then find an equity or an instrument that also plays nice with that. Because the minute you start thinking like long, short, I mean, unless you have a pairs trade on or something like that, I just like to think, okay, we're looking short today. Let's try to find something that satisfies that need. I don't know if that's the way you trade or not, but that's one thing that's really helped me out, is to try to focus on a direction and have an idea for a stock, and then just look for opportunities in that direction. You know, go short Apple if I like the short. Don't look for longs. Wait for pops to short. Is that something that you've been looking at?
Yeah, especially today when you got things all over the board on the long and the short side. So it doing SPX put flies, you know, at one time it looks like they're 7, the next minute they're 0,
Right.
the next minute they're back to 7. It'll drive you nuts. But definitely, if you don't want to come in with anything and don't want to, you know, hey, maybe I'm wrong about the DJCI. There was so much volatility today that you could come in with a clear head and make money on the long and short side, which is what you're talking about.
Chris, do you mind if we go and open up the chat for a little bit? I know you just talked about on StockTwits, you did hours and hours of Q&A. So we'll see. We'll get a couple questions coming through right now for you. If you don't mind, I have a topic already.
Sure.
All right, I'll call it up and give you a second here. I was going to talk a little bit about China with you, but let me get to this question real quick. Gold. I mean, GLD, Chris, just continues to march higher. This is from our friend Kevin Mendoza right here in the chat. So your thoughts on gold skyrocketing? I've looked at an ETF like XME, metals and mining ETF, to possibly see that we are getting a little bit of a move down here in the spider miners right here. But GLD continues to sort of make these moves higher. I note that just for myself, we do get a little top there at 80 on the RSI with a potential pullback. Any thoughts here? And then what instruments do you look at for gold? And what are your thoughts on the recent move?
Well, number one, it definitely, you see the bull flag down here, but it wasn't that easy. Anybody, you know, it's never that easy when you get that reversal candle and you think that bull flag failed.
Yep.
But theoretically, it went up by that amount, and that worked. But I'll show you what I think is really interesting. for now is all about how far they are from the 50 moving average. And as you see, I've hardly ever seen gold this far from the 50 moving average.
Great point.
So let me go in here and show you.
Well, that's fantastic. And you're talking about a daily.
Yeah, I mean, I could show you weekly also, but usually that doesn't mean it's a top, but it usually means you settle down for a while. So most of the times when I've seen a big old rally in gold all the way back here, it's been about 7% above the 50 moving average, all of them. Right here, all about 7 to 8%. This time it's 11. So that to me seems pretty extreme. And you could see the gold doing this. At least this is how it looks to me. Is number one GDX, like you talked about, that it had a weak day. Usually the miners lead the gold. They haven't this time. Gold led the miners.
Right.
That's why we were bullish on the miners, thinking, they need to play catch up. But now after that sell-off in the last 2 days, you wonder if gold now is going to do this. Not a lot. But you see that little thing. If this was just NVIDIA, you'd be like, oh, that's a big reversal and it's going to go down a lot with that little reversal doji. So right here.
Yep.
So it doesn't mean the end of the world in gold, but it means that this could go all the way to here, like to about 212.5.
Okay, so potential
That's
for a
how
little.
it looks to me.
Yeah, potential for a little bit of a pullback there in gold. And another great question. I need that tool, man. As you can see, the extension from the 50 period, I think that's genius. And that's a great point. Thanks for bringing that up, Chris. And this just goes to your point. Thanks for bringing up the GDX. Check out this chart that we talked about this yesterday. Here's gold just really outperforming right now the mining companies. So if you're playing a little bit of a reversion, Chris and I have talked sometimes about pairs trading, potentially shorting gold and maybe buying the miners to make this up. But again, look at that dispersion. We haven't seen it like that. So again, gold really outperforming some of those other names down there. And Chris, the thing that I like about the miners, and we tweeted that out too the other day, at least you get some yield. If you buy some Barrick gold, which is symbol GOLD, and if you come over here, look at this for everybody. GOLD still has a chance to break out. It's had a nice move to the upside. Grab that 4 or 5% yield, buy some Barrick gold in the miners, and then you still have a well move back up to the upside. If they can perform well, and again, that's going to be split adjusted, but if we zoom in just a little bit more, you're going to see up to $20. Still a little bit of room left there, Chris, in some of these miners. So again,
RGLD, GOLD.
Yep.
And if you want to be in them long term, you could definitely buy them and sell some out of the money call options against it.
There we go.
Collect the dividend and try to do that like every month.
Another bang up idea there, Chris. Thank you for all of that. And if any of you want to ask Chris any kind of questions, StockTwits might be the best place to find you.
StockTwits is probably the best, or if you're on our site, just ask there. The more questions, the better on the chat, no doubt. But StockTwits, sure. I look at the notifications. I try to reply as fast as I can.
I have a question for you. Did you get to see that eclipse where you were?
It's interesting. I was still trading. I watched it get dark, but what was really cool is watching the deer come out. So
yeah, because
really, really cool to watch. We only had about 88% coverage.
Okay.
But yeah, you started to see them come out when you never see them during the day. So
on our podcast, on the podcast, I was like, what about the animals, man? We're going to confuse these animals. What is, just a quick question here from a viewer, Mike Breeze wants to know, do you have a favorite options play heading into earnings season potentially? Is there something that you generally look for? Is there anything that you're interested in with a couple, especially with these banks coming maybe on Friday? Is there anything that you're looking at? JP Morgan seems a little heated up here. I'm looking at 200. That seems like a potential resistance level as well. Anything you're looking at maybe on an option setup for XLF or anything coming in the banking sector?
Yeah, I'll tell you I know this sounds like I'm dodging the question, which I'm not. Do you see the S&P on how far it is from the 50 moving average?
I do.
The red line. So it's 14%. So we were saying the S&P doesn't mean the top, but it means it should waffle around while these moving averages catch up. That's a daily. The reason I'm showing you that is that was on a weekly, I'm sorry. On a daily, you're going to see the S&P is this far over the 50.
Right.
And the reason I'm bringing that up is the NASDAQ's at the 50.
Right.
The Russell
At the 50.
is right at the 50. The transports are at the under the 50, even with Delta having good earnings. Now, the reason I'm bringing that up is the only one that's over it is the ES. So to me, if the ES is going to get there, it's probably going to need some disappointment from the JP Morgans of the world.
Right.
So I was looking at this kind of idea, but I'm trying to not just blindly do it just to do something under the market. But if this is going to go, if the S&P is going down to the moving average, which, you know, maybe the NASDAQ just rallies and invalidates any kind of bearish thing, but it sure seems like slightly under the market and JP Morgan is the way to go. But especially with a 7-point expected move, that's pretty extreme, of doing something slightly under the market. So like a 195, 190 put fly.
Right.
And the only reason I play the direction that way is because things might need to catch up. So that's
all right. So that's an idea.
In answer to your question also, I'd almost rather do next week so you have some time, so it's not just a binary event, and do it wider like that.
You know what, Chris? Great minds think alike, because that was what I was going to ask you, was potentially we're a little too close to earnings, because you pay that premium, you know, once you get closer and closer, because people like me are starting to ask people like you these questions, and then everyone's flocking to the market and trying to figure out what the proper bid ask is on that. So good idea there heading in. Are we not worried at all, Chris, that when I look out here for the Fed futures, and come over to my screen right here, we're not really getting any love at all. May right now, we are not getting rate cuts. That's 96% that we're getting absolutely nothing. In June, we look at the rate cut potential as well. So let's go over to June. That looks like we are again getting nothing. So we're going to have to wait for July now as we get in the dog days of summer, where we once again could potentially get nothing. And if these economic numbers, Chris, keep going in the same way, then maybe we'll get a cut. I don't know. We'll see if the Fed cares at all about anything. But into November is when it finally looks like we get 50% chance of this. You add 50 plus the 24, and it looks like there's about a 75% chance or so that at least we get some movement into November. Does that change anything for you as far as potentially buying any dips in the market, or are we just playing off the 50 period and different things like you've just been showing us?
I'm trying to play out the 50 period. It's interesting that usually in election years, believe it or not, like October, November, the S&P goes down. That's going back like 50 years. So that's pretty interesting. The one thing about it
What was that stat? Into election years, the S&P 500 generally goes down?
In October, November.
November,
I was trying to get it up here for you. Let me see if I have it.
That's okay. We had discussed that on that. You are accurate. It's not true for the year. That's why I wanted to make sure.
Yeah. I'm not talking about the year. I'm talking about, let me get this up for you.
The election. And again, you know what, Chris? That's probably just due to uncertainty, right? I mean, as you start hearing some of the major issues when they're having these debates, right? All of a sudden, China maybe looks a little more scary than it should. Uncertainty about job markets and who exactly is going to be in charge of the economic policy, right? I mean, that's the big thing. When President Trump came in, the next thing you knew, a whole new cabinet. We had that Scaramucci guy or something was all of a sudden part of his, was he the finance minister? We have ministers here in
for
Canada.
like 10 days.
I know, but you know what I'm saying? So, okay, so you have.
There's your table.
Okay, let's see. Yep. So what are we looking at here? Since 1950, October. So we'll look at August,
September, and October. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. We'll start in August. I mean, really, the market, September, October. I kind of like some of those looks there. 21% was a bad day. It was a bad moment there. So show me what we're looking at here.
Well, number one is interesting on the bottom of the percentage of positive or negative months. As you see, April has only been 58% positive, way on the bottom. And look at all these. That's amazing. I mean, 50-50, that's so rare compared to the way overall markets, but I'm also looking at September and October doing this. And sure, that doesn't mean it's going to happen this year, but I don't know how
I
the
like
Fed
that.
cuts right before an election,
I'm
because
feeling that.
that just seems to help Wall Street and totally destroys, the idea that Fed cares about Wall Street more than Main Street. So
Look,
I don't know about them cutting it all.
I want to keep this up. That what you just showed down there of September and October being minus 0.16, minus 0.74 in the bottom right-ish or so of your screen, that is very, very telling. And I think that's something that all of us need to keep in mind. Data back from 1950, Chris, when you and I were on the floor trading back in 1950, and what a great year that was.
Yeah, that's sort of. I would like to say I was a spark of my mother's eyes, but that's gross. So I'm not going to get into that.
You said
but
it. No,
but
74 years ago, Chris.
Time.
74 years ago. We're not we're not there yet. All right, everybody can find Mr. Chris Brecher over there at Simpler Trading. Please, send him a note. He'll answer your questions, or follow him over on StockTwits. Look, always a pleasure. Thanks for showing us that stuff about the DBA and some of those commodities heading into CPI. I'm going to mark that down. We'll talk about that on the next release a couple weeks ahead. We'll see if we're getting a feel for it, and we'll adjust accordingly. And then good luck on tomorrow, the PPI. Again, thanks for coming through. Once again, Chris Brecher.
Yeah, can I give you a teaser?
Let me think about it. Yes.
Watch that bear flag and the hourly ES.
Ooh, so we are thinking about directionally for tomorrow morning, potentially?
Yeah, that arrow is the 50 moving average, and there's your possible bear flag.
Yeah, it feels like we are underneath. I'm going to mark that down and have potentially my bearish hat on there. Thank you for the teaser, my friend. Go have yourself a Caesar. It's Chris Brecher. I'll see you later. Thank you, my guy.
All right, take care. Thanks for having me on.
You guys like Caesars? I like Caesars. In the States, maybe Bloody Marys is more about it here. They're not spicy. Here in Canada, if you're ever up here, and I don't know if it's a Canadian thing, it might be an East Coast, it's like a clam. Yeah, you need the Worcester sauce. You need it needs to be rimmed up top there with the salt, the celery salt. But the idea here is vodka. It's like a Bloody Mary, but it's not tomato juice. It's like a it's called clamato, clam base. It is tasty. It is a treat. Don't have too many of those when you are trading. Look, I'm not going to go over too much more. I got to get out of here. But look, find my tweets. I'll talk about one tweet. I'm not going to go necessarily over them all here today. One that I thought was pretty fun to look at. So go over to my profile. And I want to thank everybody. We're getting close, man. Let's get to that 50,000 if you can. Thanks for all the love in the chat today, man. We talked about that and what we were doing there today. Thanks to Brian Shannon for shouting me out and talking about bar charts. That was really cool, something that he's learned from me, which is awesome. This is something that we didn't really talk about too much on the main show that I was going to leave for us here, and that is just inflation. Where is it? Where isn't it? Let's pull this off. Pull me off a little bit here so we can show this. I know this is going to be a little bit hard to see. Maybe I can zoom in. I don't know if that's changing a little bit. Maybe that's a little bit better. Okay, good. So auto insurance, for some reason, this is a 12-month change. So insurance just continues to go high side. I know here in the GTA, everyone's getting their cars lifted. So auto insurance a little bit higher. Unfortunately, the Fed can't do jack all about this kind of stuff. Rent and housing, they can sure help us with renting prices if they can bring those back down with rates. But again, rent and housing, a problem. Transportation continues to go high. There's overall inflation at 3.5. But what's been good, man, rental of cars, toys are down. Airfare, we talked about with a potential miss on Delta having to potentially lower prices to have a full fleet. I don't think that's a bad thing. Appliances, furniture, these all used to be a problem because remember, it's 12 months. Appliances, furniture, and all that had supply chain issues. So that's potentially why in the last 12 months they're down because they were so elevated in the prior. I'm Sean Katina, tomorrow's PPI. Let's see if we can spin it again, man. We've had a great day. Here was an epic day, actually. I want to thank everybody for joining. Go Barron, go Warren Park Eagles. I'm very, very proud of you. Let's see if my son can raise that trophy. I'll be home soon. My parents are going to be there. It's going to be a great, great moment for the Katina household, even if they lose. I don't really. It's best 2 out of 3, and they're 1-0. So no matter what, we get game 3, baby. Thank you so much to everybody for watching. It's been a banger. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Thank you, Chris, for coming through again. Chris Bretcher at Simpler Trading. Join me tomorrow. Follow me everywhere at Trader TV Sean. Often imitated, never duplicated. Go find the right one. I'm on Instagram. I'm on X. And I will see you tomorrow. Ciao.